Welcome, my dear family. Before we begin our spooky journey tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who enjoys bedtime scares. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me up a bit on YouTube. Now, relax, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's story. Chapter 1. The Pull-Off by the River. By late August of 2016, I had gotten very good at pretending I was fine. That was the story I gave people, anyway. I told them I needed a break. I said I'd always wanted to do a solo drive through northern Washington, that I wanted to see the Olympic Peninsula properly, maybe hike a little, maybe sleep under the stars before summer ran out. If they pressed, I laughed it off and said it was one of those things you do when you turn 30 and realize you've spent too much of your adult life indoors. The truth was less flattering and a lot more common. My girlfriend had moved out 6 weeks earlier, and I couldn't stand being in the apartment we'd shared. It wasn't even a dramatic breakup. No plates thrown, no screaming in the parking lot, no cheating, no betrayal I could point to and make myself feel righteous about. It was the quieter kind, the kind that makes you feel stupid because nobody did anything monstrous. We just wore each other down. Every conversation turned into a negotiation. Every silence felt loaded. By the end, even hearing her keys in the door after work used to make something in my chest tighten. Then, one Friday, she sat across from me at our little second-hand kitchen table, cried without making a sound, and said she didn't think we made each other happy anymore. That was it. No clean villain, no real closure, just half the furniture gone by the end of the weekend, one side of the closet empty, and a bathroom that suddenly felt too large for one person. I stayed there alone for maybe 10 days before I started understanding how quiet an apartment could get. Not peaceful quiet, not the kind people pay extra for in vacation rentals. This was the kind where the refrigerator kicking on in the middle of the night sounded like someone in the next room. The kind where you avoided looking at the indentation on the mattress because you'd start thinking about how recently another body had been there. So I did what a lot of people do when they don't want to admit they're falling apart. I framed it as independence. I loaded up my old Subaru Outback, threw a sleeping bag in the back, tossed in a cooler, a duffel of clothes, hiking boots, trail mix, a cheap camp stove I barely knew how to use, and started driving north. It was not brave. It was not spiritual. It was not me finding myself. It was cheaper than paying rent and then sitting in an empty apartment, waiting to cry over a mug in the sink. By the time I got out toward the Olympic Peninsula, I'd settled into a routine that felt almost respectable from the outside and slightly feral from the inside. I slept in the back of the Subaru with the seats down and my backpack jammed against one wheel well to keep it from sliding. I brushed my teeth in campground bathrooms or at rest stop sinks. I used baby wipes on the nights when I couldn't stand my own smell and told myself that counted as hygiene. I bought gas station coffee that tasted burnt enough to dissolve grief by the sip. Every couple of days, I stopped at a Safeway or some small-town grocery for fruit, jerky, ice, and whatever didn't need much refrigeration. I had friends texting me the whole time. How's the trip? You okay? Send pictures. You heading back soon? Do you want me to come by and feed your plants? I ignored most of them. Not because they weren't kind. They were. That was part of the problem. Kindness felt unbearable then. I didn't want sympathy. I didn't want anyone asking me how I was really doing, because I had a feeling that if somebody asked me that in the right voice, everything I was holding together with gas station coffee and forward momentum would collapse at once. So I kept driving. Northern Washington in late summer can make you feel like you've accidentally wandered into the wrong country. Everything looked too lush, too cinematic, too green in a way I wasn't used to.
The roads out there narrowed and twisted, like they had been laid reluctantly through the trees. On the peninsula especially, there were stretches where the forest crowded in so close on either side, it felt like you were driving through a tunnel built out of living things. Huge firs and cedars rose straight up in dark columns. Alder leaned over the road in tangled curtains. Moss ate everything it could reach. Guardrails, mile markers, rotting stumps, even the shoulders of old mailboxes. The phone signal would come and go in bars so slowly it almost felt deliberate. 1 second I'd have enough service to load half a map, the next I'd have nothing but my own reflection in the black screen. Logging trucks blasted past now and then, huge and filthy, kicking grit against my windshield. Even in full summer, some parts of the road stayed in shadow, the shoulders permanently dark, as if rain had just fallen there and nowhere else. I should say now that I'd always felt safer alone than I probably had any right to. That isn't courage, it's habit. I was the kind of person who took solo coffee shop afternoons as a point of pride. I went to movies alone, ate alone, drove alone, hiked alone often enough that it stopped feeling noteworthy. Somewhere along the line, I'd started treating my own company as proof that I was competent, self-contained, hard to hurt. After the breakup, that instinct only got worse. Solitude started feeling less like a preference and more like the one thing nobody could ruin for me. So when I say I was alone on those roads, I don't mean I was trembling the whole time. I mean the opposite. I was comfortable in a way that now embarrasses me to remember. That afternoon, I'd been driving for hours without much of a plan. I had a paper map folded in the passenger seat because I didn't trust my phone once the signal dropped, but I wasn't following any strict route. I remember the steering wheel feeling warm under my palms, almost sticky from the heat. The Subaru smelled like sunscreen, old fabric, and the sweet chemical stink of melted cooler ice. In the back, everything was stacked in unstable layers. My sleeping bag half hanging out of its stuffed sack, camp stove fuel rolling around in a milk crate, hiking poles wedged beside a bag of dirty laundry. I had mosquito bites stippling both shins from the night before. I missed a turn, somewhere outside a little riverside area I'd meant only to pass through. At least, I think I missed a turn. I can't say for sure anymore whether I made a mistake or whether I just kept following whichever road looked least likely to lead back toward other people. The paved road narrowed first, then the shoulder gave out. Then the asphalt roughened into patched gravel in places, then smooth pavement again, then broken pavement with weeds pushing up through the cracks. I passed no houses, no mailboxes, no campsites, no parked fishing trucks, no faded signs for boat launches or trailheads. I remember noticing the lack of fresh tire tracks in the soft spots where dirt had washed over the road. Not because that alarmed me yet, but because it registered as strange enough to pin down later. The farther I went, the more the road felt less like a road and more like permission I shouldn't have assumed I had.
Heavy alder branches brushed the passenger side now and then with a dry, whispering sound. Cedar trunks stood in dense ranks beyond them, red-brown and dark at the roots. The light changed too. It got thinner, even though the day itself was bright. Shade pooled in the dips and bends ahead. There was no signage at all by then, which might have been the point where somebody smarter than me turned around. I didn't. What I felt instead was that odd, familiar stubbornness that comes over you when you've already gone a little too far in the wrong direction.
You keep going because turning back would mean admitting there was no good reason to have come this far. Then the road bent, dropped slightly, and I felt it before I understood it. That dead-end feeling. Anybody who's spent time on back roads knows what I mean. Some places announce themselves as endings before you can actually see the end. The air changes. The road loses confidence. Growth pushes in closer. The space ahead begins to feel used up. A minute later, I came around the last bend and found exactly that. The road opened into a washed-out gravel pull-off above a river. It wasn't a proper parking area, just a broad, dead space where the land had given way a little and the road stopped pretending to continue. One side sloped down through brush toward the water. Straight ahead, beyond a fringe of alder and willow, I could see the river moving green and clear between polished stones. And there was a bridge. An old pedestrian bridge stretched across the water, maybe 40 or 50 yards downstream from where I'd stopped. It was narrow, made of weathered planks with rust-streaked cables sagging between support posts. Moss had swallowed whole sections of it. The railings looked soft with age. It had that fairy tale look abandoned things sometimes get in the Pacific Northwest, where decay doesn't strip beauty away so much as wrap it in something older. I shut off the engine and just sat there for a second. The place was breathtaking. I mean that literally. After a week of highway shoulders, campgrounds, convenience stores, and cramped sleep in the back of my car, it looked unreal. The river below had that glacial green color that makes water seem colder than it should be, like cold glass poured between the trees. Sunlight flashed white off the faster-moving parts. The bridge cables were red with rust under the moss, and the whole thing looked like it had been dropped there by a film crew for a fantasy movie, and then forgotten. Beauty can make you careless. That's one of the truest things I know now. If the place had looked dirty, used, or ordinary, I might have kept driving. If there had been beer cans, tire ruts, bait wrappers, graffiti carved into the railings, anything at all to make it feel familiar, the spell would have broken. But there was none of that. No trash, no scorch marks, no initials carved into wood, no old fishing line in the brush, no sign that teenagers came there to drink or that hikers stopped there to take pictures. It was too clean, and not in a cared-for way, in an abandoned way. That should have bothered me more than it did. Instead, I found myself thinking how good the water looked. By then, I'd gone 4 days without anything close to a real shower. I had been sweating in the same sports bra on and off for 2 days, sleeping in camp clothes, wiping dust off my neck with baby wipes and pretending that counted. My skin felt filmed over. My hair was tied up because I didn't want to feel how greasy it was. Looking down at that river, all I could think was how good it would feel to wash properly for 5 minutes. I glanced around again.
Nobody. Not a single parked vehicle, no voices, no footsteps on the bridge, no distant laughter, no trail marker or information sign telling me the area was in use. The quiet registered then, though not enough to stop me. It was a broad, settled kind of quiet, the sort of silence that seems peaceful until you start noticing what's missing from it. I don't know why I turned the car around before getting out. That part has always stayed with me. I told myself at the time it was practical. The pull-off was uneven and narrow, and I didn't want to have to back up blind when I was ready to leave.
That was true enough. But I can't pretend there wasn't another part of me already working ahead of my thoughts. Some instinct old as dirt and blood and women alone in bad places made me turn the Subaru outward before I even opened the door. When I got out, the heat hit me properly. Not desert heat, but the dense, trapped kind that sticks to your back under the trees. My t-shirt clung between my shoulder blades. The gravel shifted under my boots. Down below, the river moved with that cold, indifferent brightness that made every other thought feel temporary. I stood there, listening. Nothing. Not truly nothing. The river was there, steady and low. Leaves shifted somewhere high above. But it was quiet enough that the little sounds seemed isolated from each other, not woven into a whole. I remember thinking I shouldn't stay long. The thought came and went so lightly I almost didn't notice it. Then I dismissed it, same as I'd dismissed everything else. I reached into the back of the Subaru for my towel, soap, and a clean pair of underwear. I looked down the brushy embankment toward the water again and saw a way through the blackberry and fern if I stepped carefully. A quick wash, I thought. 5 minutes in the river, maybe less. I believed I was alone. That was the only reason it felt harmless. Chapter 1. The Pull-Off by the River. Getting down to the water took longer than I expected. What had looked from above like a clean slope to the river was actually a mess of roots, loose dirt, fern, and blackberry canes threaded together in the kind of way that made every step feel like a choice I might regret. I had my towel tucked under one arm, the soap and clean underwear clenched in the same hand, and the other hand out in front of me to catch branches and keep myself from sliding on my ass into the brush. The whole embankment smelled green and damp, even in the heat. Crushed fern gave off that sharp, living smell plants have when you bend them too hard. Somewhere beneath that was the darker scent of wet wood and river mud. By the time I made it to the edge, I was already sweating again. The bank flattened into a strip of stones and pale gravel before dropping into the current. Up close, the water looked even colder than it had from the pull-off. Not just clear, but hard-looking. The kind of water that seemed too clean to belong to people. I could see rounded stones on the bottom through the green, see the way the current folded around them in long, soft distortions. The river made a low, continuous sound against the shore, not loud enough to be dramatic, just steady and indifferent. Like it had been doing that for 1,000 years and would go right on doing it long after every person who ever stood there was gone. I set my things down on a flat rock above the wash line and looked around one more time. The bridge sat downstream in partial shade, quiet and empty. From where I stood, its planks were dark with age, and the cables made those long, rust-red arcs between the posts. Moss clung to the uprights in thick seams. The far side disappeared into alder and cedar so dense they seemed woven together. Still, no one.
That should have been enough. I pulled off my t-shirt, then my shorts, folded them more out of habit than neatness, and placed them with my towel. I left my shoes on at first because the stones looked slick, then took them off too when the first step into the water nearly ripped a sound out of me. It was freezing, not cold in the refreshing summer sense, freezing in the sense that my ankles ached immediately and the tendons in my legs seemed to pull tight all at once. The kind of cold that made your body refuse to believe this was voluntary. I hissed through my teeth and stood there, letting it bite.
The current pressed around my calves with more force than I'd expected, sliding past my skin so cleanly it felt almost oily. The gravel shifted a little under my feet, not enough to make me lose balance, but enough to remind me that the bottom wasn't fixed. I took another step, then another, until the water reached just below my knees. For a few seconds, all I could think about was the cold. Then, slowly, my body started adjusting, and something close to relief moved through me. The sweat on my back disappeared. The stickiness at the base of my neck was gone. I bent down, splashed water over my chest and shoulders, and the shock of it hit me so hard I actually laughed once, out loud, at nobody. It felt good. That was the dangerous part. For a brief little stretch of time, it felt good enough to make me forget everything else. I wet my hair, tipped my head back, and let the river run down my scalp and over the back of my neck. The water smelled faintly of stone and root, and something metallic and clean. Wet cedar drifted from the bank where the current undercut the soil around exposed roots. Sunlight struck the surface in broken shards. Every time I moved my hands through the current, silver ripples folded and vanished around my wrists. The smooth gravel under my feet clicked softly when I shifted my weight. Somewhere upstream, the river widened for a second, and the water changed pitch there. A soft rush and hush layered over the lower sound nearer the shore. I remember thinking that this, right here, was the first decent idea I'd had in days. I used the little bottle of soap sparingly, more because I didn't want to leave a slick on the surface than because I was trying to be environmentally noble. I scrubbed under my arms, along the back of my neck, down my stomach, quick and practical about it, but still with that stupid, half-embarrassed feeling you get even when nobody is around. I kept glancing toward the pull-off out of habit, then laughing at myself because there was no one there to see me in my bra and underwear standing shin-deep in a river like an idiot. I should tell this part carefully, because later I kept trying to convince myself the feeling came after I saw him. It didn't. The fear came first. Not fully formed, not panic, nothing dramatic enough that in the moment I would have admitted I was scared. It started as the smallest shift in the air around me, so slight that I only understood it in hindsight. 1 second I was scrubbing river water through my hair and looking at sunlight on the current. The next, something in my body had gone attentive. I went still. I didn't know why. At first I thought I'd heard something, but that wasn't it. It was the absence of something. I became aware all at once that the insect noise had thinned out. Not vanished entirely. Not in some cinematic way where the whole forest cuts dead, but dropped off enough that I noticed the loss. A second after that, I realized I couldn't hear birds anymore either. The little background life of the place had somehow withdrawn, and with it gone, the river sounded louder. Not because the current had changed,
but because it was suddenly the only steady sound left. I straightened and turned slowly, scanning the bank, the pull-off above, the bridge downstream, the far side of the water. Nothing. I actually rolled my eyes at myself. I remember that clearly because it embarrasses me now. I stood there in the river, dripping, hair slicked back, goose flesh coming up along my arms from the cold, and I silently made fun of my own nerves. Breakup brain, I thought. Too much time alone. Too many nights half sleeping in campgrounds and rest areas, jumping at every branch tap on the roof. I went back to rinsing the soap off, but the feeling didn't leave.
It sharpened. I suddenly became aware of where my car keys were without looking. In the pocket of my shorts, folded under my towel, up on the bank. I pictured the exact path back to them. 3, maybe 4 careful steps through the shallows, then up the rocks, then the little cut in the brush I'd used coming down. I found myself estimating how long it would take to get from where I stood to the Subaru if I didn't bother fully drying off. 10 seconds to the close, maybe. 30 more up the bank if I slipped. Less if I just ran barefoot. I hated that I was thinking like that. I told myself, actually said it under my breath, "You're being ridiculous." My own voice sounded wrong there. Too close, too flat. It seemed to strike the air and die without going anywhere. I rinsed quickly after that, not because I'd made any conscious decision to stop, but because my body had already decided for me. I ducked once more, rubbed river water over my face, pushed my hair back, and then turned toward the bank to get out. The stones shifted under my feet as I climbed the last few feet from the water. My skin felt tight from the cold. Water streamed down my shins and dripped from the hem of my underwear. I reached the place where I'd left my towel and bent to pick it up. That was when I saw movement across the river. It was small enough at first that I almost ignored it. Something had changed in the trees on the opposite bank, maybe 40 yards away and a little upstream from the bridge landing. A dark vertical shape where I didn't remember one being. The kind of thing your brain sorts through lazily at first. A branch shifting, a stump half hidden in brush, maybe a deer stepping between trunks. I paused with the towel half unfolded in my hands and looked again. Still nothing obvious, just shadow and alder and the pale flashes of river behind them. Then something in that shadow moved a second time. Not much, barely enough to count as motion. More like one piece of darkness rearranging itself within another. I squinted into the glare coming off the water, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. For one strange second, my brain insisted it was an animal, a black bear maybe, standing upright behind brush, which made no sense at all, but felt easier than the truth. Then the shape leaned slightly, and I understood I was looking at a person. He was standing on the far bank, partly screened by alder trunks and low branches, high enough above the waterline that I must have missed him when I first came down. Or else, he hadn't been there yet. Even now, I can't tell myself which possibility is worse. He was too still. That is the first thing I remember clearly about him. Not that he looked filthy or strange or frightening, though all of that came a moment later. It was the stillness. Human beings at rest always move a little. We shift weight, scratch, turn our heads, reach for something, react to being noticed. He didn't. He stood there in a way that made him seem built into the bank, long and vertical as a snag. He was tall, I think, though distance can lie. tall or maybe just extremely narrow. His shoulders looked bony under whatever he was wearing, and his limbs had that wiry, underfed look people get after too much time outdoors and not enough sleep. His clothes didn't read as normal clothes at first. They looked layered and rough and pieced together out of things that hadn't started in the same category. Hide or leather in one section, canvas in another, string wrapped at one forearm, strips of cloth hanging from somewhere around the waist or hip. Nothing sat right on him. Nothing looked bought or clean or recent. His hair was long and matted down in places, lifted in others, roped together with what I first took for dead grass. Then I realized there were twigs in it, burrs too. Not the accidental kind you get from walking through brush for a day, but enough that from across the river he looked partly woven into the woods he was standing in. Even at that distance, I could feel the grime of him. That sounds stupid written out, but it's true. Some people carry weather on them in a way you can see from far off. Rain, smoke, dirt, old sweat, all of it built into the surface. I froze with the towel against my stomach. The normal reaction, if you surprise someone in a private moment like that, is obvious. You look away, you lift your hands maybe, you call out an apology. Even a creep caught spying usually startles a little when they're seen. He didn't do any of that. That was what got under my skin first. More than the clothes, more than the hair, more even than the fact that I was standing half-dressed in open daylight with nowhere near enough distance between us. He didn't look startled. He looked established, like he had been standing there for some time, like he had chosen that exact patch of shade and was waiting for something to finish unfolding. I remember every hair on my arms lifting, despite the cold water still clinging to me. For a second, I told myself, maybe he was just some guy living rough in the woods. Maybe he'd heard me come down and had stepped out to see who it was. Maybe he was as embarrassed as I was, and just too strange or too far away for me to read his body language right. Then he moved. Only a little, a shift of one shoulder, a slow raising of one hand from where it had been resting along his side. The motion was so slight I might have missed it if the sun hadn't caught on something pale in his grip. A bright, brief flash, bone white or nearly so. My stomach dropped so fast it felt like I'd missed a step in the dark. He held the thing loosely, dangling from his fingers by a length of cord or sinew or something that moved independent of his hand. It swung once and turned in the light. For a stupid fragment of a second, I thought, antler, driftwood stripped white, a fish skeleton. My mind threw explanations at it as fast as it could. None of them stuck. The shape was too small, too curved, too deliberate. I couldn't fully make it out from that distance, but I knew in the same sick instant that whatever it was, he wanted me to see it. And then I understood something worse. He wasn't staring because he had just discovered me. He was staring because he had been waiting for me to look back. The moment our eyes locked, whatever part of me had still been trying to explain him away just disappeared. Not all at once in some dramatic flash, more like a board giving way under too much weight. 1 second, I was still trying to force him into some category my brain knew how to survive. Drifter, hunter, trespasser, mentally ill man living rough in the woods. The next, all of that broke under one very simple fact. He was looking at me the way a person looks at something they've already decided to approach. I saw the thing in his hand more clearly then. It wasn't driftwood. It wasn't antler. It wasn't some piece of bleached river junk he happened to be carrying around. It was too small for that. Too cleanly curved. Too deliberate. It looked like part of a jawbone. Maybe animal, maybe not. I didn't know enough then to say what it came from, only that it had little tooth-like shapes still set into one side, and that it hung from a cord, as if it had been kept for exactly this purpose. He let it dangle between two fingers, just enough for the light to catch on it, and I had the instant, nauseating understanding that he wanted me to see it, and understand that he wanted me to see it. I took one step backward without meaning to. My heel came down on a slick rock at the river's edge, and I went sideways hard enough that my whole body turned cold for a different reason. My right foot shot out from under me. I tried to catch myself with one hand, missed, and slammed my left elbow against the stones. Pain burst all the way up my arm in a bright, useless shock that made my fingers go numb. The towel fell into the shallows. Water splashed up against my stomach and chest. For a second I was half sitting, half sprawled on the wet rocks in my underwear, staring up across the river at him like an animal that had already rolled onto its back. That was the moment panic stopped being a thought and became a physical event. It came in ugly, not elegant fear, not movie fear. My lungs forgot how to work right. My face went hot and my hands went stupid. My body felt suddenly too large and too visible and far too slow. He still didn't hurry. That was another thing I remember. No startled flinch, no irritated wave, no performance of normal human awkwardness. He just turned his head slightly toward the bridge downstream, and I understood the terrain. The understanding hit so fast and so cleanly that I still remember the order of it. Bridge, distance, height, path. He doesn't have to swim. He had a crossing. I got up so fast I almost slipped again. My elbow screamed when I pushed off the rocks, but adrenaline had already started flattening everything into priorities. Clothes, keys, car. The bank above me looked steeper now than it had 5 seconds before. I splashed the last steps through the shallows, hit the strip of gravel, and scrambled toward where I'd left my things. I snatched for my shorts first, because the keys were in the pocket. The denim came up wrong. One leg twisted around a blackberry vine I hadn't noticed on the way down. I yanked. The vine held. Tiny hooked thorns bit instantly into my fingers and wrist. Behind me, from across the river, I heard the first sound he made. It wasn't a shout. It wasn't a word. It was this ugly, breathy noise halfway between a laugh and a bark, as if he'd seen me struggle and found it funny in a way too old and too private to be human. The sound was low but carried cleanly over the water. It hit the back of my neck like breath. I tore harder at the shorts. Fabric ripped. One belt loop snapped loose. The keys slid halfway out of the pocket and dropped into the gravel. For one awful second, I lost sight of them entirely. Then came the sound of the bridge. Not loud at first, just a metal complaint, a cable taking weight. Then a dry shudder through the planks. Then another. The whole bridge had seemed ornamental from above. Something so old and softened by moss it barely belonged to this century. Under a running man, it made a different sound entirely. Wood knocking against wood, hardware straining, a loose board rattle that got faster in a heartbeat. I found the keys, grabbed them, and left the shorts where they were. That decision did not feel brave or decisive in the moment. It felt humiliating, animal, the kind of choice you make when shame has already lost to speed. I snatched the towel, lost the soap, forgot the clean underwear completely, and ran barefoot up the bank with the car keys digging into my palms so hard it felt like I was trying to fuse them into my hand. The cut through the brush that had seemed manageable on the way down turned vicious on the way up. Fern slapped wet against my legs, loose dirt sheared away under my feet, blackberry canes snatched at my calves and thighs. One thorn caught deep enough in the side of my leg that I felt the exact line it drew before the pain blurred into all the rest. Branches snapped back into my face. Somewhere behind and below me, the bridge kept shaking. I did not look back. I knew if I looked back and saw how close he was, my body might do something useless, like lock up. By the time I reached the pull-off, my breathing had become ragged, high little pulls that didn't feel connected to actual oxygen. The Subaru stood there in full afternoon light, absurdly ordinary and solid and far away all at once. I hit the driver's side door with my hip, dragged the handle, and almost screamed when it didn't open, because I had locked it earlier out of habit. The keys slipped in my hand. I dropped them. That is one of the details that still comes back in dreams. The clean little metallic sound they made hitting gravel while everything inside me was already breaking apart. I dropped to one knee, snatched them up, jammed the fob against the side of the car until I heard the locks pop, yanked the door open, and threw myself inside. I don't remember pulling the door fully closed. I only remember the shape of him suddenly being there at the passenger side window with impossible speed, both hands slamming flat against the glass hard enough to rock the whole car. The sound that came out of me then wasn't a scream exactly, more like my lungs finally deciding on one shape for all the panic and shoving it through my throat. He was close enough now that there was no room left for doubt. His face was all damage and exposure, cracked lips pulled back from teeth that looked too dark at the gums. Not black exactly, but stained, as if the flesh there was rotting or permanently rimmed with dirt. He had a patchy beard, not full enough to hide how thin his cheeks were. Damp strands of hair stuck to one side of his face. His skin was weather-burned and raw in places, with a permanent redness across the nose and cheekbones, like a man who lived outdoors year-round and no longer noticed pain until it tore. One cuff of whatever hide and canvas thing he was wearing was stiff with something crusted brown red. Old blood, I thought, instantly, or mud, or both. I would keep trying to tell myself it could have been mud later. In that moment, I knew better. Around his neck hung several small things on cords. At first glance, they looked like carved beads or bits of antler, but as he moved, I saw the shapes were wrong for that. Too irregular, too jointed. Bone white against the gray-brown grime of him. Tiny vertebrae, maybe. Bird bones. Finger bones. My brain didn't want to finish the thought, so it kept offering alternatives that sounded just as bad. His eyes were the worst part. Not because they were wild in the simple madman way people imagine, but because they were fixed and practical and furious.
all at once.
He was not amazed to have found someone there.
He was not improvising. He was trying to get in. He lunged around the front of the car toward my side, and that snapped something useful back into place inside me. I hit the lock button again, though I'd already locked it, and jammed the key into the ignition so hard I scraped my knuckles on the steering column. The engine caught. At the same instant, he hit the hood with something that rang through the frame of the car like a gunshot. I looked up in time to see what he had in his right hand. Not the jawbone anymore. That was hanging against his chest. This was a fist-sized rock, or maybe a length of broken wood with stone tied at one end. I never got a clean enough look to know. Primitive is the word that came to me later, though that word makes it sound ceremonial and distant. It looked crude, heavy, and built for smashing. In his other hand, low by his thigh, was something long and narrow that flashed once when it caught the light.
Night. Hunting blade. Rusted metal. I don't know. I only know my whole body reacted to it before my mind did. He screamed then. Still no words. Just a burst of raw sound, all throat and rage. So loud inside the sealed little space of the Subaru that I felt it in my teeth. I threw the car into reverse and hit the gas. The rear tires spun first, shrieking against loose gravel. The whole car fishtailed sideways, and for one enormous second, I thought I was going to slide backward, straight into the ditch at the edge of the pull-off. The steering wheel kicked under my hands. Gravel sprayed against the undercarriage in hard bursts. I saw the drop toward the river over one shoulder and overcorrected. Then the tires finally bit. The Subaru lurched backward in a crooked arc. He jumped away from the front corner just in time, one hand still slapping at the hood as if he thought force alone might stop the car. I slammed it into drive and punched the accelerator hard enough that everything piled in the back crashed to one side at once. The car shot forward out of the pull-off, clipped one branch with the passenger mirror, and hit the narrow road at a speed no sane person should have driven on that surface. I remember almost nothing of the first 30 seconds except noise. Gravel under tires, engine too high, my own breathing loud and broken in the cabin. Something rolling in the back, my pulse hammering in my ears so hard it seemed to thicken the air. Then I looked in the rearview mirror. He was in the road behind me, running. For a second, the image made no sense because people don't do that. Not like that, not after a car already has distance. But there he was, coming down the road in long, ugly strides, one hand pumping, the other still carrying that dark, narrow thing. The layered clothes moved around him like wet hide. He was barefoot on one side. I noticed that absurdly. One foot, dark with mud and blood, while the other still had something like a boot hanging half on. He should have fallen. He should have given up after 10 yards. He didn't. He kept coming long enough that it became its own kind of horror, a thing beyond simple pursuit and into obsession. Every time the road curved and I thought I'd lose him, I looked again and saw him still there in the bouncing square of the mirror, smaller now but not gone, still running with that limping, furious speed. I don't know how long it lasted in real time. Maybe half a mile, maybe less. Terror stretches distance in ways maps don't respect. I only know that by the time he finally disappeared from view, I was crying so hard I could barely see the road. I kept driving anyway. I didn't stop at the first paved intersection. I didn't stop when I got signal back. I didn't stop until I saw human normalcy in the form of a little gas station and mini-mart with ice chests out front, and a faded Pepsi sign half hidden by hanging flower baskets. I pulled in too fast, braked hard enough to jolt myself against the seatbelt, and sat there for half a second with both hands welded to the steering wheel. The place looked offensively ordinary. Pickup trucks, a chest freezer full of bait by the sidewall, a handwritten sign about restrooms being for customers only, bright bags of chips in the window. I think that ordinariness is the only reason I was able to move. My body saw civilization, however flimsy, and started acting again before the rest of me caught up. I got out of the car barefoot, still wet, still in my sports bra and underwear, blood and dirt drying on my legs, and staggered toward the door. The woman behind the register saw me before I reached it. Her expression changed so fast it was almost violent. She didn't smile in confusion or ask if I was okay. Her whole face hardened with alarm. She came around the counter immediately, stopped short when she got close enough to really see me, then turned and locked the front door behind me before I had even managed to speak. "Jesus Christ," she said, "what happened?" And that was the first moment I really understood how I must have looked. I tried to answer. What came out instead was fragments. There was a man by the river. He chased me. Bridge, old bridge. Please call somebody. She put me on a metal chair near a rack of windshield fluid and cigarettes, handed me a paper towel I didn't know what to do with, and called the sheriff before I had fully stopped shaking. I could hear her trying to keep her voice level as she talked. Female, 30-ish, semi-clothed, injured, possible assault attempt, North Road by the river. Yes, right now. When the deputies arrived, I tried again to tell it in order, and failed again. I told them about the bridge first, because it felt important that they understand he had a route, that he hadn't just wandered near me by chance. I told them about the thing in his hand, the little jawbone-looking piece hanging from a cord. I told them about the bones around his neck, the knife or blade, the rock, the sound he made, the way he hit the car, the way he ran after me. They listened. To their credit, they did listen. But I could also see them working to make it manageable in their own minds. The first questions leaned that way. Did he say anything? Could he have been trying to scare you off? Maybe living rough out there. Transient, maybe. Drugs. The words were reasonable enough on paper. They probably had to ask them. But sitting there, on that hard chair, cold now that the adrenaline was receding, I knew with total animal certainty that none of those explanations reached the center of what had happened. I had not startled some unstable man in the woods. I had stumbled into the line of sight of someone who had already chosen his ground. That was what they didn't yet understand. The stillness, the position on the far bank, the way he had gone to the bridge immediately, not because he panicked, but because he already knew the fastest way to close distance. When one deputy asked whether I was sure the things around his neck had been bones, I heard myself say, "I know what bones look like." It came out sharper than I meant it to. Nobody said anything to that. They took down the location, the road conditions, the direction I'd come from, and the details of my car. One of them asked whether my clothes were still at the site. I said yes, my shorts at least. Maybe the towel soap too, I didn't know. And saying that out loud made me feel a fresh stab of humiliation so strong I thought I might throw up. The woman from the store pointed me toward the restroom in back.
under the fluorescent lights, the mirror was merciless.
Blackberry cuts ran up both thighs in thin, angry lines, some beaded with fresh blood, others already drying dark. Mud streaked my stomach and one hip. My left elbow was swelling where I'd hit the rocks, the skin peeled back and gritty. My hair looked darker from the river and hung in wet ropes around my shoulders. I barely looked like myself. I reached to wipe a smear of dirt from my ribs and stopped with my fingers hovering there. It wasn't dirt. It was too even, too curved. A faint brownish crescent marked the side of my rib cage just under my sports bra. 4 blurred points and the heel of a palm. Not fresh enough to be blood from a cut, not wide enough to be from my own hand. For a second the room tilted. I had fallen at the river, I knew that. I had hit the rocks and the bank and the brush and the inside of the car. There were a dozen ways I could have picked up mud. But looking at that mark in the mirror, I felt a coldness move through me that had nothing to do with the river anymore. It looked like a handprint, and I could not remember when he had gotten close enough to leave it. Chapter 2: The Place the Deputies Found. I gave my statement in the back office of a sheriff's substation that looked like it had once been part of something else. Maybe a utility building, maybe an old volunteer fire office. It had that temporary government feel some rural places have, where nothing matches but everything is functional in the most depressing way possible. Beige walls, fluorescent tubes buzzing overhead, a corkboard with curling notices about burn bans, road closures, and a church fundraiser fish fry from 2 months earlier. There was a standing fan in one corner that clicked every time it turned left, and the whole place smelled like old coffee, damp paper, and floor cleaner. Someone had given me a county sweatshirt to pull over my head, because my own shirt was still back at the river, and I was sitting there in damp underwear under a scratchy wool blanket that smelled faintly of cigarettes and detergent. The sweatshirt was too big and had a faded high school mascot on the front. My hair was still wet at the ends. Every time I shivered, the chair legs squeaked against the linoleum. One of the deputies set a styrofoam cup of coffee in front of me. I remember wrapping both hands around it just for the heat, even though the coffee tasted like the inside of a burned pot. Bitter, thin, metallic somehow. I drank it anyway because I needed something to do with my hands besides watch them shake. The younger deputy sat across from me with a legal pad. He couldn't have been much older than 25. Crew cut, clean jawline, wedding ring, that earnest posture young law enforcement guys get before the job teaches them how much distance to keep between themselves and other people's fear. He looked disturbed in a way he was trying very hard not to show. Not alarmed, exactly, more like he had expected drunk drivers, loose cattle, maybe domestic fights, and instead had been handed a half-dressed woman talking about bones on cords and a man who crossed a bridge to get to her. The older deputy leaned against a filing cabinet with his arms crossed loosely over his vest. He had a sun-lined face and a voice so careful it made me instantly dislike him, even though, to be fair, he wasn't being cruel. He was doing that thing professionals do when they want a story to settle into a shape they recognize before they decide what level of threat it belongs to. They asked me to start from the beginning, so I did.
I told them about the drive, the dead-end pull-off, the old bridge, the river, the quiet, the man on the opposite bank, the thing in his hand.
the way he moved toward the bridge, the chase, the rock or tool, the blade, the bones around his neck, the way he ran after my car. I told it as cleanly as I could, but even as I heard the words coming out of my own mouth, I could feel how strange they sounded once they were trapped in a room with fluorescent lights and county forms. Out there by the river, fear had made every detail sharp. In the office, some of those same details started to sound theatrical, or else I imagined they did. A jawbone on a cord, handmade clothes, hair with twigs in it. It all felt one shade away from something people nod through politely before deciding you were too scared to see straight. The questions started normal enough.
How long had I been at the river? Did I see any vehicle parked nearby? Did he say anything to me? Did I hear anyone else? Could I estimate his age? Could I say for sure whether he had a knife? That part I understood. They had to narrow things down. I answered as best I could. No vehicle, no other voices, no words, just sounds. 30s maybe, or older, hard to tell because he looked weathered. The blade, I couldn't swear exactly what kind, only that it was long and metal and in his hand as he came around the car. Then the questions shifted. Did he appear homeless? Was he intoxicated? Could he have been trying to scare me away rather than attack me? Was I certain the objects around his neck were bones? The older deputy asked those ones. Each question was worded gently enough to sound neutral, but the combined effect was unmistakable. He wasn't calling me a liar, he was inviting me to scale the whole thing down into something that could fit under a smaller label. Maybe a transient, maybe mentally ill, maybe high, maybe just trying to frighten you. That word, just, got under my skin immediately. As if a man crossing a bridge to close distance on a woman alone at a river, then slamming both hands against her car and chasing it down a back road, could be softened by phrasing. I kept my voice level for as long as I could. I don't know if he was homeless, I said. I don't know if he was high. I know what he did. The younger deputy looked down at his notes when I said that. The older one nodded, as though I hadn't said anything challenging at all. Of course, he said. We're just trying to get a full picture. That sentence, more than anything else, made me feel the first hot pulse of anger under the fear. Because I knew what he meant, and I knew what it felt like from the other side. He was trying to make it legible, not to me, to the system, to reports and jurisdictions, and what kind of incident gets what kind of response. Legible meant smaller. Smaller meant manageable.
If the man was homeless, then this became a contact issue with the drifter. If he was intoxicated, it became disorderly conduct with escalation. If he had only been trying to scare me, then the whole thing drifted one step away from attempted violence and into misunderstanding plus panic. I could feel the pressure of that in every question, not enough to make me lie, enough to make me hear how badly the world wanted this to be ordinary. So I became almost painfully precise. I said he did not look surprised to see me. I said he moved to the bridge immediately, as if he already understood the fastest route to me. I said he made no attempt to announce himself, apologize, or leave. I said he hit the vehicle hard enough to rock it. I said he chased my car long after any normal person would have stopped. I said the objects around his neck looked like bone, because I have seen dead animals before and know what bone looks like.
At that, the younger deputy's pin stopped moving for a second.
The older deputy asked, "Animal bone?" I looked at him. "I'm telling you what I saw." That was as close as I got to snapping, but the truth was, I was already starting to doubt myself in the small, humiliating ways that matter. Not the core of it, not the danger, not the pursuit, but the edges. Had the thing in his hand definitely been a jawbone? Was there truly a blade, or had I turned something else into one because I was terrified? Was the handprint I'd seen under the fluorescent bathroom light at the mini-mart actually a handprint, or just a crescent of dirt I'd forced into that shape after the fact? That is one of the ugliest parts of surviving something. The body knows before language does. Then, later, language arrives and starts sanding at the edges until even you begin asking whether your terror was too large for what occurred.
The older deputy must have seen some of that uncertainty move through my face, because his tone softened again. "We're not dismissing what happened," he said. "We're just trying to understand what kind of individual we may be dealing with." I almost laughed at that, as if what kind of individual was the problem, as if the category mattered more than the fact that he had selected a hidden spot where a woman alone would feel safe enough to undress, and then moved with chilling speed the second he knew she had noticed him. There was a map on the desk, folded open to show county roads and a mess of thin blue river lines. The younger deputy turned it toward me and asked me to indicate exactly where I had gone. I pointed out the road as best I could. He frowned and traced some of the boundaries with his finger. "This area gets messy," he said. That was the first time anyone explained the jurisdiction issue in plain language.
The road itself, he said, passed through a patchwork of county-maintained access, older logging land, and sections that edged close to state and federal oversight, depending on which side of the water you were on. Tourists mostly stayed well clear of it. Fishing traffic was inconsistent. Search response could get delayed not because no one cared, but because nobody wanted to step wrong into someone else's territory before they knew what they were looking at. It was a practical explanation. I even understood it. And still, hearing it while wrapped in a borrowed blanket, barefoot and bruised and trying not to shake, felt obscene. Because the place where I had nearly been trapped apparently existed in that perfect bureaucratic blur, where responsibility thinned out at the edges. They kept me there longer than I expected, not because they were being hard on me, but because everything took time. Notes, clarifications,
a female dispatcher or office administrator finding me a pair of donated sweatpants that almost fit. Someone asking whether I needed medical attention. Someone else asking whether there was a person they should call for me. That question came up twice. Both times, I said no. The first no was automatic. The second was pride. I didn't want to call my sister and have my voice shake. I didn't want to call a friend from that ugly little office and hear alarm bloom on the other end of the line. I especially didn't want to explain where I was, what I'd been doing, why I had been alone, why I had been half naked at a river in a place nobody knew I'd gone. I could already hear how it would sound, filtered through concern and hindsight. Why didn't you tell somebody where you were? Why were you out there alone? Why didn't you leave as soon as you got a bad feeling? Questions asked lovingly can still feel like blame. So I said no, and after a while, they stopped asking. By then, the adrenaline had burned off enough to leave me feeling hollowed out and shaky in a different way. My muscles ached as if I had been in a car accident. My elbow throbbed steadily. Every cut on my legs had begun to sting at once. When I stood up too quickly, the room tipped. They put me in a roadside motel 20 minutes away because driving farther that night was a bad idea, and there weren't exactly many options in the area. One of the deputies, the younger one, followed me there to make sure I got checked in, and for the first time all evening he said something that sounded less like procedure and more like human concern. "Lock the door," he said. "If anybody knocks and you're not expecting them, call us before you open it." He said it quietly, almost apologetically, as if he knew how obvious it sounded and didn't care. That unsettled me more than anything the older deputy had said. The motel room smelled of bleach, stale air conditioning, and old carpet. The bedspread was floral in a way that made the room feel older than it probably was. There was an ice machine humming somewhere outside, a soda vending machine 2 doors down, and a Bible in the nightstand drawer. Normal, cheap, forgettable America. I should have felt safer there than in the woods. I didn't. Once the door was shut and the chain slid into place, the silence inside the room seemed too fragile to trust. I stood with my hand still on the lock for a long time, listening. A television somewhere through the wall. Tires on the road outside. One laugh from the parking lot, then nothing. In the bathroom, I finally looked at myself properly. The overhead light was yellow and weak, but it was enough. Bruises were already rising under the cuts, blue-gray shadows on my thighs and hip where I had struck rocks or the car or the bank. Tiny blackberry thorns still sat shallow under the skin in places, black as splinters. I pulled 3 out with motel tweezers and had to stop because my hands were trembling again. There was a welt across one shin I hadn't noticed before, and the hand-shaped smear under my ribs had darkened into something I could no longer convince myself was random. I turned the shower on and stood staring at the curtain. I could not make myself close it. That detail feels ridiculous to admit, but it's true. I left the curtain half open and showered in the exposed slice of space nearest the sink, jumping every time the water changed sound against the tub. I kept looking through the open gap at the bathroom door as if someone might already be standing there. The hot water should have loosened something in me. Instead, it made everything worse. Every bruise came awake under it. Every cut burned. Dirt and dried blood washed down around my feet in pink-brown threads, and the sight of that in the tub made my throat tighten so suddenly I had to brace one hand against the tile and force myself not to cry. I barely slept. Every hallway footstep sounded like it had paused at my door. Every engine outside became a vehicle idling too long. Once, around midnight, somebody laughed in the parking lot, and a room door slammed, and the shock of that ordinary noise hit me so hard I found myself already out of bed with the lamp in my hand before I had fully understood what I was doing. I kept the bathroom light on because I couldn't bear the dark seam under the main door. I checked the lock 3 times, then the chain, then the lock again. Sometime toward dawn, I must have drifted off in pieces because I remember waking from dreams that were not quite dreams. Visions of bridge cables groaning under weight, of something pale swinging on a cord, of a man standing so still in the trees that my mind refused to register him as human until he moved. When the knock finally came the next morning, I almost screamed.
It was just after 8, 3 firm raps, daylight already pressing through the curtains. For one insane second, I thought he had found me, anyway, that somehow all the roads and lights and walls had meant nothing. Then I heard the younger deputy's voice through the door. "Ma'am, it's the sheriff's office." It took me a full 10 seconds to move. When I opened the door with the chain still on, he stood there in the parking lot light, holding a paper cup and looking as if he hadn't slept much either. "We're going back out there," he said. "We need you to identify the site."
Chapter 2. The Place the Deputies Found.
In daylight, the road looked worse. That was the first thing I thought as we drove back out there. Not stranger, not more sinister, not even more remote in any dramatic storybook sense. Just worse. Smaller, poorly kept, a road with too many blind bends and too few reasons to be used by anyone who didn't already know exactly where it went. I rode in the back of the sheriff's SUV, with my arms folded so tightly across myself that my shoulders ached. I had changed into the donated sweatpants and the county sweatshirt from the night before, and the borrowed clothes made me feel even less like a reliable witness than I already had. My hair was still damp in places from the shower I hadn't really finished taking. I had slept maybe 2 hours in broken pieces. My elbow had stiffened overnight, and every bruise in my legs had deepened into that ugly bluish color that looks almost theatrical until you touch it and remember it's yours.
The younger deputy drove. The older one sat in the passenger seat with one arm on the window ledge, giving directions in short practical phrases whenever the road split or narrowed or gave way to some shape memory of where he thought I must have turned. Nobody talked much. The radio hissed once or twice and then fell quiet again. Sunlight flashed in strips through the trees and across the windshield. Dust lifted off the road behind us in pale bursts. I had assumed that going back in daylight would reduce the previous day into something more manageable. It did the opposite. Panic can be clarifying in a narrow, ugly way. When I had fled the place, I had seen only pieces of it: the pull-off, the slope, the river, the bridge, the line between me and the car. Daylight, when I wasn't actively being chased, gave me the whole picture. It revealed how completely cut off the area really was. No houses hidden back from the road, no casual foot traffic, no fishermen parked a bend away, no trail register, no county sign, no sound of anyone working or moving nearby. Just road, trees, and the awareness that if something bad happened here, there would be no natural witness to it. No one to hear the first sound and come see what followed. That knowledge sat in my stomach heavier than it had the first time. When we reached the final bend and the washed-out pull-off opened ahead of us, I felt my body recognize the place before my mind had fully caught up. My pulse climbed, my mouth went dry. Some part of me had the urge to tell the deputy to keep driving, not because I doubted what I had seen, but because seeing it again felt too close to inviting it back. The pull-off looked almost unchanged. Bright morning light lay over the gravel. The river below shone green and cold through the fringe of alder. The bridge stood where it had stood before, old and narrow and softened by moss, as if it belonged to a landscape painting instead of my memory from less than 24 hours earlier. And then I saw my shorts. They were still caught in the blackberry canes, exactly where I had torn free of them, one leg twisted up in the thorns, the denim ripped at the seam. The sight of them hit me harder than I expected,
Something about visible proof that I had left here in such a state made the entire thing real in a fresh and humiliating way. Yesterday it had still been part terror, part disbelief, but there were the shorts. There was the slope I had climbed, bleeding and half naked. There was the exact place where panic had stripped me down to speed and instinct. The younger deputy parked and turned to look at me. "You okay to walk us through it?" I almost said no. Instead, I nodded and opened the door.
The heat was already building, but beneath it, the place carried that same damp green scent I remembered from the day before. Wet cedar, river stone, crushed fern, old wood softening into the earth. Everything looked too visible now, too plain. I hated that something so violent to me could present itself so calmly to everyone else. I led them first to the edge of the embankment and pointed out where I had gone down. Then I showed them where the shorts hung in the bramble, and one of the deputies carefully worked them free with a pin and folded them without comment. I appreciated that silence more than anything he might have said. The bridge from above looked empty, but not untouched. We walked closer to it, and I began seeing details I had not noticed the day before. Fresh scuffs marked several of the planks near the middle span, pale streaks where something hard had scraped across darkened wood. One strand of old cord or twine hung snapped from the railing on the far side, turning slightly in the breeze. Near one post, where moss should have hidden everything, there was a smear no wider than 2 fingers, brownish, dried, and impossible to identify at a glance. Mud, maybe? Rust runoff? Old blood if you were already frightened enough to think it. The older deputy crouched to look more closely at the planks without stepping onto them. "This where he crossed?" I pointed. "He was standing over there first," I said, indicating the opposite bank. Then when I saw him, really saw him, he turned for the bridge. The younger deputy followed my line of sight. In daylight, the far bank looked almost disappointingly ordinary. Trees, brush, root shadow, uneven ground. It was the kind of terrain where a person could disappear from view at 10 feet if they knew where to stand. That was true of most forests. Standing there with 2 armed deputies beside me, I still found it hard to believe I had not imagined some part of what came next. Then I looked at the bridge again and remembered the sound of it taking his weight. No, I thought, not imagined, nothing imagined. The older deputy stepped onto the first plank, testing it. The bridge gave a soft groan but held. He crossed first, moving carefully. The younger deputy motioned for me to follow him, at a distance, and I obeyed without looking down. Halfway across, the river beneath us seemed louder than it had from shore. The planks shifted faintly under each step. Rusted cable creaked overhead in the sun. Moss made the handrail damp under my palm where I touched it, despite telling myself I would not. I found I was trying to place his feet again on the boards, to estimate how many strides it had taken him to get from one side to the other, how quickly that distance had collapsed. The bridge was not long. That was the problem. In memory, terror had stretched it into something dramatic. In reality, it was short enough to become horrifyingly efficient. The far side felt wrong almost immediately. Not supernatural wrong, not colder in any measurable sense, but denser. The light didn't travel as far under the canopy. The river's reflection failed to brighten things the way it had on the near bank. Alder and cedar crowded close, and the ground rose unevenly under a mat of old needles, root breaks, and damp soil.
From the water, this side had looked open enough for a man to be seen. From within it, I understood how easily he might have watched me without ever being visible until he chose to be. I pointed to the patch where I had first seen him. "There," I said quietly. "I think it was there." The younger deputy scanned the area, then started moving in small, careful arcs rather than a straight line, his eyes dropping to the ground and then lifting to branch level, tracing signs of use.
The older deputy said nothing for a while. He had pulled on gloves now.
Once you looked for it, the evidence of human presence emerged everywhere. Flattened ferns in a narrow run between the trees, one low branch worn smooth where hands had probably pushed it aside more than once. A shallow depression in the earth that could have been a sitting place or a place to set gear, or nothing at all until you saw the old food tins nearby half covered in needles. Further back, under a sag of brush and a leaning cedar trunk, was the crude shape of a lean-to. Not much, just poles and scavenged plastic and old tarp material built low and mean against the ground. The kind of shelter made either by someone with no better options or someone who specifically did not want it seen from any angle farther than 10 yards away. Beside it sat the black ring of an old fire pit, stones charred inward, ash damped down into the soil, one half-burned stick protruding from the center like a finger.
Around that were bits of things no neat category could absorb. Rusted can lids, a cracked thermos cap, handmade lengths of cord twisted from something fibrous and pale, and several small animal remains set not where they had fallen, but where they had been put. A rib cage cleaned too evenly, vertebrae threaded on a twig, a matted patch of fur tied with line, not scattered, arranged. The younger deputy stopped speaking altogether at that point. He had been narrating small observations under his breath until then. Old can, old fire ring, probable shelter material. But once he crouched beside one of the bone clusters and really looked at it, he went quiet in a way that changed the atmosphere more than any exclamation would have. The older deputy straightened and said very evenly, "Stay close." I wish I could say I didn't need the warning. I was already close enough to them to hear their jackets shift when they moved. We found the cedar trunk a few yards deeper in. Or maybe it had been there all along, and my eye only understood it when the shape resolved into deliberate form. The trunk itself was wide and deeply ridged, dark at the base from years of damp. Fixed to it, at about eye level, was a deer skull, or what I first thought was a deer skull, until I got closer and saw that only part of it remained intact. Clean bone, antlers cut short or broken off, wired or nailed in place so that it faced outward toward the path. Beneath it, hanging from a knot in a lower branch or peg, was a strip of pink fabric. For a second, my brain refused to recognize it as anything real. It fluttered once in the little moving air under the trees, not bright pink, but faded, dirty, almost flesh-toned where sun or weather had leached it. The color alone made my stomach tighten. Then my eyes found the elastic edge. I knew that fabric. I knew that exact shade because I had been wearing it. "No," I said, and the word came out small and automatic. The younger deputy turned. "No," I said again, louder this time. "I was wearing that." It was not the whole bra. One cup was missing or folded back in some way I couldn't immediately parse, and one strap hung stretched and twisted. but it was enough. I recognized the material, the trim, the cheap little scalloped seam at the edge. I had bought it in a Target multi-pack months earlier and remembered hating how the strap dug into my shoulder when I sweated. I remembered that specifically because while I was climbing the bank the day before, one strap had been sticking to my skin, and I had been irrationally angry at that detail in the middle of fear. The older deputy looked from the cloth to me and back again. "You sure?" The question was unavoidable, but hearing it made heat rise into my face so quickly I thought for a second I might be sick. "Yes," I said. "I am sure." He did not argue. He only tried to make room for explanations.
"It could have snagged when you were running," he said. "Could have torn and you didn't notice." I stared at him. I was wearing it. The younger deputy added, more gently, "You were in shock. It's possible you thought—" "No!" I heard the sharpness in my own voice and didn't care. "I know what I had on. I ran to the car in it." No one spoke for a moment after that, because all the available explanations were bad. If it had snagged and torn in the brush, how had it crossed the river? If someone found it later, why tie it beneath a skull fixed to a tree? If I had somehow been mistaken about what I wore while fleeing for my life, how did that mistake produce this exact, intimate little display on the bank where he had stood watching? There was no version of it that felt smaller. I could feel my pulse in my throat again. The pink cloth moved faintly against the bark. The skull above it watched nothing with its dark, empty sockets. Somewhere behind us, the river went on talking to itself through the stones. Then, one cable on the bridge groaned. It was just one sound, a sudden metallic complaint, short and low, carried clearly through the trees from behind us. I whipped around so fast my vision streaked. For one hideous second, I expected to see him already on the span, one hand on the railing, halfway across and coming fast. The bridge was empty. Nothing on the planks, no movement between the posts. Only sunlight, water below, and the old bridge settling under heat, or wind, or memory. Still, the shock of that sound left my whole body buzzing. My knees weakened so abruptly that I had to take one step back to steady myself. The younger deputy turned too, hand already near his sidearm before he forced it lower again. Nobody laughed at my reaction. That almost made it worse. The older deputy took one more long look at the skull and fabric, then pivoted slowly, scanning deeper into the trees rather than back toward the water. His attention had changed. Whatever careful, ordinary categories he had been trying to fit this place into were no longer holding cleanly. It was the younger deputy who saw the disturbed ground. He moved 3 steps past the seether marker, then stopped and raised one hand without taking his eyes off the ground ahead. "Sheriff," he said quietly. I followed his line of sight. At first I saw nothing more than uneven earth beneath a tangle of branches. Then the pattern resolved. A patch where the needles had been scraped back too recently, soil darker than the rest. Thin broken twigs laid over the surface in a way meant to resemble natural fall, and failing at it. Something had been covered there, or buried. The woods around us seemed to draw in tighter all at once. The disturbed ground sat only a little way beyond the cedar marker, but once I saw it, I understood that a little way meant almost nothing out there. Distance behaved differently in those woods. Things looked near until you tried to reach them, and then the brush thickened, the ground dipped,
Roots twisted underfoot, and every few yards swallowed the last. There was no path in the ordinary sense, no trail cut by hikers, no line stamped into the soil by boots over time. But there was passage, repetition, the kind of use that leaves itself in small damages rather than open tracks. The younger deputy moved first, careful and deliberate, stepping where the ground seemed firmest. The older deputy held out one arm without looking at me, a quiet signal to stay behind him. I obeyed because by then I wanted badly to obey somebody. The shock from the bridge cable groans still hadn't left my body. Every sound seemed too close. Every shadow looked capable of separating into a person.
As we moved deeper in,
The woods grew meaner in texture. The near bank by the river had at least held some reflected light, some suggestion of openness from the water. Back here, the canopy pressed lower, and the air felt stagnant, thicker somehow. Old needles cushioned the ground over hidden root knots. Ferns rose in flattened patches where something had passed through them more than once. Thin alder branches had been bent and left that way, making crude gates or sight lines through the undergrowth. It didn't feel like a route made for walking. It felt like a place used by someone who never needed to arrive clean. We passed another length of tarp half buried under cedar needles, only a corner of it visible at first, until the younger deputy nudged aside a branch and revealed more. The material had once been blue. Now it was gray-green with mildew, stiff in places, soft in others where rot had started to take it.
one side had been tucked under a log and left there long enough for the forest floor to begin swallowing it.
Not discarded, exactly. Cached. Hidden badly, or well, depending on what you wanted hidden from. There were more signs once my eyes adjusted to the logic of the place. Lengths of handmade cord tucked into branch crotches, a flattened square that might once have held crates or bedding, one old food tin so rusted through it had collapsed inward like a dead flower, a blackened spoon bowl without a handle, a ring of stones too neatly grouped to be natural. No one thing on its own proved much. Together they felt like a map written in filth and repetition. Then the smell reached us. It came in a pocket of air, not as one broad wall of rot, but as a concentrated seam of it, as if we had crossed some invisible threshold where the damp held on to scent instead of letting it disperse.
Sweet first, then sour, then that unmistakable mineral undertone that always makes your body know before your mind does that something dead is involved. Not fresh carrion exactly, older than that. Wet, confined, disturbed.
The younger deputy stopped so abruptly I almost walked into him. He said nothing for a second, just turned his head slightly and breathed through his mouth. The older deputy muttered, "Stay back." The words were for me, but he said them while stepping forward. Ahead, a loose lattice of branches and cut limbs had been laid over a patch of darker soil. Not random deadfall, constructed. The branches crossed each other at angles too deliberate to mistake for wind. Needles had been shaken over them to dull their freshness, but the wood beneath still showed pale where it had broken. The dirt around the edges looked recently turned, not wet enough to be mud, not dry enough to have settled.
It had that loose, combed look earth gets after something has tried to hide its own disruption. I didn't mean to move closer. I only wanted a better angle. One clear look that would let my brain decide what this was and be done with it. The older deputy's arm shot out across my chest before I made 2 steps.
"Wait back," he said, and this time there was no softness in it at all. The change in his voice did more than the words themselves. Until that moment, some stubborn part of me had still been holding on to the possibility that this would turn into a known category. A bad camp, poaching trash, an unstable drifter's den, something ugly but legible. That tone told me the category had shifted for him, too. The younger deputy crouched, leaned in without touching the branch cover, and then immediately stood again. His face had gone flat in that way people's faces do when they are trying not to show disgust or fear, because both feel inappropriate in front of each other.
Flies worked the edge of the lattice. I remember that detail with hateful clarity. Not a cloud of them, not some dramatic buzzing mass, just enough that once I noticed them I couldn't stop. A few lifting and settling, one tracing a slow pattern over the loose dirt, another disappearing between the crossed branches and re-emerging. The older deputy bent lower than the younger one had, peering beneath the makeshift cover without fully disturbing it. I shifted where I stood and, through the gaps between shoulders and brush, saw enough. A shallow trench, or a pit, not deep, more like something dug in haste and then improved over time. Roots cut through one side, damp soil caving a little at the edge. Beneath the branches and loose dirt, under a clutch of roots and leaves, something pale curved out of the dark like the clean arc of a buried shell. It could have been animal bone. It could have been nothing more than a root polished light by wet clay. It could also, with almost no effort from the imagination, have been something worse. That was the horror of it. I didn't need a clear view. The shape didn't need to identify itself. My body had already made its choice. I took one involuntary step backward and nearly stumbled over a hidden root. My mouth flooded with saliva the way it does right before you're sick. The older deputy straightened fast. "That's enough," he said. He wasn't speaking to me alone. He was speaking to the whole scene, to the line of inquiry, to the possibility that this had become something his legal pad and careful phrasing from the night before had not prepared for. He turned to the younger deputy and said something too low for me to hear fully. I caught only fragments. "Don't touch. Call it in. Need the location marked." The younger deputy nodded once and backed away from the pit with exaggerated care, as if the ground itself had become evidence.
He would not look directly at me now, and that frightened me more than if he had. Because up to then, he had still been trying to be reassuring. Now he was trying to be correct. They moved me out sooner than I expected. There was no long search, no dramatic sweep of the woods, no effort to have me point out every angle of my terror again. The older deputy took a few quick photos with his phone or a department-issued camera, marked something on a GPS unit, and then both men steered me physically and conversationally back toward the bridge with an urgency they kept trying to disguise as procedure. I kept glancing over my shoulder. Every time I did, the woods behind that branch lattice looked flatter, emptier, more innocent than they had any right to. Just trunks, brush, low shadow. The kind of place a deer could vanish into. The kind of place a person could stand very still and wait for someone else to turn their back. When we reached the bridge, I hesitated. I didn't mean to. My body simply slowed at the first plank. as if crossing it again might place me back inside the timing of the day before. The younger deputy noticed and took up position behind me without touching me, close enough that if I stopped entirely, I would feel it. The river below flashed green between the boards. One cable gave a low complaint in the heat. I crossed anyway. The near bank felt brighter, but not safer. The whole pull-off had changed for me. Yesterday it had been a hidden, beautiful place. Then it had become an escape route. Now it looked like the front porch to something older and uglier than a single encounter. A selected place, a place arranged to look unimportant from the road and private from the water, useful only to people who wanted either solitude or cover. That thought stayed with me through the drive back. In the SUV, nobody spoke for the first few miles. Gravel hissed under the tires. Dust rose behind us.
I stared out the window at road edges and tree trunks and small sunlit ditches without really seeing any of them. My whole body felt wrung out. Not panicked anymore. Worse than panicked. Convinced. Eventually, the younger deputy asked, without turning around, "Did he say anything at all?" I knew why he was asking again. A spoken word would have humanized him in some bureaucratic sense, given them something to attach motive to. Threats, slurs, nonsense, whatever. Speech makes people easier to sort. "No," I said. He laughed, or barked, I don't know. Then he screamed. Silence again. The older deputy, still careful but in a different register now, said, "It would be best if you didn't return to that area for a while." I looked at the back of his seat. "For a while," I repeated. He didn't correct it to ever. That choice chilled me. "What did you find?" I asked. He waited too long, enough time for the answer to become its own answer. Then he said, "Enough that you shouldn't come back." That was all. No reassurance, no minimization, no neat category. Just a sentence built almost entirely out of omission. By the time we got back into town, I felt as though I had left part of myself on that far bank. Not in a poetic sense, not trauma language, just in the practical way fear can break your life into before and after, with no ceremony at all. At the motel parking lot, the younger deputy got out with me and asked if I had someone I could call now. He didn't make it sound optional this time. So I called my sister. I sat on the edge of the motel bed while the air conditioner rattled, and the floral bedspread scratched the backs of my legs through the borrowed sweatpants. And when she answered on the second ring with a normal, bright hello, I made it through maybe 6 words before I started crying so hard I couldn't breathe. Not graceful crying. Not the movie version where tears roll silently down a composed face. I mean the ugly body-level kind. My throat locking, my chest hitching, snot, heat, shame, all of it. The kind of crying that comes not because you have decided to let emotion out, but because your nervous system has finally found a safer room than the woods to collapse inside. She kept saying my name and asking where I was and whether I was hurt, and the more gentle she sounded, the harder it became to answer. I gave her the short version at first. A man in the woods. I got away. Sheriff involved. I'm at a motel. I'm okay. I'm okay was a lie so obvious that even saying it made me feel foolish. She asked if she should drive out, if she should book me a flight home, if she should call anyone else. For several minutes I wanted nothing more than to say yes to all of it. Yes, come get me.
Yes, put me on a plane. Yes, make this somebody else's responsibility.
I pictured myself back in Seattle or Portland or wherever I could get a direct flight from, sitting under airport lights in borrowed clothes, removed from all of it by distance and noise and other people's business. But another part of me had already taken root. It was small then, not obsession yet, not fully, just a splinter of thought I couldn't stop tonguing. What was that place? Not who was he, not even, not yet. The place first, the skull marker, the arranged remains, the branch cover over disturbed ground, the sense of repeated use, the terrible practicality of the bridge. The encounter had not been random in the simple sense I had wanted it to be. It had not been one dangerous man blundering through the same patch of forest as me. The site itself looked maintained, chosen, shaped by habit. There had been display objects, hiding places, signs of living, signs of staging, and that possible trench under the branches. Someone had made that place into what it was. By late afternoon, I had stopped crying and started writing down every detail I could remember in the Notes app on my phone, in case shock erased any of it later. The bend of the road, the sound of the bridge, the exact shade of the fabric beneath the skull, the brown red on his cuff, the shape of the pale object in his hand, the older deputy's face when he looked into the pit. I told myself this was practical, something to give law enforcement later if they asked. That was partly true. The uglier truth was that I could already feel curiosity moving in under the fear, not replacing it, just nesting beside it. Fear wants edges. It wants the thing that almost harmed you to make a shape you can understand. Without that, it keeps growing. That evening, I repacked the Subaru because I needed something ordinary to do. I reorganized the cooler, threw away melted ice water, folded clean clothes, found the clean underwear I had never taken down to the river in the first place. My own t-shirt had been recovered, dirt-streaked and damp-smelling, and I laid it over the motel chair without touching it much. The parking lot was half full. A work truck, 2 family sedans, 1 motorcycle under a cover. The sky had started going that long western gold that makes even ugly places look touched by something soft. I stood at the back of the Subaru with the hatch open, moving gear from one side to the other, when my hand brushed the rear wiper arm. Something caught. I looked up. A thin brown cord had been looped twice around the base of the wiper and tied off in a tight little knot. For a second, I just stared at it without understanding. Then every part of me went cold. It wasn't part of the car. It wasn't old trash blown in off the road. It was the same kind of hand-twisted cord we had found mixed among the tins and remains on the far bank. Pale brown, fibrous, uneven in thickness. Deliberate. And I knew with absolute certainty it had not been there before. Chapter 3. What the locals wouldn't say.
I told myself I stayed because I was tired. That was the version I could live with for the first 12 hours. I told myself my body had taken more of a beating than I realized, that driving 8 or 10 hours south in that condition would be stupid, that I needed one more night in a bed and one more shower where nobody expected anything from me. I told my sister something similar when she called to check on me that morning. I told her I was thinking clearly now, that the sheriff's office had the location, that I'd leave once I felt steady enough to be back on the highway for that long. All of that was believable. None of it was the real reason. The real reason was that I could not stop thinking about the place across the river. Not even the man at first, although, of course, he was inside every thought. The place itself had gotten its hooks into me. The skull on the cedar, the pink fabric, the half-hidden camp,
the branch lattice over the turned earth. The fact that something so deliberate existed within driving distance of gas pumps, motel ice machines, and families buying bait for the weekend. Every time I tried to imagine simply leaving town and letting it become a story I told much later in bars or at parties, if I ever told it at all, I hit the same wall inside myself. I wanted answers with a force that embarrassed me. So I stayed one more day. Then, after one more day had passed and I still had nothing I could call understanding, I stayed another. The town was the kind of place that looked more temporary than old, even if parts of it had probably been there for generations. A main road with too much space between buildings. Pickup trucks dusted the color of the roads that fed into them. Small businesses whose windows carried the fading memory of older decals beneath the current ones. Hanging baskets outside the mini-mart. A diner with an American flag and a hand-lettered pie special. A laundromat beside a nail salon that looked permanently closed. Not a tourist town exactly, but not untouched either. The sort of place where outsiders passed through often enough to be noticed and forgotten in the same afternoon. I started with the gas station clerk because she had seen me at my worst. She recognized me the second I walked in, though I had on jeans and a clean shirt this time, and had forced myself to make eye contact like a normal person. Her expression shifted through surprise, concern, and something more cautious before settling. "How you holding up?" she asked. "Better," I lied. It was mid-morning. The coffee urns were full. One man in paint-streaked work pants was scratching lottery tickets near the door. A teenage boy in a backward cap stood by the bait fridge, deciding between two kinds of worms. Everything smelled like coffee, cardboard, and sweet packaged bread. I bought a bottle of water I didn't need just to justify lingering, then kept my tone light. "I was wondering about that road out by the river," I said. "The one with the old bridge." Her hand paused halfway to stacking a sleeve of lids. "What about it?" "Just whether people go out there much." She looked past me for a second, toward the windows, as if checking whether someone had come in behind me. "Not much out there," she said. The answer came too quickly. I nodded as if I hadn't heard the edge in it. I figured maybe fishermen. "Some," she shrugged. "Depends on the season." Then she moved on to the next task without quite dismissing me and without inviting another question. I could feel the conversation closing like a screen door. I pushed once more anyway. "Anybody camp on that side?" That got me a different kind of pause. Not long, just long enough to register. "People squat all over," she said. "You know how it is." No, I thought. I didn't know how it was. That was exactly the problem. But I thanked her and let it go, because pressing harder in a place like that only teaches people what not to say around you. The diner was busier and gave me more to watch. It had wood-paneled walls gone orange with age, a pie case near the register,
and one of those long counters where the stools spin a little slower than they used to. Men in work boots took up most of the booths, not because there weren't women there, but because the room had that weekday morning shape common in small towns. Crews breaking for coffee, retirees with local paper sections spread flat, one waitress moving faster than anyone else in the building. I ordered eggs I barely touched and listened. Place names came and went. Road work, rain, salmon counts, somebody's cousin's divorce, a bear getting into garbage cans up on a ridge road. The language of a town that sees itself not as isolated, but as practical.
When the older waitress topped off my coffee, I asked her whether there were any good river access spots nearby that weren't too crowded. Again, I kept it casual. I did not mention the bridge at first. I did not mention the sheriff, or the man, or the far bank. I wanted to hear what information came on its own. She listed 2 public spots farther south, both busier and safer sounding than I wanted to hear about, then squinted at me a little and said, "You by yourself?" "Yeah." That seemed to answer more for her than anything else I could have said. "Best not go down unknown roads alone," she said, setting the coffee pot against her hip. "Too easy to get stuck." The phrasing was ordinary, too ordinary. Everything in town seemed to want danger translated into inconvenience. Not assaulted, stuck. Not hunted, lost. Not selected, careless. I smiled faintly. Stuck in mud? She held my eyes for 1 beat longer than politeness required. "Sometimes," she said. Then she moved on. That was when I started noticing the local habit that would bother me more the longer I stayed. Nobody denied danger. They flattened it. That is the best way I can explain it. If I had walked into a place where the road truly led nowhere and nothing had ever happened there, people would have laughed it off. They would have said so directly. "No punny, just an old bridge. Kids fish there sometimes. You picked a weird spot, but that's all." Instead, every answer came with a little pressure on top, like a hand smoothing a wrinkle out of cloth. "Not much out there. People squat all over. Best not go alone. Timber company land around some of it. You can get turned around. Folks dump trash. Not worth it." Flattening, not denying. The bait and tackle counter gave me more of the same in a rougher voice. It sat in the back of a hardware store where the floorboards creaked and the fluorescent bulbs hummed. There were lure displays, shelves of ammo, stacks of feed, racks of rain jackets, all the kinds of goods that make a rural store feel like 5 stores poorly hidden inside one another. The man behind the counter looked old enough to have sold hooks to 3 generations of the same family. He had liver spots on both hands and the kind of beard that never really ended so much as thinned down into his collar. I bought a packet of split-shot sinkers for no reason except to have something in my hand. "You know that road by the old footbridge off the river?" I asked eventually. He did not answer right away. Instead, he asked, "Which river?" I told him. He grunted. "Timber company land around some of that, depending where you mean." "Do people fish there much?" "Some do." "Camp?" He gave me a look then, not suspicious exactly, measuring. People camp where they shouldn't all over this county. Again that word, people, general enough to erase shape. The town's favorite witness protection program seemed to be grammar. I tried one more angle. "You ever hear about trouble out there?"
That made him snort, but not because he found the question ridiculous. "Trouble where there ain't people," he said, "usually means there are people." Then he took my cash, put the change on the counter, and shifted his attention with such finality that I knew I was done. The laundromat was where I learned the most by hearing the least. It was hot in there, in the dull, enclosed way of all laundromats, every machine adding its own body heat to the room. The air smelled of detergent, damp denim, and the sharp metallic trace of old water lines. I had a load of clothes going, mostly because I needed to perform an ordinary chore to feel human again. Sitting there, watching towels tumble made me feel, for an hour, like the world still contained routines stronger than fear.
An older woman sat 3 machines down, folding children's clothes into perfect little rectangles. She had a cigarette voice and one of those faces that looked born skeptical but not unkind. We exchanged the small smiles strangers do in boring rooms. After a while, I asked whether she was from around there. "Long enough," she said. The opening was small, but I took it. I mentioned I was passing through, that I'd found some pretty water up a back road, that there was an old bridge out there that looked like something from a movie. I said it almost playfully, as if I were only making conversation. She stopped folding for a second. "Where at?" I described it without using the road name, because by then I wasn't sure whether I had the right name anyway. Washed out pull-off, old footbridge, alder on both sides, river bend. She resumed folding, slower now. "Pretty out there," I said, trying to sound like the kind of woman who might go back for photos and not for proof of predation. "Pretty gets people in trouble," she said. I waited. She shook out a child's t-shirt and laid it flat on her knee. "Some places aren't worth being curious about." That was the first real warning anyone gave me, and the reason it landed so hard was because she said it without performance. No spooky tone, no rural folklore smile. Just fatigue. The weariness of somebody who had either learned that lesson personally or watched too many other people pay for not learning it. I wanted to ask what she meant. I wanted to ask who she had lost or what she had seen, or whether she knew exactly the place I meant. But something in her face stopped me, not hostility, a kind of old private refusal. So instead I said, "Do you mean animals?" She looked at me then, and there was the briefest flash of pity in it. "I mean curiosity," she said. That was all. Later that afternoon, I checked every low information source I could find without looking like a crazy person conducting an amateur homicide investigation. The bulletin boards in the mini-mart and laundromat, flyers stapled near the diner register, community notices in a rack by the library entrance. I found old newspaper stacks too, not in a formal archive, just piled in uneven bundles in a side room where locals were apparently trusted not to ruin things. There were mentions, but nothing that matched the scale of what I had seen. A short item about vandalized campsites near a river access road the year before. A notice about stolen fishing gear from a vehicle parked overnight at an unmaintained pull-off. An old missing pet flyer, a hound dog named Rusty that had slipped a lead and disappeared near a bridge crossing farther upriver. One sheriff's blotter note about unauthorized occupancy cleared from a timber edge. It was all close enough to be infuriating and vague enough to protect itself,
Each item seemed like the shadow cast by something larger nobody wanted to name. By evening, my frustration had grown sharp enough that I stopped bothering with the full casual act. At a small grocery and feed place on the edge of town, I was picking up ice and aspirin when the owner, a narrow man in a mariner's cap with a face like a worn fence post, heard me asking the cashier whether there had ever been another bridge crossing farther off that same road. He looked up from pricing a carton of dip and said, "Which road?" I gave the name I thought I'd heard the deputy use. The reaction was immediate, though slight enough that I might have missed it if I hadn't spent 2 days living off slight reactions. His jaw tightened. Not fear exactly, annoyance mixed with something more alert. "You don't say that one loud," he said. I laughed a little because I honestly thought I'd misheard him.
"What?" He glanced toward the front windows, then toward the man in line behind me, a logger-looking guy buying motor oil and sunflower seeds, before stepping closer to the counter. "Not in here," he said more quietly. "Don't use that road name out loud in front of certain people." I stared at him. Why? He held my gaze for one uncomfortable second, then looked away first, which somehow made it worse. "Because some folks know exactly what's out there," he said, "and some folks don't like hearing it discussed." He did not explain further. He did not need to. I walked out with the ice melting in a paper sack against my hip, and the unpleasant certainty that the truth in that town was not absent. It was nearby. It was just sealed inside people. The first person who gave me anything usable did it by pretending she wasn't. Her espresso stand sat in one of those little drive-up shacks you see all over Washington, painted forest green with a hand-lettered sign offering mochas, energy drinks, breakfast burritos, and something called a Sasquatch freeze. It was parked beside a wide pullout where the highway bent toward town, close enough to catch commuters and contractors in the morning and locals drifting through all day. I had driven past it twice before stopping, mostly because it looked like the kind of place where people talked while waiting for coffee, and I had started to understand that actual answers in that town only ever appeared sideways. She was maybe in her 40s, with sun-lined skin, tired eyes, and the kind of efficient friendliness that suggests she has listened to more than she has ever repeated. There was a laminated tribal fisheries permit clipped beside the register, and later I learned her brother worked river access and habitat restoration on and off, depending on the season. At the time, I just noticed that when I mentioned a bridge on a side road, she didn't smile and shrug the way everyone else had. She slid my coffee through the window and said, "Which bridge?" I described it the best I could, without using the road name the grocery owner had warned me not to say in public. Old pedestrian bridge, washed out pull-off, alder on both sides, quiet stretch of water, no signs. She leaned one forearm on the sill and looked at me more directly. "You from around here?" "No." "That helps." It was such a strange answer that for a second I thought I had misheard her. Helps what? She took back the pen she had used to mark my cup and tapped it once against the register. Helps explain why you'd go down there and still think quiet means empty. I didn't answer right away. Something in her tone made the conversation feel dangerously close to becoming real. Up to then, I had been collecting fragments, flattened warnings, evasions, phrases with the middle removed. But this felt like the first time someone had acknowledged the actual shape of my ignorance. I glanced at the road behind me. Nobody else was waiting. "I had a bad encounter out there," I said, and even that felt like too much to say in daylight over a paper cup. "I'm trying to figure out whether what I found was bad camp," she said. The way she said it made my skin tighten. "You know about camps?" She gave a little one-shouldered shrug. "Everybody knows there are camps. Doesn't mean they know whose." I stayed there longer than was reasonable for one mediocre coffee because she kept talking in these narrow drifts that sounded accidental until I listened hard enough to hear the pattern underneath. She never once claimed she had seen the place I'd seen. She never said there was one specific man living out there. She didn't offer me a campfire story or a local legend. What she gave me instead was a vocabulary. Hidden camps, poachers that used more than rifles, feral drifters, which I understood from the way she said it did not mean literally wild men in the woods, but the kind of people who slip outside ordinary life long enough to become half rumor and half practical danger. And once, almost under her breath while she was wiping spilled syrup from the counter, a phrase that stayed with me longer than anything else. "Some folks say there's a man who dresses the woods." I looked at her sharply. What does that mean? She seemed to regret saying it at all. "Means they find odd things tied up where they weren't before," she said. "Bone hangings, cloth, stuff on branches, stuff meant to be noticed by the right person." The right person. Not everybody. Not random decoration. Not trash caught in wind. I asked if she meant hunting markers, but she shook her head. "Hunting markers don't look like trophies." That word hit me hard enough that I had to hide it by lifting the coffee cup. Trophies. I hadn't used that word yet, not even privately. I had thought display, arrangement, marker, evidence of a disturbed mind, but hearing somebody else reach for a term that ugly on her own made something inside me settle into place. Because the pink fabric under the skull had not been random, I knew that already on the body level. What I hadn't wanted to admit was what it implied. If the fabric had crossed the river, if it had been tied deliberately under that deer skull on the cedar, then the act wasn't only practical, it was communicative. It wasn't just proof that he could take something, it was proof that he wanted it placed where it could mean something. Possession, memory, a private language made visible. I asked if she had ever seen one of these bone hangings herself. "No," she said, too fast. Then, after a beat, "My brother cut one down once. Didn't keep it." "What was it?" She looked away toward the road and squinted as if the answer might be somewhere past traffic and sunlight. "Strings with vertebrae. Maybe bird, maybe fish, maybe not. Doesn't matter. It was wrong enough." She would not give me more than that. But by then, even her refusals had started sounding informative. The patterns she described were always the same, even when she tried to downplay them. Access points near water, old bridge crossings, places just hidden enough from the road to promise privacy. Things found hanging and then gone before any official report could make them into a file. Camps cleared, burned, or moved. Odd objects tied to branches low enough to catch the eye of someone stepping out of a vehicle or walking toward a bank. Nothing confirmed. Everything recurring. By the time I left that stand,
My coffee had gone mostly cold, and my mind felt busier than it had since the morning after the river. Not calmer. Worse than calm. Structured. Back at the motel, I bought a cheap spiral notebook from the mini-mart because my phone notes were starting to feel too abstract. I wanted paper, something I could flip back through, circle, underline, look at all at once. I sat at the little motel desk under a lamp with a stained shade and started writing. First, facts as I knew them. Late August 2016. Dead-end pull-off above river. Old footbridge. No visible trash or recent use. Man on opposite bank. Handmade or scavenged clothes. Twigs in hair. Small jawbone-like object on cord. Bones around neck. Bridge used immediately. Pink fabric tied under deer skull. Branch lattice over disturbed ground. Brown cord on rear wiper. Then I started writing the things people had said, or almost said. People squat all over, not worth curiosity. Quiet doesn't mean empty. Bad camp. Bone hangings. Man who dresses the woods. Things meant to be noticed by the right person. Once I had all that down, I turned to a blank page and began sketching the roads as best I could remember them. I am not good at maps, but I didn't need pretty. I needed relation. Main road, town center, mini-mart, diner, highway bend, river access roads branching off at ugly little angles. I marked the bridge I had found, the pull-off. Then I added the public fishing spots people had recommended to me when I asked for safe places, and the other bridge crossings I'd heard mentioned in passing by the tackle counterman and the espresso woman. As soon as I started placing them, something ugly emerged. Not a perfect pattern, not enough to prove anything in a court or even in a real adult conversation, but enough to make the skin at the back of my neck tighten. The roads and access points that kept coming up shared a logic. They were places where a person could feel briefly hidden without being truly remote. The kind of spots a solo traveler, fisherman, swimmer, or camper might choose for exactly that reason. Pretty enough to invite stopping, quiet enough to justify undressing, washing, changing, sleeping, or staying longer than planned. Shielded from the road, but not difficult to reach if you knew the terrain. I circled those places. Then I wrote one sentence under the map. Chosen for privacy, not isolation. That was the midpoint of the whole thing for me, though I didn't know it yet. Until then, I had still been thinking in terms of accidental overlap. Bad man, bad place, bad timing. But the more I looked at the bridge and the roads and the little soft access pockets around the river, the more I began to suspect something colder. The site I had found wasn't just hidden, it was useful. Useful because beauty disarmed people. Useful because the old bridge made the place memorable. Useful because the dead-end pull-off suggested a boundary while still allowing access. Useful because a woman alone, or a tired traveler, or anybody feeling overheated and anonymous might believe, exactly as I had believed, that they were briefly outside other people's line of sight. I replayed the bridge encounter in my head until it lost none of its violence but changed its meaning. At first, in the hours after it happened, I had filed the fear under the broad category of being watched. A peeping Tom in the woods, except more dangerous. An unstable man drawn by the sight of a vulnerable woman. But the longer I sat with the details, the more that interpretation failed. He had not leered. That mattered.
He had not made a show of seeing me. He had not called anything vulgar across the water. He had not lingered in the stupid power trip of making me know I was exposed. Even his laughter, when I got tangled in the blackberry canes, had not sounded playful or sexual.
It had sounded like the reflex of a thing seeing prey make a predictable mistake. That was what had been so wrong about him, and why I had sensed it before I could name it. He assessed distance. He measured terrain. He moved toward the bridge immediately because the bridge was the answer to the problem, and he had already known that before my fear fully bloomed. I wrote that down too, and once it existed in ink, I could no longer make myself believe I was exaggerating. The day stretched out around that notebook. I took it to the laundromat while finishing another load of clothes and pretended to read while I actually listened. I took it back to the diner and copied down the little sheriff's blotter items I'd found in old papers: vandalized camps, missing gear, unauthorized occupancy. I underlined how often river access or unmaintained pull-offs appeared around the edges of those reports without ever becoming the center. As evening settled in, the town grew softer around the edges, in the way small towns do. Work trucks vanished, porch lights came on. The sky thinned to silver over the parking lots. I walked back across the motel lot, carrying my notebook and a plastic bag of takeout I wasn't hungry for. And something in the tree line beyond the chain-link fence caught my eye. I stopped so suddenly the food bag swung against my leg. There, beyond the lot and the fence, in the blue-gray wash of dusk, stood a narrow, layered shape. For one full second I saw him again. Tall, ragged, motionless. All the breath went out of me. My fingers tightened so hard around the notebook that the cardboard cover bent. The parking lot seemed to tilt slightly under my feet. I could hear the distant hum of traffic and the ice machine by the office, and nothing else. The shape stood just beyond the fence line, near the trees, angled enough that I could not make out a face. Cloth hung from it. Something pale caught what was left of the light. I did not move. Then a pickup truck pulled into the lot, headlights sweeping across the fence for half a second, and the figure resolved into junk. A torn tarp or old coat draped over fence wire, a leaning post behind it, something plastic or reflective caught in the folds. I laughed once under my breath, but there was no relief in it, because even after the headlights passed and the shape became harmless, some part of me still wasn't sure that was all I had seen. That uncertainty mattered more than the object itself. It meant he had already altered my sightlines. The world was filling with possible versions of him, and I could not always tell which was memory and which was shadow. That night, back at the espresso stand, just before closing because I could not leave the subject alone, I asked one more careful question. "Has anyone ever left gear behind at one of those roads?" I said. "Like, in a hurry?" She was rinsing blender cups in a small sink. For a while, I thought she might refuse to answer at all. Then she said, "Heard about a woman a few years back. Different access point. Left a camp stove and one boot." I stared at her. What happened to her? Nothing official. That phrase chilled me even more than if she had said she didn't know. She reported? The woman shook water from her hands and reached for a towel. Not that I heard. Why not? She looked at me in that same hard, almost pitying way the laundromat woman had. "Because if you get away," she said,
Sometimes that's all you want on paper. I drove back to the motel in near dark with a notebook open on the passenger seat at a red light, reading over the sentence I had written earlier as if it belonged to someone else. Chosen for privacy, not isolation. And beneath it, in smaller letters now, I added another. If other women had left gear behind and never filed, then whatever happened to me was not the first version of it. By the third morning, I had reached the point where not knowing felt worse than being afraid.
That is not a healthy threshold, but it is a real one. Fear, if it lasts long enough without closure, starts looking for structure anywhere it can find it. Mine had already moved past the first crude need to get far away. I was still sleeping badly, still checking the motel room lock twice before bed, still scanning every parking lot before I got out of the Subaru. But under all of that, another instinct had taken hold, meaner and less honest than fear. I wanted the thing that had happened to me to become legible before I left town. Not solved, just shaped. I wanted one adult sentence from someone official that would let me put borders around it. Instead, everything official kept thinning out in my hands. I went back to the sheriff's substation just before noon, carrying my notebook and telling myself I was only there to add details I might have forgotten.
The same building looked even sadder in daylight. The notices on the corkboard had curled more. The standing fan still clicked at the same point in its turn. Somewhere down the hall, a copier jammed and someone swore softly at it. The ordinary ugliness of the place irritated me in a way I couldn't fully explain. It felt insulting that such a room could stand between what I had seen and any meaningful response. The older deputy wasn't there. The younger one was. He recognized me immediately and, for just a second, seemed to consider pretending not to. Then he gave me the restrained, tired expression of a man who had hoped a situation would resolve itself by your leaving and now realized it had not. "You doing all right?" he asked. "No," I said. That honesty seemed to catch him off guard more than tears would have. I asked whether there was any update from the site across the river, whether they had identified the remains in the branch-covered pit, whether anyone had searched deeper in, whether the deer skull and the fabric had been collected, whether there had been prior complaints from that road, whether the county knew who used those camps, whether they had found any trace of the man. The questions came out too quickly. I knew it even while speaking. He did not answer most of them directly. That was the first brush off. It wasn't rude. That was part of what made it effective. He kept his voice level, almost apologetic, and used the language institutions use when they want to sound helpful while giving nothing away. The site was being handled. Certain information couldn't be released. Some land access and jurisdiction issues complicated next steps. If anything further was needed from me, someone would contact me. I heard all of that and understood none of it as comfort. "What does handled mean?" I asked. "It means it's being looked at." "By who?" "A couple agencies, depending where the line falls." "The line?" I repeated. "You mean the property line? The county line? The river?" His mouth tightened for half a second. "Ma'am," he said, "I know this feels unfinished to you." Feels unfinished. There it was again. That flattening instinct, now in official language. Not unfinished, not unresolved, not potentially dangerous. A feeling I was having. I took a breath through my nose and forced myself not to snap.
Was there anything in that trench? He held my gaze just long enough for me to see the answer before he spoke. I can't discuss an active matter. It wasn't the refusal that shook me. It was the phrase. An active matter. Not a nuisance call anymore. Not a transient scare in the woods. Active. I pushed once more anyway. Have there been other complaints from river access roads? This time, he didn't answer at all. He only shifted his weight slightly and glanced toward the open office door behind him, where somebody was moving in the hall. That silence told me more than a denial would have. I might have kept at him if he hadn't changed tactics then. He stepped out of the main office doorway and lowered his voice in a way that made the whole exchange suddenly feel less official and more human. "You need to go home," he said. "Not leave town eventually, not take care. Go home." I looked at him. "I'm serious," he added. "Let the county handle it." I heard the sentence one way first, then another. On the surface, it was simple concern, a deputy telling a shaken outsider not to play detective. But there was something else underneath it, a shape hidden inside the wording. Not "let us handle it," let the county handle it. As if the thing he was warning me away from was bigger than one site, bigger than one report, bigger even than his own authority over it. "Why?" I asked quietly. He took a beat too long before replying. "Because there are old complaints in wooded access areas," he said. "And because people who stay curious too long tend to make poor decisions." He regretted the first half of that the second it left his mouth. I could see it happen. His face shifted, not dramatically, just enough to show he had said more than intended. "Old complaints," I repeated. He looked past me then, toward the parking lot, toward escape. "Go home," he said again. That conversation should have ended the matter for me. A sane version of me would have packed the Subaru that hour, driven until the town was gone in the rear view, and counted myself lucky that whatever pattern the deputy had hinted at had not finished closing over me. Instead, I did what fear and curiosity had apparently trained me to do together by then. I decided to see the road one last time. Not up close, I told myself, not the bridge, not the far bank, just from the turnout. One last look in broad daylight before leaving, so I could carry away something stable instead of the blur in my memory. I waited until mid-afternoon when the light was high and unforgiving. I did not tell anyone where I was going because I was already ashamed of going. The drive out felt shorter this time, which frightened me more than if it had felt longer. Roads become intimate quickly once you attach enough fear to them. Every bend looked familiar. Every patch of alder and cedar seemed already sorted in my mind into zones of danger and approach. When I reached the final bend, I did not pull all the way into the washed-out turnout. I stopped short enough to keep the car angled toward the road, engine running, driver's door unlocked. My hands were damp on the wheel. From there, I could see the slope down toward the river and the old bridge beyond. Everything looked still, too still in that ordinary daylight way that makes memory feel theatrical until one detail misaligns and ruins the whole illusion. I scanned the near bank first. Gravel, brush. The place where my shorts had snagged in the blackberry canes was empty now. That made sense. The deputies had taken them. Then I looked across the river to the far bank. At first I saw nothing, only trunks, brush, shadow, the steep rise of ground where I had first seen him standing. My pulse eased a little despite myself. Nothing moved. No figure in the trees. No lean-to shape visible from this angle. No pink cloth catching the eye. Then that last thought snagged. No pink cloth. I leaned forward over the steering wheel and narrowed my eyes. The cedar trunk where the deer skull had been fixed still stood where it had stood. I was almost certain of it. The line of bark, the curve of the ground beneath, the branch angle to one side. I had replayed that image enough times to know its silhouette. But the skull marker itself was gone. Not hidden by shadow, gone. The strip of pink fabric beneath it was gone too. I got out of the car before I had consciously decided to. I only went a few paces, just enough to clear the windshield glare and get a better angle through the alder. The air felt heavy. No bird noise. No insects that I could hear over the river. The bridge cables hung dull in the light. Once I started looking for absence, I saw more of it. The crude visual clues of camp presence I had been able to pick out from this side before. The odd line of tarp through brush, the black ring of the old fire pit deeper back, even one of the strange pale hangings that might have been bone or branch, had either shifted or vanished entirely. I couldn't prove each change from that distance, but the cumulative effect was unmistakable. The place had been altered. Either the deputies had moved faster and more thoroughly than anyone had implied, or someone else had gone back in and cleaned what they knew how to clean. I stood there beside the idling Subaru, with the realization moving through me cold and slow. The site was being reset, not abandoned, not merely discovered and left in panic. Reset. The missing skull marker mattered less than what it suggested. Someone cared which traces remained visible and for how long. Someone understood the rhythm of incidents like mine, how long an outsider would linger, how long deputies might take an interest, how quickly a place had to be stripped back down to ambiguity before it could become just another quiet river road again. That was the moment my suspicion became something harder. Until then, even with all the warnings and the cloth and the branch-covered trench, I had still been picturing one main horror. One man in one camp at one site. Deranged, predatory, dangerous, yes, but singular. A fixed point you might avoid if only you knew where he was. Standing there and looking at what had already disappeared, I felt that model collapse. Because a man who merely lived rough in the woods might flee when seen. He might leave gear, he might vanish. But this looked different. This looked practiced, maintained, restored to partial innocence. A selected place made ready to go back to being overlooked. I thought of the espresso woman's phrase again. A man who dresses the woods. At the time, it had sounded folkloric, almost too neat. Out there by the turnout, it felt horrible in a more practical way. Dress the woods, arrange the sightline, tie the marker, remove the marker, leave what should be seen, take what should not. Use beauty as cover, use privacy as bait, use silence as cleanup. And if one site could be reset, why not others? I took out my notebook and wrote while standing beside the open car door, my handwriting ugly from tension. Skull gone, fabric gone, visible camp signs reduced. Either official cleanup was immediate or someone returned before I left town. Not random habitation, maintained access point. Then, under that, after a pause,
maybe multiple spots, maybe the same method.
The notebook page trembled in my hand because my hand was trembling. I did not go any closer. That matters to me, absurdly, even now. I did not cross the bridge. I did not climb down the bank. I did not act on the ugly little urge to prove the changes with my own eyes. Some final useful instinct in me understood that the distance between observation and entanglement had already narrowed too much. So I got back in the Subaru and left. This time, I really did pack the motel room when I returned. I stripped the bed, checked under it out of some new compulsion I hated, unplugged my charger, stacked the notebook in the passenger seat, dumped the last of the melting cooler water in the parking lot gravel. Every action felt procedural in a way I had come to distrust. The same part of the system that had given me a motel room, a blanket, and careful language now seemed to be ushering me toward the county line with just enough acknowledgement to keep me moving. That is how it felt in the end. Not rescued, not reassured, not even dismissed exactly. Processed out. Like my function in the incident had concluded once I'd provided the part that belonged to me. Fear, description, location, reaction. And now the local machinery, formal and informal both, had taken over the rest. The county would handle it. The townspeople would flatten it. The roads would continue being roads. The forest would go on keeping the shape of whatever moved inside it. I checked out at the motel desk without mentioning where I was headed. The woman at the counter smiled automatically and asked if everything had been okay with the room. I almost laughed at the scale of the question. Instead, I said yes and handed over the key card. The sky had gone the color it gets before real afternoon begins to drain. Hard blue above, brighter at the edges, sunlight flattening things out on the highway. I drove through town one last time, past the diner, the gas station, the little grocery where I'd been warned not to say the road name out loud. And every building looked smaller now that I knew how much silence it could contain. Once I reached the highway, I felt something in my chest loosen, just enough that I almost mistook it for relief. Then I checked the rearview mirror. A pickup sat 2 cars back. Nothing remarkable about it at first. Older model, dull paint, windshield catching light. I only looked twice because something at the front of it moved strangely in the wind. At first I thought it was a strip of trash caught on the antenna. Then the light hit it cleanly for half a second and I saw that it was pale, narrow, and tied on. Bone white or sun-faded, I couldn't tell. It flicked once in the highway wind and vanished behind the curve before I could get a longer look. I kept driving, but the image stayed with me for miles. Not because I knew what it was, because I didn't. Chapter 4. The second time I saw him. By the following spring, I had become the kind of person who looked normal from across a room. That was the easiest version of what happened to me to sell to other people. And after a while, I started helping them sell it to themselves. I went back to work. I answered emails on time. I laughed in the right places. I went to brunch with friends who had only heard the short version. Some scary incident while traveling. A man in the woods. Sheriff called. No, I didn't really want to talk about it. Yes, I was okay now. I moved apartments 3 months after the breakup, partly because the lease was up and partly because I couldn't stand how easily fear had attached itself to the old place. The new apartment was smaller, brighter, and more expensive than I should have been paying, with
thin walls and a parking lot view instead of trees. I told people I loved it for the natural light.
The truth was, I loved that I could see my car from the kitchen window, and that nobody could stand just beyond a tree line outside my shower. Trauma, at least for me, did not announce itself with grand breakdowns. It became logistics. I started backing into parking spaces without ever deciding to. The first few times I noticed and laughed at myself. After a while, it became as automatic as turning on a signal. I wanted the nose of the car facing out. I wanted one simple motion between me and leaving. If a lot was too tight to back in, I chose another spot. If I couldn't, I parked near the exit. I stopped walking straight from a building to my car without scanning first. Not scanning in some paranoid cinematic way, just little checks, so constant they became part of my vision. Tree lines, fence gaps, the dark between parked trucks, the stretch of sidewalk where bushes met a corner. I would register them all in a second without seeming to look. My friends noticed only if I was distracted enough to let my body do it before my face caught up. I kept my keys in my hand more often than my bag. I stopped showering comfortably in houses that backed up to woods or green belts, even if the bathroom windows were frosted. The logic didn't matter. Frosted glass still admitted shadows. Shower curtains still cut off sight lines. Water still drowned out small sounds. More than once I found myself stepping out dripping to check a lock because I'd heard a noise that turned out to be plumbing or an upstairs neighbor moving a chair. I did not camp alone again. That one sounds dramatic until you realize how easy it was to disguise. People get older. They get softer about sleeping on the ground. They decide cabins are nicer. They prefer day hikes. They joke about wanting real bathrooms. I used every one of those excuses and was rewarded for them. Nobody thinks less of a woman in her 30s for deciding she doesn't want to rough it by herself anymore. If anything, people call it wisdom. But it wasn't wisdom. It was conditioning. That took me longer to admit than almost anything else. For a few months, I told myself I was healing because the fear had become more manageable. Then therapy taught me a less flattering truth. Manageable does not mean gone. Sometimes it only means the fear has learned where to hide itself so it can keep running your life without interrupting your calendar. I did go to therapy. I should say that plainly because for a while I resisted even naming it that. I thought of it first as talking to someone a friend recommended, then as a few sessions, then finally as what it actually was. Me paying a professional to sit in a well-lit room and help me understand why I kept checking locks at 2 a.m, and why every old bridge in a photograph made my pulse spike. The therapist was kind, practical, and annoyingly perceptive in the way good ones always are. She gave me language for things I had been trying to live around. Hypervigilance, avoidance, triggered sensory recall, survival shame. She explained, gently and more than once, that the body remembers danger differently than the mind narrates it. That a smell, a texture, a certain quality of silence could bypass all my adult reasoning and drag me straight back into the riverbank version of myself before I understood why. That part, at least, felt true. The problem was that understanding the mechanics did not touch the sensory memory. The memory itself remained intact in a way that was almost obscene.
I could still feel the exact cold of the river around my calves if I thought about it too long. I could still hear the bridge cable groan under weight. I could still see sunlight catching on that pale thing in his hand.
I could still tell you how the gas station bathroom light turned the cuts on my thighs into something theatrical and ugly, or how the hand-shaped smear under my ribs seemed to come into focus the longer I stared at it. Therapy made me more functional. It did not make me safe from remembering. By late summer of the next year, most people in my life had settled on the phrase, "mostly over it." They did not say it cruelly. That was part of why I let them. My sister said it after I took a weekend trip without texting her my location every 4 hours. A co-worker said it after I agreed to drive to a site visit by myself and didn't visibly flinch when we passed a wooded trailhead. Even I used the phrase once or twice when someone asked whether I was doing better. Mostly over it, meaning I could sleep through some nights, meaning I could walk from my office to my car without rehearsing how fast I could unlock it, meaning I no longer checked every motel room bathroom for a second exit before unpacking, meaning I could talk about the incident in abstract nouns if pressed: assault attempt, bad encounter, county roads, learned a lesson, without feeling my body go electrically cold. All of that was true enough to satisfy other people. But buried is not gone, and I had arranged my life carefully around that distinction. I avoided Washington's Olympic side altogether. That wasn't hard. Plenty of people never set foot there and live complete lives. If someone suggested a coastal road trip or a weekend in the peninsula, I had a ready-made excuse. Too far, too expensive, too rainy, too many tourists. I said these things casually and was rewarded with easy alternatives. Nobody dug deeper. When work sent me north, I rerouted if I could. If I couldn't reroute, I kept to major highways and daylight. That became one of my private superstitions. Not roads, not wilderness, but combinations. Back roads plus solitude, trees plus no signal, water access plus privacy, a scenic pull-off with no other vehicles. Any one of those could still be normal. Together, they made my body begin the old arithmetic. I changed jobs that winter, moving from a more office-bound role into contract field coordination for an environmental consulting company that sounded a lot more outdoorsy than it actually was. Most of my work still happened from a desk, but every so often I had to drive out to meet clients, inspect access routes, photograph easements, or check in on sites before a full team went out. It paid better, which mattered. It also let me frame some of my behavioral adaptations as professionalism. Of course I carry a charger, extra water, and a flashlight in the car. Of course I text route updates. Of course I back in. Field habits. That story was easier to live with than the truth. The trip that sent me back through western Washington happened in early September, almost a year after the river. Even now I hate how ordinary the reason was. Not a pilgrimage, not some dramatic choice to confront my fears. Just work. A 2-day run to photograph access conditions and meet a property manager outside a small town on the western side of the state. Most of it was highways and county roads, developed areas, normal business. I accepted the assignment with only a little hesitation
because the route kept me clear of the Olympic side, as I had defined it in my head. Not the same county, not the same roads, not the same river. Broad daylight both ways if traffic behaved. Different enough, I told myself. That was how these bargains always worked, not by denying danger entirely, but by assigning it a specific old address and pretending the rest of the map remained clean. The drive up was uneventful. I listened to podcasts, stopped for gas,
Sent 2 boring work emails from a rest area. Took photos of a drainage easement and a culvert that looked exactly like every other culvert I had ever photographed.
ate a protein bar while sitting in the Subaru with one foot on the pavement because I still disliked turning my whole back on open space if I could help it. I noticed how well I was doing and immediately distrusted it. That sounds absurd unless you've lived long enough with dread to know it hates being named. The moment I think, see, I'm fine now, some older part of me starts listening harder for whatever I've just failed to notice. Still, by late afternoon I had begun to believe the day might end without incident. The second sight ran short. I was ahead of schedule. The highway south was open enough that I could probably shave a half hour off the drive if I left soon.
I remember feeling almost pleased by that, which in hindsight seems like exactly the emotional condition danger prefers in people. Tired enough to lower their guard, proud enough to believe that means progress. The email came in while I was driving. Nothing urgent, just a client clarification on a photo set I had already sent, asking whether I could confirm one angle before heading back. I didn't want to answer while moving, and the next real town was still a way off, so when I saw a scenic turnout sign, I took it almost gratefully. It was the kind of roadside pull-off states build for leaf peepers and day trippers, wide enough for half a dozen cars, bordered by a split-rail fence in one section, a map placard in another, and a view over a shallow green corridor below where a creek cut between alder and cedar before vanishing under the road farther down. Not isolated, not hidden. 2 other vehicles had been there recently, if the warmth of the empty spaces meant anything, though none remained when I pulled in. The place felt public in the way carefully planned nature spots do, visible from the highway, tidy, already translated into something safe. That was probably why I let myself stop. I parked nose out automatically, killed the engine, and sat for a second in the sudden quiet while the car ticked as it cooled. Then I reached for my phone, opened the client email, and started typing a reply. I was halfway through it when something below the turnout caught my eye. At first, it was only the color of the water. The creek running beneath the overlook had that same hard green look I remembered from the river. Not identical, not enough to mean anything by itself, just clear and cold enough to make stone visible under the surface. It moved through the trees in broken flashes. Sunlight hit one bend and came back white. The sight of it reached me in some lower place before I consciously attached memory to it. I stopped typing. Then I looked a little farther downstream and saw a narrow crossing through the trees below. Not a road bridge, something smaller, older looking, hidden enough by branches that from the highway you'd never notice it unless you had already pulled over and taken the few extra steps to the fence line. A footbridge over the creek. I stared at it longer than I meant to, my thumb resting motionless against the side of the phone, while something old and buried began quietly waking up inside me. Chapter 4. The second time I saw him.
The sight of the bridge should not have meant anything by itself. That is what I told myself in the first second. Then the second passed, and the truth arrived in the body before the mind had caught up. The skin across my arms tightened. The back of my neck went cold.
A thin, needling sensation spread through my scalp, as if every hair there had lifted half an inch. It was just a creek below a turnout, just another narrow footbridge tucked under trees in western Washington, where bridges like that existed by the hundreds. Old timber, handrails silvered by weather. Some local access path I couldn't see from above. It had nothing to do with the river I had left behind almost a year earlier, except for the one fact my body cared about most. The geometry was wrong, in exactly the same way. Water, seclusion, a small crossing hidden from the road until you were close enough to imagine privacy. I lowered the phone slowly and leaned toward the windshield, looking through the streaks and reflections down into the green corridor below. The creek ran through alder shadow and flashed white where it struck rock. The footbridge sat a little downstream, at an angle, half obscured by branches and the slope. Moss darkened the lower rail. The planks looked old but solid. No one was on it. I could have driven away right then. That is important, because later I would replay the moment as if I had somehow been caught in a mechanism larger than choice. But there was still a choice then. I could have put the car in drive, merged back onto the highway, and let the whole thing become one more stupid private flare-up of memory. A false alarm, a bridge that happened to resemble a bridge. Instead, I opened the car door. The turnout had one of those short, packed dirt paths leading from the fence line down toward the creek, probably for anglers or curious tourists or anybody wanting a closer look at the water. I told myself that was all I was doing, getting a closer look, not because I intended to investigate anything, just because if I left with only a half-seen shape through the trees, I would spend the whole drive convincing myself I had imagined details that weren't there. The afternoon had gone oddly still. Not silent exactly. Highway noise drifted now and then from behind the turnout, a flattened, faraway rush. Leaves moved high overhead, but down near the creek the air seemed held, as if sound had trouble settling there. I walked to the fence and looked over more directly. That was when I saw the strip of pink. It hung from the bridge railing on the downstream side, tied low enough that from above it appeared only when the breeze shifted it. Not bright pink, nothing cartoonish or accidental about it. It was the color of something once intimate and now weathered, sun-faded, flesh-toned, almost dirty at the edges. It moved only slightly, a soft little lift and fall against the gray wood. For one irrational second, I thought it was mine. That is impossible, I know, logically impossible. Months had passed, counties had changed, roads had changed. Whatever I had seen at the river could not have traveled here waiting for me. And still, that was the first thought, because the body remembers by resemblance, not reason. I stood absolutely still, with one hand on the fence rail. Ribbon, I thought. Survey tape. Some kid's swimsuit strap. Trash caught and knotted by weather. A hiker marker. 100 explanations arrived, all weak in exactly the same place. None of them accounted for the knot. I could not see the knot clearly from where I stood, not at first, but I knew the shape of it anyway. Tight, deliberate, close to the rail rather than flutter loose at the end. The same small purposeful tie that had fixed my pink fabric beneath the deer skull across the river. The same placement that made the cloth less like debris and more like language. I went through the gate in the fence before I had decided to. The path down was narrow and dusty where the sun hit it, damp where the alder shade took over. Dry grass brushed my jeans above the ankle.
My heart was beating hard enough now that I could feel it in the base of my throat. But the fear still had that muffled, almost adult quality to it. Not panic. Not yet. More like the sick concentration you get when a dream begins borrowing details from real life, and you know, before anything overtly terrible happens, that it has gone in the wrong direction. Halfway down, I stopped. The decision happened in the soles of my feet first, a refusal that moved upward through the rest of me. The path bent once more toward the creek and would have taken me to the approach of the bridge in another 10 or 15 steps. I could see more from there, I knew that. I could confirm what the fabric was. I could look for footprints, hooks, wrappers, anything ordinary enough to laugh this whole moment back down into coincidence. Instead, I stopped and gripped a branch so hard the bark pressed little half-moons into my palm. Because once I was that close, other details resolved. Near the base of the bridge, where roots from an alder lifted out of the bank, something pale curved in the dirt. At first glance, it might have been a bleached stick or exposed rootwood, but it sat wrong. Too clean against the surrounding mud, too separate from the tree's own logic. A white arc among the roots. A little farther off, on the opposite side of the path near one support post, I saw what looked like 3 or 4 stones, stacked one atop another, in a way that was just deliberate enough to feel hostile. Not impossible. People stack stones all the time. Hikers, kids, bored fishermen. But beside those stones were 2 thinner pieces lying crosswise. Bone-white sticks, maybe driftwood, maybe not. Then, hanging lower, under the rail where shadow pooled, something small shifted once. A pendant, a scrap, a little pale object turning on a string. I stared at it until my eyes watered and still could not tell what it was. That uncertainty made it worse. If I could have identified it cleanly as trash, the fear might have broken. But it stayed there, at the edge of recognition, neither nonsense nor proof. The bridge gave one metallic creak. Just one. Not the long bridge cable complaint from the river, because this bridge was smaller, newer maybe, or built with different hardware. This sound was shorter, a sudden little strain of metal under load or temperature change or movement. It came from the direction of the rail, sharp enough to cut through the creak noise and go straight into my spine. Every muscle in me locked. I looked up so fast my neck hurt. The bridge was still empty. The pink strip moved once in the breeze. Water slid under the planks. Nothing human stood on either bank. No one crossed, no one emerged. But the sound had happened. And because the sound had happened, every part of the scene changed at once. What had been a turnout with the bridge became a space with timing in it. A place where I could be closer than I meant to be. A place where 10 more steps would give someone else 10 fewer to cover. I backed up, slowly at first, because something in me still believed that fast movement would be the thing that turned possibility into pursuit. One careful step up the path,
then another. Branches tugged lightly at my sleeve. Gravel shifted under my shoes. I kept my eyes on the bridge as long as I could, and then the angle of the path forced the trees between us, and I felt panic crack open for real. I turned and climbed the rest of the way too quickly, breath shortening, shoulders tight, not quite running because there was some leftover civilized part of me still trying to preserve dignity, even while all the older systems in me were screaming to get back to the car. The turnout looked empty when I reached it. My Subaru sat where I'd left it, dull under the afternoon sun, completely ordinary. No parked vehicles had appeared beside it. No one stood at the map placard. No shadow crossed the asphalt. For 1 second, the sight of the car tried to restore reality around me. Then I reached for the driver's door handle. There was mud on it. Not a dramatic smear, not a bloody handprint. Just a dark, wet brown streak across the underside of the handle where my fingers found it. Fresh enough that it shone slightly before my touch dulled it. I pulled my hand back immediately and stared. Maybe it had been there when I parked. That thought came fast and weak and useless. Maybe I had missed it when getting out. Maybe road grit from the wheel well had splashed there. Maybe some previous stop. Maybe the angle of the sun made it visible now. But I didn't believe any of those things, because I am careful about handles now, because I notice surfaces before I touch them, because part of my life has quietly organized itself around not being surprised at arm's length, and because I remembered very clearly gripping that same handle when I got out to answer the email. Clean, warm from the sun, ordinary. The mud looked like the kind you get from damp bank soil rather than a dusty parking lot. Darker, richer, the kind that clings. I wiped it off on my jeans without thinking and got into the car so fast I nearly dropped the keys between the seat and console. Once inside, with the doors locked before I'd even fully shut mine, I sat very still and looked through the windshield at the turnout. Nothing moved. I told myself to leave. Instead, I made the mistake of looking back toward the trees below the path. There, between two alder trunks where the shade thickened before the drop to the creek, stood a darkness shaped too much like a person. I am describing it carefully because I cannot swear to what it was. It may have been a trick of trunks, shadow, and fear. It may have been the negative space between one leaning branch and another. It may have been a thin man standing very still in layered clothes, far enough back that only his outline registered. I do not know. What I know is that the shape was vertical, narrow, and placed where the eye had no business finding a human suggestion unless one existed to be found. No face, no movement, no clear limbs, just a figure-shaped interruption in the pattern of the trees, too still to trust and too human not to. I stared at it long enough to realize I was not blinking. Then I started the car. I did not check again before pulling out. I did not want to know whether the shape remained, or moved, or vanished the second I looked away. The tires crunched over the turnout gravel. The highway opened ahead through sun and traffic and ordinary life. I merged back in with my hands locked on the wheel so tightly they hurt. Only once I was moving with other cars around me did I understand how completely the wound had reopened. Not because I had seen him, because I had seen enough. I drove for 11 minutes before I realized I was not breathing normally. Not in the casual figure of speech way people use when they mean they're rattled. I mean, I had fallen into some ugly mechanical pattern of shallow air and held breath, shallow air and held breath, as if my body had decided oxygen was something to ration until I was farther away. By the time I noticed it, my fingers were tingling on the steering wheel, and my mouth had gone dry enough that my tongue stuck briefly to my teeth when I swallowed. Cars passed me. Exit signs came and went. A logging truck moved into the right lane and disappeared ahead. The highway should have given me back the world in recognizable pieces. Traffic, noise, lanes, businesses, other people's errands continuing as if nothing beneath the trees had altered. Instead, everything looked thin and overlit, like a set built too quickly around the thing I had actually just experienced. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, not because I expected to see him running behind the car again. That would have been almost easier in a sick way. A visible pursuit can at least be named. What unnerved me was the possibility that nothing would follow because nothing needed to. That the turnout, the bridge, the cloth, the shape in the trees, the mud on the handle, that all of it had already accomplished whatever it was meant to accomplish. When I saw the blue and red sign for a gas station just off the next exit, I took it without thinking. The station was brighter and larger than the little mini-mart from the year before, a modern franchise place with multiple pumps, a fast food counter inside, and windshield squeegees lined up in gray water buckets. The kind of stop built to normalize people back into their routines. Families on road trips, contractors buying energy drinks, women in yoga pants getting gas on the way home. The ordinariness of it should have steadied me. Instead, I pulled to the far side of the lot, away from the pumps, and put the car in park with the engine still running. For a few seconds, I just sat there, listening to the fan hum through the vents. Then I got out and walked straight to the rear of the Subaru. I didn't know exactly what I was expecting to find. Footprints, maybe, though the asphalt would never have kept them. A handprint. Mud. Nothing at all. Some proof that I had panicked at a turnout and then made a religion out of coincidence. I wanted, desperately and absurdly, for the back of the car to look insultingly ordinary. At first glance, it did. Dust on the hatch, smudges near the license plate from my own hands, a streak from old rain, the rear wiper sitting where it always sat. Then I saw the cord. It was tucked under the base of the rear wiper arm, looped once and cinched in a knot so small I almost missed it. Thin, brown, hand-twisted, fibrous. Not synthetic string, not something bright and commercial. It looked like the same material I had found on the rear wiper in the motel parking lot the year before.
Same color, same roughness, same sense of being made by hand, or at least selected because it resembled something handmade. I stood there staring at it so long that a man 2 pumps over began looking at me in the vague, checking on you way strangers do when they're deciding whether a scene requires involvement. The comfort of coincidence died right then, not weakened, not challenged. Died. A strip of pink fabric on a bridge might, in isolation, be chance. A weird little hanging object under a rail might be chance. Even the mud on the handle, if I had really wanted to humiliate myself back into reason, could have been forced into chance. But the cord on the rear wiper, again, same placement, same kind of material, after I had stopped near a second hidden footbridge with another tied cloth visible below. That snapped the whole thing into a shape too deliberate to talk around.
I looked over both shoulders before touching it. That reaction embarrassed me even while I was doing it. Broad daylight, busy gas station, families moving in and out with fountain drinks and trail mix. And there I was, checking the lot like a woman expecting the woods to have followed her onto asphalt. I pulled the cord free and held it in my palm. It was slightly damp. Not dripping, not wet enough to prove anything, but not bone dry either. My stomach dropped. I wrapped it in a receipt from the center console and put it in the glove compartment, as if preserving evidence might somehow return agency to the situation. Then I went inside, bought a bottle of water I did not want, and stood near the refrigerated drinks pretending to compare labels while I tried to decide whether to call anyone. I did call. First, local non-emergency, then the county line I had stored months before and never deleted. I spoke more coherently than I had the first year, but only just. Even as I heard myself talking, I could tell how fragmented I sounded. I had stopped at a turnout. There was a bridge below, a strip of pink fabric tied to the rail, a possible marker or display. Then mud on my car handle, then a piece of cord under the rear wiper, similar to an earlier incident I had reported the previous year in a different county. I needed to document it. I needed someone to at least note that this had happened. The woman on the phone was polite and cautious, and gave me exactly the kind of response systems excel at when presented with fear that arrives without a crime they can easily timestamp. Did anyone threaten you directly? Did you see someone approach your vehicle? Can you confirm when the cord appeared? Would you like an officer to take a report where you are now? She did not sound dismissive. That almost made it worse, because every answer I gave seemed to reduce me further from witness into interpreter. No direct threat. No, I did not see anyone place it. No, I could not confirm the exact minute it appeared.
Yes, I wanted a report made, but no, I did not want to wait an unknown amount of time in a gas station parking lot while trying not to imagine every passing truck belonged to the problem. By the time I ended the call, all I had really accomplished was hearing my own fear translated into cautious, procedural fragments. Possible suspicious item. Prior related concern. Caller advised to avoid the area and contact local authorities if further direct encounter occurs. Further direct encounter. As if there were a level of indirect encounter I should still be pretending was survivable. I sat in the driver's seat afterward with my old notebook open on the passenger side and the bottle of water unopened between my knees. I had started keeping the notebook in the car after the first incident, not because I expected to need it, but because some part of me never stopped expecting to need it.
The pages had gone a little warped from humidity over the months. My handwriting from that time still looked feverish, too hard, too slanted, every word pressed into the paper as if force might hold reality in place. I flipped back through my notes from the river. Pink fabric tied beneath the deer skull, old pedestrian bridge, brown hand-twisted cord on rear wiper, water access hidden from road, no obvious public use. Bridge provides quick crossing. Objects arranged to be seen. Then I started a new page. Second turnout, footbridge below scenic pull-off, pink cloth tied low on rail, possible small hanging object under bridge, mud on driver's handle,
Brown cord under rear wiper again. Figure-shaped darkness in trees. Seeing the two sets of notes side by side did something unpleasantly clarifying. I had wanted the second incident to collapse under comparison, to prove itself thinner, weaker, built more heavily from trigger and resemblance than from recurrence.
But comparison made the opposite case. The elements weren't identical. That would almost have been easier to dismiss as me overfitting experience to fear. Instead, they rhymed. Same structure, different location. Water access, a hidden or half-hidden crossing, something tied to the railing or nearby. Brown cord on the car. Visual cues low enough and intimate enough to feel personal rather than random. Not the same event repeated, the same method repeated. That was when recognition stopped meaning only my recognition of the pattern. I began, unwillingly, to suspect another kind. Either he remembered my vehicle type, which felt impossible until I remembered how common my old Subaru wasn't in exactly those surroundings, dusty and packed with field gear and solitary habits, or someone else saw me stop, watched where I went, and marked the car in the same way because they knew what that marker meant. I hated both possibilities. One implied memory, the other implied system. I called the only person I trusted to hear the full shape of that thought, without immediately deciding I had lost my mind. My sister. She answered from a grocery store, I think. I could hear cartwheels and a child fussing somewhere in the background. I asked if she could talk, and something in my voice must have stripped the normalcy out of her afternoon because she went quiet immediately and said yes. This time I told her more. Not every detail from the first incident, I still couldn't manage all of those aloud, but enough. The second bridge, the pink cloth, the cord again, my notes. The possibility that this wasn't a one-off encounter with one isolated man. The possibility that I had stumbled into the same kind of setup a year later and been marked again. She listened all the way through. When I finished, she exhaled slowly and said the most sane thing anyone had said to me in days. You need to stop touching this. Not mean, not dismissive, just brutally accurate. I know, I said. No, I mean really stop. Go home. Turn your phone on. Send me your location. Report what you need to report, then stop revisiting it. You are not going to solve this. The sentence should have settled me. Instead, it made me feel cornered by the exact truth of it. Because she was right. And because I already knew I wasn't going to stop. I didn't tell her that part directly. I only said I understood, that I'd be careful, that I was heading to a motel, that I'd call when I got there. All of which was true in the narrow, practical sense. But even while talking to her, another track of thought had started moving under the conversation. Not chasing, documenting. That was the lie I used next. And because it had some moral dressing on it, it went down easier. If this was happening at multiple bridge and water access points, if things were being tied and removed and reset before they could become formal evidence, then what mattered wasn't me proving anything dramatic. What mattered was documenting pattern, locations, materials, photos, dates. Enough structure that if anyone ever looked seriously, there would be something to look at besides one woman's fear. Documentation sounded adult. Documentation sounded less like obsession. It was still obsession.
I found a motel 40 minutes away off a highway service road and checked in before dark. The room was cleaner than the old one from the year before, but the same rules had already returned without my consent. Park where you can see the vehicle from the door. Keep the bag packed. Set the keys on the nightstand within reach. Look behind the shower curtain before using the toilet, even though you know that is ridiculous. Check the lock. Check it again. I texted my sister a photo of the room number and the exterior of the building. She replied with a heart and told me to sleep. I told her I would.
Instead, I stood in the bathroom later, brushing my teeth under harsh white light, watching the mirror because mirrors had become easier to trust than doors. The bathroom looked onto the room at a slight angle, and if I leaned the right way, I could see part of the parking lot reflected in the dark band of the television screen beyond the bed. I wasn't looking at it for anything in particular. Then I was. A figure stood by the hatch of my Subaru. Not clear, not close enough in the reflection to resolve features. Just a standing shape in the parking lot line behind me where no shape should have been. Tall, narrow, still. One arm lifted slightly toward the back of the car. The toothbrush fell out of my mouth and hit the sink. I spun so fast my hip struck the counter. The room was empty. The parking lot beyond the curtains was only curtains. My heart was hammering hard enough to hurt. For several seconds I couldn't force air all the way into my lungs. I crossed the room anyway and yanked the curtain edge back. Nothing. A truck 3 spaces over. Sodium lot lights. The weak shimmer of bugs around one bulb. No person near my car. No movement between vehicles. No shadow moving off into the dark. I did not sleep much. When morning came, I made myself wait until full light before going outside. Partly because I was embarrassed by what might amount to another reflection-shaped hallucination, partly because I knew embarrassment would not make me feel any better if the car actually showed contact again. The hatch did. 3 fresh scratches cut through the dust across the paint just below the rear window. Not long enough to be accidental brush from branches, not deep enough to total anything. Just 3 deliberate lines, almost parallel, each one a few inches long, fresh enough that the paint beneath looked brighter than the rest of the hatch. I stood there with the motel keycard in one hand and the old notebook in the other, and for the first time, I let myself think the sentence all the way through without softening it. I might not have just seen a pattern. I might have been recognized inside it. Chapter 5. Going back for proof. If I wanted to tell the story in the kindest possible way, I would say I went back because I needed closure. That is the version people forgive. It makes you sound wounded instead of reckless, haunted instead of drawn. It suggests a person trying to close a door that should have stayed closed by itself. It implies dignity. The truth was messier. I went back because I needed evidence. I went back because I was terrified that if I didn't pin the pattern down while it was still happening, I would eventually talk myself into believing I had built too much of it from trauma and resemblance. I went back because I had seen the pink cloth twice, found the cord twice, and woken to fresh scratches on my hatch after seeing a shape in a reflected parking lot line that might have been memory, might have been a man, and might have been both. I went back because every official response I had gotten translated danger into smaller words.
and I had started to fear that if I let enough time pass, I would become one more person who said, "Something weird happened once," and then let the details rot. There was also a more righteous story I told myself when the uglier ones made me feel ashamed. I told myself I was protecting other women. It sounded noble enough to survive daylight. If there were multiple access points near water where markers appeared and disappeared, if bridges and cloth and bone-white objects and hand-twisted cord belonged to some recurring setup rather than one unrepeatable nightmare, then documenting it mattered. Maybe not enough to stop anyone immediately,
but enough to leave a trail. Enough that if someone else reported something later, there would be dates and photos and maps instead of just one isolated voice. That was how I dressed the decision before I made it. Underneath all that was the least flattering truth of all. I needed proof I wasn't losing my mind. That need had become impossible to talk around by then. The second bridge had done that, not because it proved everything, but because it reopened uncertainty exactly where I was weakest. Trauma makes terrible conditions for self-trust. Every sensory trigger comes with its own built-in cross-examination. Was the cloth really unusual? Was the mud really fresh? Was the shape in the trees a man, or just the exact kind of darkness your brain now loves too much? Were the scratches on the hatch deliberate, or the result of some branch from the previous day you hadn't noticed until morning? Evidence, I thought. Photos, coordinates, a second pair of eyes. That was the antidote. It wasn't. But by the time I understood that, I had already begun planning.
I did not ask my sister. That would have ended it too fast. I did not ask any of the friends who still used the phrase mostly over it either, because I knew exactly how their faces would change when I started talking. Concern first, then caution, then that subtle collective effort people make when they want to save you from your own worst instinct by pretending you had never seriously meant to follow it. The person I asked was Caleb. Saying his name here still feels like introducing the wrong character into the story, but that was part of why I chose him. Caleb was not an ex exactly, though we had drifted close enough after my breakup that the distinction depended on who was asking. We worked together for a while on field coordination jobs before he shifted into freelance survey and photo documentation work.
He was practical, good with maps, and deeply skeptical in a way I usually found irritating and useful in equal measure. More importantly, he knew how to move through outdoor spaces without romanticizing them, which made him less likely to meet my story with either macho nonsense or pity. I called him on a Tuesday evening and asked whether he had time to meet for coffee, because I needed a second opinion on something field-related. He laughed at that immediately. Field-related in our line of work meant drainage easements, muddy access roads, property line disputes, or the occasional contractor complaint about bad signage. Not fear, not bridges, not cloth tied low enough to be seen only by the right eyes. Still, he agreed. We met at a coffee shop near my apartment, where the music was too soft and the tables were too close together for the conversation I wanted to have. I almost backed out twice before he arrived. Once because I caught my own reflection in the window and saw how tired I looked. Once because when the barista set down my drink, the cardboard sleeve around the cup brushed the side seam of my hand in exactly the same dry way the cord had done when I pulled it off the wiper, and my stomach turned over like
something had recognized me from inside a trivial object. Caleb came in, carrying Rain on his jacket's shoulders, and one of those calm expressions people wear when they think they are about to help you with a problem that will fit inside a normal hour. "That bad?" he asked when he saw my face. I slid the notebook across the table before I could lose the nerve. "Read the pages I flagged first," I said. He did, or enough to understand the broad shape. The first bridge, the man on the far bank, the old report, the skull marker, the pink fabric, the second turnout, the second bridge, the rear wiper cord, the scratches on the hatch. He did not interrupt.
That was one of the kindest things he did for me. When he looked up, he didn't say, "You imagined this." He also didn't say, "You're right." What he said was, "This sounds like either a very bad pattern or a very bad set of associations." I nodded because that was fair, and because hearing it phrased that way made me want to throw the coffee in his face. He saw that flicker in me and leaned back a little. "I'm not dismissing it," he said. "I'm saying the problem is that if you're inside it, you can't tell which pieces are evidence and which pieces are trauma reusing the same symbols." "I know that," I said. "Do you?" I almost lied and said yes again. Instead, I said, "No, that's exactly why I need someone else." That changed the tone of things. Not completely. He was still reluctant. He asked what I actually wanted from him, and I told him the plainest version I had. I wanted one controlled daytime visit. I wanted photos, coordinates, and a second pair of eyes. I wanted to revisit the second turnout first, not the first river road, unless the second site yielded enough to justify more. I wanted somebody there who would either confirm that I was building too much from coincidence, or tell me, flat out, that the pattern was visible to someone who hadn't lived through the first incident. He ran one hand over his jaw and looked back down at the notebook. "What if we find nothing? Then maybe I stop." He studied me for another second and knew I was lying, or at least not being fully honest, but he let the sentence sit. "What if we find something?" That was the worst question, and because it was the worst one, I answered too fast. Then I documented. He shook his head once, small and almost amused in a tired way. "You hear yourself? This is exactly how bad true crime podcasts start." He was right about that too. And even then, I could feel the whole thing taking on that ugly shape. The rationalized return, the maps open on a table, the insistence that it would only be in daylight and only for documentation and only if certain rules were followed. Every story that ends with somebody saying they should have left it alone begins with a person who thinks structure can save them from instinct. Still, he kept reading. I showed him the rough maps I'd drawn from the first town and the later turnout. We pulled up satellite imagery on his laptop and zoomed in on tree cover, access roads, creek lines, and old bridge crossings marked on public layer maps, but not always obvious from the highway. We checked public land boundaries where available, old easements, and the strange patchwork of county and state responsibility that had already muddied the first site. We looked at the scenic turnout from above, then the path leading down toward the creek, then the narrow line of the bridge almost hidden under canopy. I explained the parts that mattered most to me, not just the man, but how he had behaved. Not voyeurism, not random trespass. Assessment, distance, the immediate use of the bridge, then the objects,
the jawbone-like piece on a cord, the bones around the neck, the pink cloth under the deer's skull, the brown hand-twisted cord on the rear wiper, the cloth tied low on the second bridge rail, the little hanging shape I couldn't identify, the scratches on the hatch. Caleb did not become a believer, exactly, but he became serious. I could see the moment it happened. It wasn't dramatic. He just stopped making skeptical little efficiency faces and started asking practical questions instead.
How close had I gotten to the second bridge? How long had the car been unattended? Were there any adjacent footpaths not visible from the turnout? Did the cloth seem accidental or tied with intention? How far was the next service station from the turnout? If someone had marked the car, how quickly could they have done it without being seen from the highway? Those were not the questions of a man humoring me anymore. By the time the shop started stacking chairs near closing, we had a plan bad enough to convince us it was responsible. Daytime only, no splitting up for any reason, no going after anything into denser woods if it required leaving visible paths, no staying anywhere near dusk. Vehicle facing out, phones fully charged, location sharing on for my sister and for him. Take photos fast, note coordinates, leave. If anything felt wrong enough to argue about, we left instead of debating it on site. He added one rule I did not like and therefore accepted. If either of us says we're done, we're done. That had the sound of adulthood to it. The kind of sentence people say before making preventable mistakes. I packed that same night. Not dramatically, not with guns or fantasy gear or anything that would turn me into the kind of person who confuses escalation for preparedness. Just the practical trunk of things that already lived in my life in some form. Flashlight, phone charger and backup battery, 2 bottles of water, work gloves, basic first aid kit, bear spray, because if you spend enough time on field edges, people start giving you bear spray the way families give candles. A folding knife for utility, not defense. Paper maps, notebook, compact camera, though my phone camera was probably better. A small roll of evidence bags from an old job, because somewhere in my mind I still believed collecting an object properly might matter. Laying it all out on the bed made the decision feel heavier, not more sensible. Each item was practical in isolation. Together, they amounted to an admission that I expected contact with something I would later need to describe. I barely slept the night before, not because I was afraid of the morning, exactly, though I was, more because anticipation has its own physical signature when fear already knows the territory. I kept waking with that nasty, clean pulse of adrenaline that arrives before thought. Once I got up and checked the hatch scratches again in the parking lot under my building lights, just to make sure they were still real and hadn't become some invented overnight symbol. They were there, bright through the dust. We left after sunrise. Caleb drove first because I had slept less and because he said correctly that if the route started making me visibly tense before I could articulate why, it would be useful for one of us not to be behind the wheel. He said it gently enough that I didn't hear accusation in it, only caution. The farther we drove, the quieter I became. At first, it was just ordinary road silence. Coffee, traffic reports, the low morning gray thinning into light over industrial edges and highway exits. Then the roads narrowed, tree lines thickened, and the shapes outside the window began aligning with older memory before I consciously named them. Alder tunnels, sudden dark shoulders, pull-offs that looked
unimportant from a distance. Water moving somewhere near, but out of sight. The kind of landscape that had once seemed lush and cinematic to me, and now felt like the opening move in a sequence my body recognized too quickly. I felt it before I could say it. The old body memory rising up ahead of conscious fear, like something under the skin turning its head toward home.
We did not go to the scenic turnout first. That had been the safer choice, on paper, the cleaner one. Start with the newer site, confirm whether the bridge and the cloth and the path below the overlook still held any sign of what I'd seen. Stay in a place with easy highway access and other cars passing close enough to make a person feel less alone. But when we were about 20 minutes out, Caleb pulled into a gravel shoulder to check the map, and I heard myself say, "The first one." He looked up from the satellite image on his phone. "The river road?" I nodded. He didn't like it. I could see that immediately. His mouth tightened and his eyes went to the tree line and then back to me, measuring whether this was a decision or a panic impulse dressed like one. Why? Because the first place had weight. Because if the second turnout was a recurrence, the river was the source I actually knew. Because some warped part of me needed to see what time and handling had done to it.
Because if anything had been maintained, moved, or reset, the original site would tell us more. I gave him the shortest, true answer. If there's a pattern, that place has more of it. He sat with that for a second, then said, "Fine, in and out." That was how we reached the river again. The road looked both more familiar and less trustworthy than I remembered. Familiar in the way repeated fear makes landmarks intimate. Less trustworthy because now I could see every feature of concealment more clearly than beauty. Blind bends, pull-offs too narrow for two vehicles, shoulders where tires could leave no obvious sign for days, alder growth thick enough to swallow a person 6 feet off the road. The whole route had the feel of a corridor not built for discovery, but for filtering. When the washed-out gravel space finally opened ahead of us, I felt the same old bodily recognition hit before thought fully formed. My chest tightened. The inside of my mouth went dry. The slope to the river, the green water below, the bridge downstream, all of it snapped into place as if the year between then and now had been no more than a blink. Caleb parked facing out without needing to be told. That detail scared me a little because it meant he had absorbed enough of my rules to start behaving like someone who believed the landscape deserved them. From above, the place looked cleaner than before. Not cleaner in any cared-for sense, cleaner in the way a room looks after someone has removed the most obvious evidence of what happened in it. The pull-off had no vehicle tracks fresh enough to read. The slope still carried the same cut through fern and blackberry where I had gone down that day, though weather and growth had softened it. The bridge stood where it had always stood, cables rust red under moss, planks dark in the filtered light. The beauty was still there, cold water, quiet green, old wood in the trees, but the visible wrongness had been reduced. I saw it almost immediately once we crossed. The old fire pit I remembered from the first deputy walkthrough had been filled in, not erased completely, but flattened under fresh scatterings of branch debris and needles in a way too deliberate to be natural. The black ring of char had been dulled with dirt. One trampled patch where foot traffic had once pressed ferns into a visible lane
had been covered over with cut boughs, laid so recently their undersides still flashed pale green where the needles hadn't yet browned. The cedar trunk where the deer skull had been mounted still stood in the same place, but the skull itself was gone, as was any trace of pink fabric beneath it. Even the crude lean-to shape deeper in had been altered, its old line broken up with brush, as if to convince a casual eye that nothing structural had ever been there at all. Caleb crouched beside one of the disguised fire pits and touched the branch cover with 2 fingers.
"This was done after the fact," he said quietly. I heard no skepticism in his voice now. That was the first small shift between us. Up to that point, he had been present, cautious, willing. Now he was looking at the place the same way I was. Not as a story in search of proof, but as a physical environment with visible intent behind it. We moved deeper in together. The route wasn't a trail exactly, more like an accumulation of preferred openings, places where passage had happened often enough to train the brush toward convenience without ever fully declaring itself. We had to duck low branches, step over half-hidden roots, and angle around old cedar limbs slick with moss. The light died quickly once we left the river reflection behind. Air cooled and thickened. The smell changed too, less clean water and wet wood, more leaf rot, old ash, damp canvas, and somewhere beneath it something mineral and sweet in a way I had learned to dread. Then we found the new arrangement. It began with a tarp, strung low between 2 trees. Not stretched overhead in any practical camping way. Lower than that, hung almost at shoulder height in one section and sloping down near the ground in another, as if meant to conceal depth more than provide shelter. The material had once been green or blue, but mildew, soot, and forest grime had reduced it to an uneven, dark skin that blended with the understory unless you were already close enough to sense geometry where none should be. From the supporting branches around it hung bundles of stripped twigs tied neatly with cord, not random bundles either, sorted by length, some bent into loops, others left straight and fanned outward like crude charms. A few held little bits of cloth or feather threaded into them. Below those, on a lower branch line, hung animal bones in clusters, vertebrae mostly, small rib arcs, jaw sections, all cleaned to different degrees, some weather pale and others still faintly stained at the joints. The effect was not clutter.
That was what hit hardest. If the place had looked like someone had simply dumped scavenged trash and butcher scraps in the woods, the fear would have taken one shape. Gross, unstable, dangerous perhaps, but human in a broadly recognizable way. Instead, the whole thing felt curated. Every object seemed chosen for texture, shape, or location. Old tin cans sat grouped under one cedar as if part of a still life. Antlers, not many but enough, had been leaned together in one dark pocket between roots. Rusted fishing hooks and leaders hung from a nail hammered into a plank scrap wired to a tree. Fabric strips in different stages of fading had been tied at separate heights, some almost hidden. Some positioned where a person entering from the riverside would catch them without knowing why. A child-sized folding stool sat near one tree trunk, its canvas seat split and spotted black with mildew. That object frightened me more than some of the bones.
It looked horribly domestic. A thing from a garage sale or an attic or the back of a family minivan, carried into the woods and placed among the displays like it belonged. Not useful enough to explain itself,
small enough to suggest waiting or watching. Nearby, propped between roots, was a cracked mirror no larger than a dinner plate, its reflective surface fractured into 3 jagged planes that caught bits of branch, bone, and our own movement in broken fragments. Caleb stopped speaking entirely. The silence between us changed from concentration to agreement. Whatever internal argument he had been preserving, that this might be an overgrowth of my fear around the ordinary detritus of rough living, couldn't survive the place now that we stood in it. "Photograph everything," he said finally, voice low. We did. Fast, methodical, trying not to separate by more than a few feet. Overall shots first, then tighter frames. Not details, hanging bundles, bone clusters, the cracked mirror,
the stool, the layout relative to the trees. Caleb photographed while I wrote coordinates and rough placement notes. Then we switched when my hand started shaking too badly to make the notebook readable. The knots mattered. That was another thing I saw only once I forced myself to look closely instead of emotionally. The cord used to bind the twig bundles and suspend the bone clusters had the same uneven, hand-twisted look as the pieces found under my rear wiper. Not identical in every strand, but built with the same rough logic. Fibrous, brown, irregular in thickness, tied off with a small cinched finish that sat close to the object rather than leaving loose tails. I had started recognizing that knot shape the way some people recognize a logo. I pointed to one cluster hanging under the tarp edge. "That," I said, "that's the same finish." Caleb leaned in, camera lowered for a second, then nodded once without looking at me. "Yeah," he said, "just that." No softening phrase before it, no alternative offered after. It should have felt validating. Instead, it made the whole sight colder. A few yards beyond the tarp arrangement, we found the burn depression. Shallow, oval, and partly camouflaged with debris, it sat in a little dip of ground where water must have pooled in the wet months. Someone had used it repeatedly. The ash inside wasn't one clean layer, but several, compressed and pale gray at the top, blacker and clumpier lower down, where older fires had been half stirred through with later ones. Melted bits of aluminum or tin flashed dully among the ash. One side held a line of dark stones cracked by heat. This wasn't a casual campfire. It looked more like a disposal pit, or a place where objects too telling to leave intact were reduced in increments. The smell thickened there. Damp first, then metal, then that sweet rotten pocket of air that seemed to gather only when we stood on the downwind side of certain caches. Not strong enough to fill the whole clearing, but concentrated enough that once it reached the back of my throat, I had to breathe through my mouth. Under one edge of the low tarp, where rot had eaten the corner loose, I saw another line of pale shapes and crouched instinctively to get a better look. Jawbones. Or some of them were. Small ones, clearly animal, raccoon maybe, fox, something like that, cleaned to varying degrees, lined in a row beside vertebrae threaded on thin stick pieces, as if someone had sorted by type rather than by source. One larger piece farther back under the tarp did not resolve so easily. It had the wrong curve for the smaller animals, broader at one end, cleaner than the rest in a way that made my stomach tighten. I did not touch it, neither did Caleb. He photographed the row in silence, then straightened and muttered, "Jesus."
That was the first overt expression of disgust or fear he had allowed himself, and hearing it from him made the whole place seem to tilt a little farther out of any category I had been using to contain it. Then something cracked overhead. Not a little branch settling, not a squirrel scamper. A loud, hard report from above and slightly behind us, followed by a violent shiver in the branches overhead, as if something had landed badly, launched off, or thrown weight from one point to another. Both of us jerked so sharply that Caleb nearly dropped the camera. I looked up fast enough to make the canopy blur. Needles, branches, layered green, no obvious body moving through them. But whatever had made the sound had mass, enough to shake two adjoining limbs and rain down a scatter of dead bark and twig fragments. Animal, I told myself. Deer, maybe. Raccoon. Bird hitting branches in takeoff. But the timing was too exact.
The sound came just as we had fully entered the place, fully committed to photographing it, fully convinced ourselves that the immediate surroundings were empty. Caleb took one step back until his shoulder nearly touched mine. "We go now?" he said. He was asking, but not really. "Wait," I whispered, because I had heard something else under the settling branches. Movement. Not approaching. Circling. That is the only word for it. Not the direct crash of something coming through brush toward us, but intermittent displacement at different points around the edge of the site. A fern lifted and stayed bent to the left. Dry needles shifted somewhere behind the antlers. A low branch on the far side of the tarp arrangement trembled and then stilled. The kind of sounds your brain keeps trying to stitch into one animal until direction ruins the theory. Too many points, too much lateral change. Something, or someone, was moving around us rather than at us, testing sight lines maybe, or waiting for one of us to break the rule and separate. I felt every hair rise along my arms. Caleb heard it too. I knew because I felt his posture change beside me, weight moving subtly onto the balls of his feet, camera strap wrapped once around his wrist, as if he had suddenly understood he might have to choose between carrying evidence and moving quickly. The woods beyond the arrangement stayed visually empty. That was the worst part. The sound of circling without the proof of a body. The sense of attention moving just outside the range where shape resolves. A place curated for watching, and the realization that even in broad daylight, we no longer knew which direction safety lay in, because the site itself had been built to break up that certainty. We did not run immediately. That is one of the details that has stayed with me, because it proves how badly people can misjudge danger even after they already know what danger looks like. The sounds in the trees had shifted from ordinary forest noise into something more patterned, more lateral, too distributed to belong cleanly to one startled animal. Caleb had heard it. I had heard it. We were standing in a place curated out of bone, cloth, cord, and concealment. And still, some last adult instinct in both of us wanted to preserve order. Leave carefully. Do not bolt. Do not separate. Do not become your own explanation for panic. That lasted maybe 20 seconds. Caleb lifted the camera strap over his neck again and said, very quietly, "We go the way we came. Slow until we're not in here anymore." I nodded. My mouth had gone dry in that familiar chemical way. The smell under the tarp felt stronger now. Or maybe my body had just run out of room to process one kind of alarm at a time. I tucked the notebook under my arm, checked that my phone was still in my front pocket, and turned with him toward the half route we had used coming in. We moved in close formation without discussing it. He took the lead for 5 or 6 paces, then angled back enough that I could see over his shoulder and to the left while he scanned the right. Every few steps, one of us stopped just long enough to listen. The circling sounds never became a rush. That was what made them so awful. A branch displaced here, dry needles shifting there, the brief tremor of low brush somewhere just beyond the next layer of trunks. Nothing committed, nothing clumsy. It felt less like retreating from an animal and more like moving inside a line of sight that kept adjusting around us. We reached the edge of the tarp arrangement without incident. Then the sounds stopped.
Not gradually, not because we had gotten far enough away to lose them in river noise. They just stopped. That was worse. I think both of us felt it at the same time because Caleb's shoulders went tight and stayed tight. Silence in those woods had become its own communication system by then, and the sudden absence of movement did not feel like safety. It felt like a change in tactic. We crossed the bridge faster than we had crossed it coming in, not running still, but no longer pretending the old wood under us was neutral. The cables gave their tired, metallic complaints as we moved. Water flashed below through the gaps in the planks. I remember gripping the rail despite the damp moss on it, because my body wanted one fixed thing under my hand, while my eyes kept cutting to the far bank and then back to the path ahead. Nothing followed us onto the bridge. At least, nothing visible did. When we climbed the near slope and the washed-out pull-off came into view, I felt a bright, stupid surge of relief so sharp it almost made my knees weak. Then Caleb stopped so hard I walked straight into his shoulder. "What?" I whispered. He didn't answer immediately. He just pointed. The Subaru sat where we had left it, angled toward the road, sun filtering through alder branches onto the hood. From a distance, it looked intact, ordinary, mine. Then my eye followed the line of his finger down to the front driver's side tire. It was sagging, not flat on the rim, not collapsed entirely, but low enough that the sidewall bulged wrong against the gravel, freshly deflated, recent enough that the shape had not settled all the way into itself. For half a second, I stood there, stupidly trying to force another explanation into the image. Old slow leak, gravel shift, bad tire luck at the worst possible time. Then we got closer. There was a fresh slash in the rubber. Not large, not a dramatic gash, just a clean, ugly cut low along the sidewall where a knife or other sharp edge had gone in at an angle deep enough to let air out over time instead of all at once. Deliberate damage disguised as inconvenience. Caleb turned once, scanning the tree line without moving his feet. "They were at the car," he said. The sentence did something physical to the air around us. Because up to that point, even with the circling movement in the woods, we had still been able to pretend we were retreating from a sight that had become active around us. But the tire meant contact at the vehicle. The place where safety had been waiting had been entered, touched, altered while we were within earshot and too focused on the arrangement to know it. I moved to the driver's side mirror and saw the cord before I reached it. Brown, hand twisted, the same kind again,
tied once around the mirror stem and knotted hard enough that the fibers compressed into one another. It wasn't hidden.
It sat in plain view, meant to be discovered the instant we got close enough to claim the car as ours again.
My stomach went hollow. Caleb saw it too and said, in a voice I had never heard from him before, "Nope." That was all. No measured skepticism, no rational qualifier, just a flat human refusal from somewhere below language. We should have gotten in and left right then, except the sight of the tire made him crouch instinctively to check whether there was more. Maybe that saved us later. Maybe it only deepened the fear. I still don't know. He leaned down near the front wheel well and then immediately backed away. "What?" I asked. "Come here and don't touch anything." His tone stripped all question out of me. Wedged near the brake line housing, not enough to disable the car outright, not in any way that would guarantee a crash, but enough to be seen and understood, was a little twisted bunch of material jammed up against the assembly.
Part cord, part twig, part what looked like a fish hook or bent wire. Not functional sabotage exactly, more like a threat dressed in the language of mechanical tampering. Something placed where a person would notice only if they were already scared enough to inspect closely. That was the genius of it, if genius is the word for such meanness. Not enough to trap us there, not enough to leave undeniable criminal intent. Just enough to tell us the car had been available to someone who wanted us to know it. Panic rose properly then, not because the damage itself made escape impossible. We could still drive on the tire for a while if we had to. The road back to pavement wasn't long. But the sight of those touched places, the tire, the mirror, the brake line wedge, collapsed all remaining distance between us and whoever had arranged the camp. We hadn't discovered an abandoned place with lingering signs. We had entered a place where someone had already arrived before us. Before us, or while we were there. I heard the bridge creak behind us. Just one long, settling complaint from cable and old wood, but under the circumstances, it sounded like the whole structure had taken weight again. Caleb spun so fast the camera bounced off his chest. I turned with him and saw nothing at first but the empty span and the filtered light through the trees beyond. Then, on the far side where the bank rose into shadow, something moved between two cedar trunks. Not a full body, not enough for certainty. A shoulder, maybe. A pale sliver of face or fabric shifting once where no trunk had been a second earlier. Caleb saw it too. I know because he made a small, involuntary sound low in his throat. Not fear, exactly, but the sound a person makes when disbelief finally gives up its last useful inch. "There," he said. "There, Jesus Christ." The shape was gone by the time he pointed fully. That was all it took. He didn't question his own eyes. He didn't give the forest the courtesy of pretending it had been a trick of light. Whatever he had seen in that gap between trunks broke the last piece of resistance in him. "Get in the car," he said. We moved fast then. He took the passenger side because the tire damage made it easier for me to get behind the wheel without delay, and because we had already decided at some unspoken level that I knew the route back better. My hands shook so badly on the keys that I missed the ignition once. Gravel shifted under the compromised front tire as the engine caught, and for a second I thought we'd ride the rim before reaching the road. We didn't. The Subaru lurched forward hard, dragging slightly at the front, and clawed its way out of the washed gravel onto the narrow road with the wobble I felt through the steering column and up my arms.
I looked once in the rear view. That was a mistake. The tree line along the far side of the pull-off looked full now.
Not visibly full, not in any way you could circle with your finger afterward and call proof. But every gap between trunks seemed charged by the possibility of occupancy. And in one of those gaps, just as the car jolted over the rut at the edge of the road, I thought I saw movement pacing parallel to us, deeper in the trees, screened by brush, keeping our speed for 3 impossible seconds before the bend cut the view. "Do not stop," Caleb said. I hadn't intended to. The damaged tire made the first half-mile a series of violent corrections. The car pulled slightly left on every rough patch. Gravel spat under the chassis. Something in the back, my field pack maybe, or the first aid kit, slid and struck the side paneling in irregular bursts. I drove much too fast for the surface anyway, because every curve felt like a place someone could be waiting if they had chosen the road as carefully as they had chosen the site. And still the worst part was not seeing pursuit. It was feeling paced. Now and then, where the trees thinned just enough to show the interior of the woods alongside the road, I caught the wrong kind of motion. Not one body charging after us, more like displacement tracking us at a distance, brush snapping and settling, a pale flick between trunks, the sense of lateral movement keeping rough parallel with the car. Once I saw what looked like an arm-length strip of cloth whip briefly from a branch and vanish. Once Caleb twisted in his seat and stared so hard at the passenger side woods that I knew he had seen something too. But neither of us named it, because naming it would have made the interior of the car smaller. Somewhere in those first panicked minutes, I lost the notebook. I didn't realize it immediately. My attention had narrowed to the road, the pull in the tire, the mirror, the next bend, the possibility of another vehicle blocking the route. But at one violent jolt, the passenger door pocket swung open and something slid, struck the floorboard, and vanished backward under the seat or out into the gap by the half-open hatch seal. I couldn't tell. It was only later, much later, that I understood it had been the notebook. At the time, I only remember Caleb swearing and grabbing at a water bottle rolling between his feet while the camera knocked against his ribs and the car fought the road. We hit pavement at last, with a bang from the front wheel that made both of us flinch. Only then did I let the speed climb fully. The highway feeder road opened ahead through open light, guardrails, utility lines, the whole manufactured grammar of ordinary movement. It should have felt like escape. Instead, it felt like something had chosen not to follow further. That difference matters, because when you outrun a thing, relief has shape. When a thing simply stops pacing you because the conditions no longer suit it, what you feel is not relief. It is release, temporary and insulting. We didn't speak for nearly 10 minutes after reaching a safer road. Both of us were listening inward, I think, taking inventory of shock and damage. Finally, Caleb checked the camera, then checked the car, then checked the floor. "Your notebook?" he asked. I looked to the passenger seat, the center console, the back floorboard, and already knew. Gone. The loss hit harder than it should have, not because the notebook itself was irreplaceable. I had copies of some notes, older summaries, phone backups, but because it meant something of mine had remained there, something that tied the first and second incidents together in my own handwriting, with maps and patterns and the stupid confidence of someone who thought documentation could protect her. I did not say any of that aloud. I only stared ahead and drove.
Later, after we got the tire replaced, in a town far enough away that the forest had thinned into industry and strip malls, we sat in a parking lot and reviewed the images on Caleb's camera and on my phone. Most of them showed exactly what we had seen: the tarp, the twig bundles, the hanging bones, the cracked mirror, the child-sized stool, the depression with layered ash. Ugly, deliberate, useful evidence, if evidence was what these things could still become. But one image stopped us both. It was a close shot of one of the hanging bone clusters under the tarp edge, taken from slightly below. At first, all I saw was vertebrae on cord, the blurred background of brush and shadow behind them. Then Caleb zoomed in. Behind the hanging bones, between two blurred lengths of cord, and just past the edge of the tarp, there was a shape neither of us had seen while standing there. Not a full face, just enough. The curve of a cheek or temple, the line of one shoulder. Something pale and human-toned where only dark brush should have been, tucked behind the hanging display at exactly the depth where a person could have stood still and watched us through it. We stared at the image for a very long time. Neither of us said maybe it was a trick of light. Neither of us said branch. Neither of us said pareidolia, because by then, the worse explanation had already learned how to enter a room first. Chapter 6: The System in the Woods. After the second return, I stopped pretending I was only reacting. That was the change. Up until then, even with the notebook, the maps, the saved screenshots, and the careful way I had started structuring my fear into lists and coordinates, I could still tell myself I was responding to events as they came. First, the river, then the town, then the second bridge, then the rearranged camp, then the tire, the mirror cord, the missing notebook, the image with the half shape behind the hanging bones.
But once Caleb and I got back alive from that last visit, and once the immediate aftershocks settled enough for me to sleep more than 2 hours at a time, something in me hardened into method. Not healing, not closure. Method. I began treating the whole thing the way some people handle an infestation in a wall. If I could not see the full body of it, then I would map the sounds, the scratches, the places where it surfaced. I would stop asking what it was in the grand sense and start asking where it had already left marks. That shift made me more functional and much less sane in ways other people could easily detect. I built folders. That is how it started. A main folder on my laptop that looked bland enough to survive casual viewing, named with something like Field Notes Archive, so even I could glance past it when tired. Inside that, subfolders: Riversite, Scenic Turnout, Photos, Calls, Maps, Public Records, News Clippings, Notes Reconstructed. The reconstructed notes folder hurt the most, because it meant rebuilding what I'd lost when the notebook disappeared. I had old phone photos of some pages, fragments from emails to myself, copied addresses from browser history, and the new memory of where and when it had slipped out of my life. Everything else I had to piece back together from repetition. I printed county maps and started marking them by hand. Then I layered them with screenshots from satellite imagery. Then I laid those against old forum posts, county parcel viewers, hiking blogs, public fishing access lists, archived local news, sheriff blotters,
and every stale local message board I could still get to load without dying into broken links. By then, I knew exactly how to disguise obsession as diligence.
If someone had walked into my apartment and seen me at the table, with papers spread out, red marks circling river bends and turnout roads, they might have assumed I was preparing a field report or a legal dispute over land use. The surface of it looked adult, geographic, administrative. There were no monster boards with yarn between photographs, no dramatic wall of Polaroids. Just maps, notes, printouts, bookmarks, a legal pad, and too many hours spent cross-referencing things that, individually, meant very little. It was the togetherness that made them dangerous. That was the first real lesson of that period. Nothing I found proved a serial crime. Nothing proved one man, one camp network, or one fixed identity moving through all those sites. Nothing gave me the clean satisfaction of revelation. Instead, I found loose patterns, weak signals, repeated structures too soft for certainty and too consistent to ignore. Dead-end pull-offs near rivers. That came up again and again. Not every dead-end pull-off, obviously. Most were probably only what they appeared to be. Forgotten maintenance stubs, fishing turnarounds, old utility access, scenic dead space. But enough of the reports that snagged my attention clustered around those kinds of roads. Places where a person could stop because the road seemed to end and privacy seemed implied. Places where backing out took time. Places where the land itself shaped how a visitor moved. Old bridges, too, not always the same kind. Some pedestrian, some old service footbridges, some half-abandoned crossings near creeks or secondary channels. But bridges kept appearing in the geography of the stories I could not let go of. A bridge creates an answer to distance. That had been the first thing my body understood at the river before my mind caught up. He does not need to swim. He has a crossing. It is hard to explain to somebody who hasn't been hunted by terrain how much that matters. I also found repeated language around weird camps.
That phrase turned up in comments and local posts, in variations that made my skin crawl. Somebody talking about a tarp camp with odd hanging stuff near a tributary access. A half-joking mention of forest art found and cut down by kids. Complaints about unauthorized camps removed from timber edges, often without detail. Trail chatter about creepy abandoned setups with cans, bones, cloth, and fish remains arranged in ways that felt wrong enough to mention, but not wrong enough to report meaningfully. The specifics always dissolved before becoming official. That was the second lesson. Anything that might have cohered into a real warning vanished into euphemism on contact with systems. Squatter activity, animal disturbance, unauthorized camp, trespass, dumped materials, poaching remnants, vandalism. Each phrase sounded minor on its own. Together, they formed a language of subtraction. Something vivid happened.
Then the report language arrived and shaved off everything with teeth.
I started keeping a separate page just for euphemisms, not because that page was practical, but because I needed to see how often institutions and locals alike performed the same act. The county used one set of smaller words, locals used another, but both accomplished the same thing. Danger became ordinary enough to survive contact with daylight. Missing gear appeared more often than I expected. That one unsettled me because it fit too neatly with the espresso woman's story about the woman who had left a boot and a stove behind and never filed anything.
I found little mentions here and there. Campers leaving before morning and returning for things later. Coolers missing from secluded spots. Tackle boxes found open and abandoned near river shoulders. One old forum post about someone bailing from a dispersed campsite after hearing something moving wrong and not bothering to go back for half their equipment until daylight. Most of those stories likely had mundane explanations. Theft, drunks, bears, panic over nothing. But enough of them clustered around similar access conditions that I could no longer shrug them off as cleanly as I once would have. Then there were the dogs. That pattern bothered me in a different way, because animals often cut through the human urge to narrate around risk. I found 2 old local notices and 1 newspaper clipping about dogs returning without owners after outings near river corridors or timber access roads. Not many, not enough to build a theory on, but enough that the phrase itself began haunting me. Dog returns. Owner delayed or missing for hours. No charges. No official foul play. Search complicated by terrain. Dogs return without owners. The sentence felt older than the records I found. There were also a few scattered mentions, always partial, always defensive, of women abandoning campsites or leaving remote spots faster than they had intended. A comment under a hiking blog. A line in a forum thread about bad vibes near a creek crossing, where the poster refused to elaborate. One old sheriff blotter reference to an unoccupied female campsite found with belongings left behind and no further public explanation. Maybe she walked out safely. Maybe she returned. Maybe none of it meant what I feared it meant. But stacked together, all those fragments suggested a recurring landscape of risk rather than isolated freak events. That distinction became everything. I wasn't looking at one incident anymore. I was looking at an environment that allowed certain kinds of people, or one kind of person over time, to operate within the blind spots between beauty, bureaucracy, and local habit. Not a single monster's lair. Worse than that, a topography of opportunity. And threaded through all of it were the isolated mentions of tied cloth or bones. Those were rare enough to feel precious and terrible when I found them. One comment about little fabric strips on a branch by the creek, probably kids or hunters, followed by no further discussion. One old remark on a fishing forum about seeing bird bones hanging from fishing line under a bridge and deciding not to stop there again. One tiny newspaper quote in a short item about cleanup crews removing odd debris and remains from a timber edge. Never enough detail, never enough certainty, always just enough to make my pulse shift. The more I gathered, the less the horror looked like a traditional mystery, and the more it resembled a social ecosystem. That was the third lesson, and the one I fought hardest. Locals did not usually lie outright. They warned each other sideways. That was the pattern that finally emerged once I stopped expecting direct statements and started paying attention to tone, omission, and what kinds of warnings traveled locally without ever becoming public. Don't stop there long. Better fishing farther south. Some roads aren't worth curiosity. Quiet doesn't mean empty. Timber company land. Bad camp. Best not go alone. Indirect warnings are useful if you already belong to the place.
they are nearly useless if you are an outsider. That realization made me angrier than the official euphemisms had. Because bureaucracies flatten danger out of habit, that's almost structural. But local people often know where the edges are. They know which roads not to take children down,
which accesses lose dogs, which turnouts feel wrong after dusk, which bridges collect odd little displays that disappear by the time anybody comes with authority. And instead of posting that knowledge plainly, they route it through hints. Because hints protect normal life. Hints keep property values and tourism and fishing traffic and family histories intact. Hints let everybody maintain plausible innocence while still quietly steering their own away from the worst pockets of land. I understood why they did it. I hated it anyway. My apartment during that period became a place where ordinary life and method sat beside each other without touching. Work laptop closed on one end of the table, printed maps and forum screenshots on the other. Grocery receipt under a sheriff blotter clipping. Coffee cup ring drying over a page where I had highlighted 7 separate references to unauthorized camps near water access over a 10-year span.
I would cook dinner, answer work emails, load the dishwasher, and then sit back down under the kitchen light to compare road names, parcel boundaries, and old Google Street View captures from intersections that no longer looked the same. That was how obsession works when it wants to look respectable. Caleb stayed involved, but only at the edges. He let me send him files, image crops, and questions. He helped once or twice with metadata from the photos we had taken at the rearranged camp. He also tried, in increasingly blunt ways, to get me to stop. "This is not becoming more solvable because you're looking harder," he said one night when I called to ask whether a road closure map from 8 years earlier changed the likely access route to the first bridge. "I know," I said. "No, I don't think you do." He was probably right. By then, the work itself had started replacing any fantasy of resolution.
There is a relief in method that can feel very similar to progress if you're lonely enough and frightened enough to need one. The message came on a Thursday at 9:14 p.m. Not by phone call first, which somehow would have felt cleaner. It arrived through one of the oldest channels in the whole mess. A local community page I had once joined while trying to scrape old River Road references from posts about weather, salmon runs, and access closures. The account name meant nothing to me. The message contained no greeting. Saw you asking around about bridge roads a while back. If you still want to know some things, don't call the sheriff. I'll talk off the record. I stared at it for a long time before touching the keyboard. Because the horror had widened enough by then that even a message felt like a hand emerging from inside the system I'd been mapping. Chapter 6: The System in the Woods. I almost didn't answer the message, not because I thought it was fake. In some ways, fake would have been easier. A troll, a bored local, somebody having fun with the woman who had asked too many questions in the wrong county and then kept asking them years later, online. I could have blocked that, laughed at it even, told myself obsession had made me visible in exactly the cheap internet ways everybody becomes visible sooner or later. What stopped me was the opposite possibility, that it was real. That somebody had seen me moving through that town years earlier, gas station, diner, grocery, laundromat, asking all the wrong questions in a place where wrong questions left tracks, and had recognized enough of the pattern not to speak then. Recognized enough now, maybe,
to decide I had crossed some threshold from nuisance outsider into person worth answering privately. I replied with one sentence: "If you know something, say where." The answer took 12 minutes. "Tomorrow, noon, boat ramp lot off the South Marina Road. Come alone if you want honesty.
Come armed if that helps you sleep. Don't bring law."
That last line sat in my chest like a stone. I did not go armed, unless you count the bear spray that had never really left my field bag since the second return. I did tell Caleb where I was going, and I sent my sister the location pin under the bland fiction that I was meeting a local source re access reports. She called immediately, heard the shape of my breathing, and told me not to go. I promised caution and meant it as much as promises like that can be meant once the decision is already in motion. The Marina Road ran along a piece of working water that had none of the eerie beauty of the river in my memory. That helped a little. Aluminum skiffs, weathered docks, crab pots stacked near a corrugated shed, a church farther up the road with a gravel overflow lot, and a hand-painted sign about Saturday pancake breakfast.
The boat ramp itself was broad and practical, all oil rainbow, gull noise, and trailer tires grinding over old concrete. It should have felt too exposed for secrets. Instead, it felt like exactly the sort of place where a person who understood local habits would choose to talk. Public enough that nobody could be easily disappeared. Local enough that strangers stood out. Functional enough that sitting in a truck for 15 minutes looked like waiting on a tide rather than conducting a dangerous conversation. The truck was there before I was. Old Ford, oxidized blue, toolbox in the bed, one cracked tail light held over with red tape. A man stood beside it with a paper cup in one hand and a cap pulled low enough that, for a second, I had the irrational flash that he might be younger, stronger, or stranger than I had hoped. He wasn't. 70, maybe. Late 60s at the youngest. Weather-burned skin. White stubble. Lean in the stubborn way of men who never stop doing physical work even after their bodies began collecting the bill. He wore old logger suspenders over a gray work shirt and rubber boots polished by years rather than care. When I got out of my car, he looked at me once, from face to hands to shoes, as if confirming I had come alone and wasn't wearing a wire in some theatrical television sense. "You the one from the page?" I asked. He nodded once. "You're the girl who asked about bridge roads years back." Not a question. I hated "girl" in that sentence and let it pass because the rest of it mattered more. "I asked about one road," I said, "then some others." He sipped his coffee. "Then you stopped asking where people could hear." The way he said that told me he had watched the pattern rather than just one conversation. Maybe not watched me directly every step, but noticed, kept count. That realization put a little ice under my skin. "I'm not law," I said. "I know. How?" He shrugged. "Law asks straight." There was something almost funny in that, if the subject had been anything else. He jerked his chin toward the church lot up the road. "Too many people down here once the lunch crowd starts drifting. We can talk up there." I followed him in my car. The church overflow lot sat empty except for 2 rain-dark picnic tables under cedar shade and one trailer full of brush cuttings. A good place to be seen from the road and not heard from it. He parked facing out. So did I. The fact that I noticed and appreciated that felt like one more piece of corruption I now carried automatically. We stood between the vehicles rather than sitting. He never gave me his name, and after the first few minutes I understood that asking for it would shut him down. Some people offer identity as the first proof of good faith. Others withhold it because anonymity is the only condition under which they will tell the truth.
"I'm not here to tell you stories," he said.
"And I'm not going to confirm every ghost shape you think you saw in a tree line."
"I'm not asking for ghost stories."
"Good. There aren't any." That landed harder than if he had leaned into folklore. The refusal itself made him more credible. So I told him, in the shortest usable version, why I was there. The river site, the first man, the cloth, the second turnout, the rearranged camp, the tire slash, the cords, the shape in the photo behind the hanging bones. I didn't give him everything, but I gave him enough that a lie from him would have needed more effort than silence. He listened without interrupting, his cup cooling in his hand. When I finished, he looked past me toward the road and said, "There've always been roads people don't use twice." The sentence was so plain that at first it didn't fully register. "Because of one man?" I asked. He gave me a sideways look. Didn't say one. Didn't say not one either.
He smiled once, and it wasn't a pleasant expression.
That's the kind of question people from away think matters first. I waited. He set the coffee on the bed rail of the truck. "You work outside long enough in these counties," he said. "You learn some places aren't worth stopping at. Not because of spirits, not because cougars are going to drag you off, because there are roads that invite the wrong kind of quiet, and there are men who know exactly what sort of person stops for that. Men. Plural again, maybe. Or maybe practical plural used for one repeating type. I couldn't tell whether he was speaking specifically or preserving deniability through grammar, the way everyone else had. By then I had gotten good at hearing both possibilities at once. I asked about the bridges. He rubbed one thumb against the heel of his palm, thinking. "Some crossings get chains put up after damage," he said. "Then the chains get cut. Then somebody puts new hardware on.
Then nobody bothers after a while, because it's not worth the county time, and the road's not official enough to matter to the state. So it just sits there. Open, closed, open, left. Depends who needs it. Needs it for what?" He looked at me as if I were testing him. "For crossing," he said first, almost mockingly. Then, because he must have seen I wasn't going to settle for that, "for getting into places they don't want reached from the road." That sentence moved something in the story from fear into infrastructure. Not just one camp, not just one hidden site. Access, maintenance, use over time. I asked whether he knew of camps being found and cleaned before reports spread. He scratched at his jaw stubble and nodded once. Found, sure. Cleaned, too. Not always by law. By who? Depends who found it first. Again, not folklore, process. He began giving me pieces the way locals often do when they've decided to tell you something, but still want the right to deny it later. Not a confession, not a witness statement, but a sequence of practical truths with no emotional decoration. Crews working timber edges or fisheries sometimes found camps they didn't report because they didn't want roads shut down or paperwork attached to their names. Hunters and guides learned quickly which pull-offs to ignore because odd things showed up there more than once. Some camps looked merely rough. Others looked wrong in ways that were hard to put on paper without sounding soft in the head.
and every now and then a place got cleaned after somebody stumbled onto enough of it to get scared. "What does cleaned mean?" I asked. He gave me a flat look. "Means the obvious parts go away." "By the people using it?" Sometimes by people who don't want trouble." That answer sat between us like something dead. I asked, as carefully as I could, whether he meant there had been murders.
He was quiet long enough that the gulls down at the marina became briefly louder in my ears.
Then he said, "I didn't say that." It wasn't a denial. "I'm not asking for gossip," I said. "I'm asking whether what I found fits a known pattern." He nodded once toward the truck bed, toward the road, toward the whole county maybe. "It fits bad camps," he said. "Predatory behavior, sometimes. Men living wrong. Men using land people don't watch closely. Men figuring out where travelers think they're private." That was the closest anyone had come to naming it outright. Not myth, not one isolated lunatic. Predatory behavior, a use of land. I felt suddenly colder despite the noon light. "So why doesn't anybody post warnings?" I asked.
Why not put signs up? Why not tell people directly? Why not say, "Don't use this road, don't stop at that bridge, don't wash in that river, don't camp there alone"? He looked honestly irritated by the question, not because it offended him, but because he had answered it for himself years ago and found my asking naive. "Because nobody wants tourists gone," he said. "Nobody wants land access closed. Nobody wants Fish and Wildlife or the county or the state coming in with gates and liability talk. Nobody wants every reporter from Seattle sniffing around, asking why locals knew and didn't say. Nobody wants attention they can't control." There it was, the whole moral compromise of the place in one ugly, practical paragraph. Not a grand conspiracy, worse, ordinary self-interest. Road access, local economy, working habits, reputation, bureaucracy. The belief that indirect warnings were enough so long as your own people understood them. A communal arrangement, not to look too hard, as long as the danger stayed in the zones everybody sensible already avoided. I thought of the waitress, the gas station clerk, the tackle man, the laundromat woman, the grocery owner warning me not to say the road name out loud. All of them had been participating in that same ecosystem of silence, whether out of fear, habit, loyalty, or fatigue. And because I had survived, they expected me to fold into it too. I said, quietly, "That means outsiders are the ones who pay for it." He didn't argue. "The woods keep what the county won't chase," he said. The sentence was so calm, it took a second to reveal its full cruelty. I looked at him then and understood something else I hadn't wanted to admit. This wasn't a man telling me ghost stories he half believed. This was a person describing the operating limits of local protection. The sentence carried no drama because it wasn't metaphor to him. It was logistics. I asked whether he personally knew of the man I'd seen. Again, he refused the simple shape. "I know types," he said. "I know camps that look lived in wrong. I know signs people cut down and don't mention twice. I know there are roads where women from away stop because the water's pretty and think pretty means safe. I know there have been years where bridges collect Tide cloth and years where they don't.
I know enough to keep moving. That phrase, collect tide cloth, hit me like a strike. Years where they don't, I repeated. Things go quiet, he said, then start again. Different county, different crossing, same idea. My throat went tight. Different county where? He hesitated, and for the first time I thought he might stop talking entirely. Then he lifted one shoulder and said, South side, different drainage, old service bridge off a disused road. Couple summers back, somebody found fabric tied low on the rail and thought kids had done it. Couple weeks later, it was gone.
Gone. Of course it was. I wanted names, maps, coordinates, dates. I wanted him to hand me a shape so precise I could finally stop living in probabilities. But precision was exactly what nobody in these counties wanted attached to these places. He had already given me more than anyone else, and it was enough. Enough to turn my fear into something colder than fear. Not because he had solved anything, because he had confirmed the method of silence around it. When he finally picked up his coffee again, it had gone cold. He drank it anyway, then looked at me over the rim. Best warning I can give you, he said, is stop trying to make this into one thing. It lasts longer that way. Then he got into his truck and left me standing in a church parking lot, with gull cries drifting up from the marina and one more bridge in another county now burning its place into my mind. Chapter 6. The System in the Woods. After the church parking lot, I did what frightened people do when they become convinced that organization might save them. I tried to turn everything into a packet. Not a story, not a confession, not even a plea exactly. A packet sounded cleaner, professional, something a county office, a state contact, or the right kind of investigator might at least have to touch with their hands before deciding to ignore it. I told myself that if I could compile the incidents without panic language, dates, locations, images, repeated markers, local phrases, road access logic, the second-hand references to women leaving gear, and bridges collecting tied cloth, then maybe I could force the whole thing across some threshold where it became harder to flatten into unauthorized camp activity or suspicious but unconfirmed. This was the last version of reason I tried. I sat up at my kitchen table and began building the file, as if diligence alone could protect me from the deeper problem. A summary page, timeline, site comparisons, screenshots of maps with circles around river access roads and bridge crossings, phone notes cleaned up into full sentences, my formal account of the first river incident stripped of anything that sounded too emotional and therefore, in my mind, too dismissible. A separate section on repeated visual motifs, pink fabric, hand-twisted brown cord, low-placed objects tied to rails or branches, old camps that appeared partially cleared when revisited. I even wrote a cover paragraph explaining why I believed the matter merited cross-county attention. Reading it back made me feel sick, not because it was irrational, because it sounded so painfully rational for something built out of terror. The language was flat, cautious, embarrassingly reasonable. I had cut away everything that made the events feel worst in the body. The smell, the timing, the shape of silence, the way terrain itself could become an accomplice. I left only what could survive scrutiny. Dates, roads, altered camps, potentially repeated symbols,
prior local reluctance to discuss incidents at certain access points. I thought that was what evidence needed. Then the evidence started thinning out on its own. The first problem was the memory card from the camera Caleb had used at the rearranged camp. We had already reviewed the images once in the parking lot after escaping, enough to see the hanging bones, the tarp, the child-sized stool, the cracked mirror, the ash depression, and the image with the faint partial shape behind the hanging cluster. Caleb had transferred a selection to his laptop that night and sent me compressed copies. I had those.
But when I asked him for the original files and full card dump so I could preserve metadata and keep the chain of detail intact, he called me instead of emailing. "There's an issue," he said. My whole body went cold at the tone of his voice. "What kind of issue?" "The card's corrupted." I actually laughed once, because that was the only reaction absurd enough to fit the moment. "Corrupted how?" "Randomly, as far as I can tell. Some files open, some show partial image data and then gray out. A bunch are unreadable. A few are there in the index and not physically recoverable." He paused. "The one with the shape behind the bones still opens on my cached export. The originals for that sequence are inconsistent." That word, inconsistent, made my hands start shaking. Technology fails. I know that. Memory cards corrupt. Files get damaged. Cheap gear and moisture and bad luck do ugly things to data all the time. If this had happened in any other context, I would have cursed, made backups of what remained, and moved on. But nothing in this story existed in any other context anymore. "Did you copy them right away?" I asked. "Yes." "Did you remove the card safely?" "Yes." "Did you use it again?" "No." "I need the card." He was quiet for a second. "Why?" "Because I no longer trusted the world to leave evidence where it had been," I wanted to say. "Because every time something got close to shape, it blurred or disappeared or got reclassified into something smaller. Because if I held the broken card in my own hand, maybe I could keep one part of the thing from dissolving. Instead, I said, because I need to see what's actually missing." He dropped it off the next day in an envelope with my name on it and no note inside. I spent 2 evenings trying every recovery method I knew how to use safely, and another one paying for software that promised more than it delivered. I recovered fragments, enough to confirm the broad physical environment. Enough to show a curated camp and signs of repeated use. Enough to make anyone decent feel uneasy. Not enough to hold the whole shape of what we had seen. The gaps were the most unnerving part. Whole sequences missing between 2 photos taken seconds apart. File names present without readable images. Metadata stubs where content should have been. The effect wasn't supernatural. It was worse than that. It was administrative. Like trying to prove your own fear from a record that had already started forgetting for you. The second problem arrived 4 days later. I found the notebook under my windshield wiper. There had been rain overnight, the first real rain in a week, and the morning still smelled wet and mineral when I left for work. I had slept badly, again, too many half-dreams, too much waking to check the lock, too much listening at 3 a.m. for sounds the building could always explain if I gave it time. I came down the apartment steps with my travel mug in one hand and my keys already in the other
because by then I no longer crossed parking lots unprepared, even in daylight. At first I thought it was a flyer, a swollen little shape pinned beneath the wiper, pages warped from rain. Then I got close enough to see the black spiral edge and one corner of my own handwriting, and everything in me seemed to drop at once. It was the notebook from the river road, or what remained of it. I stood there between two parked cars in my apartment lot, unable to move for several seconds because movement would have made the object fully real. Other tenants passed through the lot behind me, carrying laundry baskets and reusable grocery bags and coffee cups. Somewhere, a child was crying in one of the units facing the lot. A woman in a fleece zipped a dog into a rain jacket and never once looked my way. The ordinary life around me made the notebook seem obscene.
I took it out from under the wiper, carefully, as if it might bruise. The cardboard cover had swollen and curled. Several pages were stuck together from damp. Others had been torn out entirely, not raggedly, but with enough force to leave uneven stubs at the spiral edge. The pages that remained were spotted, warped, and carrying the faint, dark bloom of wet handled too long by dirty fingers. Some of my notes were still there, though blurred in places. Road names, sketch lines, the sentence, "chosen for privacy, not isolation," had bled at the edges, but remained readable. Inside, about a third of the way in, someone had inserted a single object between two damp pages, a loop of brown cord. Not long, maybe 4 inches if untied, twisted from the same fibrous material I had already come to hate, bent into a loop and knotted once, so that it resembled a small, deliberate offering or marker. The knot had been pulled tight. One loose end was frayed, as if cut or snapped. For a moment, I simply held the notebook and the cord, and let the full logic of it enter me in pieces. The notebook had been lost at the camp. That meant whoever returned it, or whoever had access to whoever returned it, had access to the site after we fled. More than that, they had handled my notes, read enough to know what mattered, removed some pages, left others, inserted the cord deliberately, and then delivered the thing not to a police station, not to a county office, not to a random mailing address if one could even be found through contents, to my car, at my apartment, which meant they either knew where I lived, or knew my vehicle and tracked it there, or had known it all along and waited. I carried the notebook back upstairs without remembering the walk. Inside the apartment, I locked the door, then the deadbolt, then checked the chain I almost never used because chains are a false comfort, and still somehow felt better than nothing. I laid the notebook on the kitchen table and stared at it, as if it might start explaining itself if I gave it enough silence. The pages missing were exactly the ones that hurt most to lose. My rough map spread from the first county, notes copied from the old forum references. One page where I had written the phrases locals used to warn each other without naming the danger. Gone. Not all of it, just enough to feel selective. That was the cruelty of it. Not destruction for its own sake. Editing. As if someone had reached into the record and removed what they found inconvenient, while leaving enough behind to prove that the removal had been intentional. I called Caleb first and immediately wished I hadn't, because hearing the story aloud made my own apartment feel less like shelter and more like a monitored space.
He came over anyway, took one look at the notebook and the cord loop on my table, and turned all the way pale. "You called the police?" he asked. "Not, are you okay?"
Not what happened. Straight to police. Because by then, the question of whether this was contact had ended. I haven't yet. Why? Because what was I going to say? Someone returned a notebook I lost months ago, or a year ago, depending how you counted, left it under my wiper, removed selected pages, inserted a cord tied in the same style as other cords I have been reporting, into a blur of jurisdictions no one wants to own? There was no good version of that sentence. Every version either sounded insane or else so meticulously plausible that it invited the same old flattening. Still, I called. The officer who came took it seriously enough to write everything down, and not seriously enough to make me feel less alone. He photographed the notebook, the damaged pages, the cord loop, and the parking lot. He asked about cameras in the building. There were none facing the lot directly, only one at the office entrance, too far away to show useful detail. He asked whether I had enemies, recent disputes, an ex I was afraid of, any reason someone might want to frighten me specifically. The problem with being truly frightened by a pattern instead of by one neatly named person is that every normal question sounds insulting, even when it isn't. I answered anyway. No exes likely to do this. No personal harassment history outside this. Yes, I believed it was connected to the sites and prior incidents. No, I could not name a suspect. Yes, I understood how that sounded. By the time he left, I felt more exposed than before he arrived. That was when my world shrank again. I stopped sleeping properly, not in the jagged post-incident way from the early days, but in a narrower, meaner pattern. I would sleep for an hour, wake at some tiny sound in the building, and stay awake long enough for every shadow in the apartment to recover personality. I started avoiding the windows after dark, not because I thought glass made me visible in any cinematic sense, but because I couldn't bear the possibility of looking out and finding something there that confirmed I had not yet correctly understood the scale of my own visibility. I checked locks so often it became an embarrassment, even in solitude. I moved from room to room with less overhead light, because lit interiors at night make fishbowls of homes. I parked in a different place every evening for a week and still scanned the lot before approaching the car. The worst realization wasn't that the man, or men, or system, or whatever shape of human use this actually was, could reach into ordinary life. It was that ordinary life was exactly where the silence completed itself. A notebook returned, pages removed, a cord inserted. No direct threat, no witness, no proof strong enough to force recognition from the outside. That was the real mechanism, I think, not simply violence. Selective attention. The whole world offering just enough ambiguity that unless you had already lived through the pattern, you could choose to call each contact a separate oddity. A weird camp, a damaged tire, a found notebook, an anxious woman. And because everyone with local knowledge had long ago learned the safest rule, avoid, do not name, do not stay, the predator or pattern or system survived in the negative space between official categories. Late one night, maybe a week after the notebook returned, I was sitting in the darkened living room with the television off,
because I no longer liked bright screens after midnight. Rain had started again, soft at first, then steadier. The lot outside was dim under sodium lamps. My car sat below in partial light, one side glowing weakly through wet reflections. I heard 3 slow taps. Not on the front door, not in the kitchen, from outside. Low, hard to place.
Glass, metal, or the rear of a car, one of those surfaces that carries sound differently in wet air. 3 taps, spaced evenly. I went so still the room seemed to contract around me. The taps did not repeat. I knew, with a certainty older than reason, that if I got up and looked out the window, I would be obeying exactly the part of myself this whole thing had been training. So I did not move. I sat in the dark, with my keys already in my hand, and listened to the rain instead. Chapter 7. The Thing I Did Not Do. Time passed in the ordinary way, which turned out to be one of the cruelest parts. Nothing in my life exploded after that last year of bridges, chords, and half-seen figures. No detective called with a breakthrough. No article surfaced naming a suspect. No sheriff's office sent a careful letter admitting there had been more reports than they had ever let on. Nobody knocked on my door to apologize for all the ways the world had made room for what I had seen, without ever making room to name it. Instead, life kept arriving in invoices, weather, work deadlines, grocery runs, family birthdays, and car maintenance. That is how most damage survives, not through constant drama, through accommodation. I got better at functioning, worse in some ways, at noticing what functioning now required. The rules I had built for myself stopped feeling like rules and settled into reflex. I no longer pulled off at roadside trails alone, not even the pretty obvious ones with state signs and gravel lots and laminated maps under plexiglass. I stopped taking just 5 minutes to look at a river, unless there were enough other people around to annoy me. I never, ever went down to isolated swim spots alone again, no matter how hot the day was or how clean the water looked. Beauty lost its right to be innocent. That is not poetry. It is logistics. A place can still be beautiful to me. Trees still have weight. Water still does what water has always done: draw the eye, promise cold, offer the illusion that a person might step out of themselves for a minute and return refreshed. But beauty no longer functions as reassurance. It functions as one variable in a larger calculation. Beautiful plus hidden. Beautiful plus quiet. Beautiful plus no parked cars. Beautiful plus an old crossing. Beautiful plus dead-end road. Once you know how a place can be selected, beauty becomes part of the danger profile. I never stopped checking pull-offs for exit angles. Even now, if I pull into any roadside space, rest area, overlook, trailhead, scenic turnout, gas station, I register 3 things before I have consciously chosen to: nose out or nose in, distance to road, what's between me and the driver's side if I have to leave quickly. I do not do this heroically. I do it the way a person reaches for a seatbelt without narrating the motion. The real damage, if you want the truth of it, was always practical. I did not become some wild-eyed woman lecturing strangers about the woods. I became efficient in small, ugly ways.
I know which motel room layouts make me sleep worse. I prefer second-floor rooms now. Exterior corridor if I can't avoid it, parking visible but not directly beneath the window. I do not leave bags in the car overnight unless I can live without them. I do not shower comfortably in rental houses with tree lines behind the bathroom. I never walk to my car with both hands full if I can help it. If I must stop near a bridge, I clock the underside first. People mistake this kind of adaptation for personality. She's cautious now. She's practical. She likes to be prepared. She's not much for roughing it anymore. She hates secluded vacation rentals. She likes places with light and people and easy parking. All of that is true. None of it is the whole truth.
Years after the river, long enough that the first county road had become something I could mention without my mouth drying out, long enough that my sister stopped asking for my location every time I crossed a state line, long enough that even Caleb and I had let the subject recede into a shared silence we rarely touched. I found myself near one of those places again, for the most ordinary reason imaginable. A work detour. That was it. I was driving back from a site visit that had nothing to do with the old counties, nothing to do with the peninsula, nothing to do with any bridge on any page of my reconstructed notes. A utility contractor had rerouted me around roadwork, and the alternate route cut through a stretch of semi-rural country where newer houses sat on long pieces of land and older roads still followed creek lines because they had always followed creek lines. It was late summer again. Bright, dry, ordinary. The kind of afternoon where heat turns truck hoods white and every conifer smells faintly sun-baked at the edges.
I wasn't even thinking about the old story. That is part of what made what came next so clean. The road dipped, turned, and ran along a strip of water hidden on and off by alder and blackberry. A handmade cardboard sign at one gravel entrance pointed toward a private river access for residents farther back, and beyond that another opening appeared, where the shoulder widened into the sort of unofficial stopping place I had spent years teaching myself not to romanticize. I would probably have driven past it, if not for the sight of people. Harmless life has a soundless visual grammar from a moving car. A parked SUV with the hatch open, a family cooler half in shade, bright kids' floaties slumped against a folding camp chair, smoke from a fire ring or grill lifting in a thin gray line,
a golden retriever nosing around the edge of the gravel with that loose domestic confidence dogs have when they assume every place where their people stopped must therefore be safe. I registered all of that in one glance. Then I slowed, not because I intended to stop, because the scene caught at me the way normality sometimes does when it appears in exactly the wrong sort of place. The access sat back just enough from the road to feel private. The creek or side channel below was mostly hidden by trees, but I could see flashes of water and, lower down, the top rail of a narrow old crossing, bridge or footbridge not large enough for vehicles. The SUV suggested a family, or a couple, making a day of it. There were towels, a camp chair with a striped back, a plastic tote, the dog. All the little props of American harmlessness. It should have calmed me. Instead, even before I knew why, I had the old sensation of recognition moving through me. Not panic, not memory fully formed, just the body's private flinch at a familiar geometry. I eased to the shoulder across from the access and left the engine running. No one looked up.
I don't think they even noticed me at first. The SUV sat angled toward the gravel, driver's side hidden by brush. A woman in cut-off shorts stood near the hatch, sorting something out of a tote. I couldn't see anyone else clearly, but the floaties and the cooler and the dog suggested company. Maybe children down by the water. Maybe a man below at the grill, smoke. Maybe grandparents parked farther in. I told myself to keep driving. Then I saw it. Low on a branch near the path leading down to the water, tied at about knee height where a person stepping past would catch it only if they looked slightly down and to the right, on the strip of cloth. Not bright, not fluttering enough to announce itself, just there, sun-faded, flesh-toned at the center, darker at one edge where damp or dirt had changed the color. It might once have been pink. It might once have been red. It might, to anyone else, have been nothing more than old survey tape, left by somebody careless or a child's scrap tied there during play. But the knot was wrong, tight to the branch, short-tailed, deliberate. And the placement was worse, too low to be an ordinary marker meant for crews or hikers, too hidden to be decoration, exactly at the level where a person using the path, especially a distracted one, carrying towels or holding a child's hand or a cooler strap, could miss it entirely, unless they were the kind of person who had been trained by fear to scan for low objects near access points. I knew that knot. You could have changed the cloth, the county, the bridge type, the decade, and I would still have known that knot. The dog trotted near it once, and then away, unconcerned. The woman by the SUV shut the hatch and laughed at something someone below said, though I couldn't hear the words. A little gust shifted the cloth against the branch, and behind it, lower through the brush, I caught a second detail near the bridge rail below. Bone white, not enough to identify, only enough to arrest the eye. A pale, curved object tucked beneath the lower rail, where roots met bank shadow. Stick, I told myself instantly. Driftwood. PVC fragment. Trash. My body had already rejected those explanations before I finished thinking them. I sat there, with one hand on the wheel, and understood, with a calm so total it frightened me more than panic would have, that I was looking at the same kind of selected space again. Not necessarily the same man, not necessarily the same active camp. That was part of what made it colder, not warmer. By then I no longer needed one face for the pattern to function. I knew the ingredients. Quiet water, convenient privacy, a crossing. Access from the road, but not visibility from it. A marker only legible to someone already altered by earlier contact. Ordinary people standing at the edge of it, assuming ordinary risk, and nothing more. The horror in that moment was quiet, because certainty is quiet. Chase has noise in it. Pursuit gives you movement, impact, adrenaline, a shape to respond to. This was worse. This was the clean recognition of a mechanism before it fully engaged. The woman by the SUV lifted a rolled towel and started toward the path. The golden retriever followed, tail level and content. Somewhere below, where I still couldn't fully see through the trees, something metallic gave a small, dry sound. Bridge hardware, or a cooler latch, or nothing at all. The cloth on the low branch shifted once more, and I knew, as certainly as I have ever known anything in my life, that someone else was about to step into the same kind of place that had once taken me whole for years. Chapter 7. The Thing I Did Not Do. I had enough time to warn them. That is the part I cannot soften, no matter how many years I put between myself and that afternoon, no matter how many practical explanations I stack between the choice and the person who made it. I had time. Not much, maybe. Not an hour. Not even 10 minutes. But enough. Enough to put the car in park, get out, and walk across the road. Enough to say something ugly and embarrassing and impossible to take back. Enough to try. Instead, I sat there with the engine running and watched them behave like people who believed privacy and danger were opposites. The woman I had first seen by the SUV was joined by a man a few seconds later. Maybe late 30s, maybe early 40s. One of those broad-shouldered, ordinary American men who look competent because they own the right equipment and move with unthinking assurance in practical places. He carried 2 rolled towels and a little collapsible camp chair under one arm.
The golden retriever circled his legs once, happy and loose. From farther down near the water came the shriller sound of a child's voice, then laughter, then the slap of something inflatable against brush. So there were kids too, at least one, maybe 2. The scene was so normal it felt staged, to mock me. The family casualness of it, the half-open hatch, the cooler lid propped up, the bright sun on the windshield, a child calling for somebody to look at something in the creek. The kind of small, roadside summer life that has no idea it is standing inside another person's memory. I could have broken it. That was the first thought that came once the certainty settled. Not saved them, not protected them, broken it. Because a warning in a place like that does not arrive gracefully. It doesn't slip into the scene and preserve everyone's dignity. It tears a hole in it. I knew exactly how it would sound. I could hear the first lines in my head before I ever moved. You need to leave. Why? Because years ago, I was chased by a man near a place just like this. What man? I don't know. What do you mean, just like this? There's a bridge. There's cloth tied low. There's what? And that was where the whole thing always failed in imagination. Not because it wasn't true, but because truth loses altitude so quickly once you're forced to deliver it into an ordinary afternoon. I would sound unwell, or dramatic, or like one of those people who turn every scenic pull-off into a private superstition. The man would probably square up without even meaning to, not aggressively, but protectively, wanting facts I couldn't give him in the right order. The woman would look at the cloth and see nothing. The kids would keep talking over all of it. The dog would wag at me. I would become, in seconds, an intrusion. A disturbed stranger with too much fear attached to the wrong place. That is what I told myself while sitting there with my hands on the wheel. Maybe it's old. Maybe it's gone. Maybe I'm projecting. Maybe one marker means nothing. Those sentences arrived one after another, smooth as prayer and just as self-serving. I didn't believe them fully, not even then. But fear doesn't need belief to start building excuses. It only needs enough room to keep you seated. The woman started down the path with one of the towels over her shoulder. The dog moved ahead of her. The man turned back to the SUV and bent into the hatch again,
probably looking for sunscreen, water shoes, whatever families carry to water because they imagine the water is the main risk. I should have gone then. Instead, I watched the path. The low strip of cloth barely moved against the branch, too faded and low to catch anyone's attention who wasn't looking for exactly that shape. The path dipped out of clear sight after 5 or 6 yards, then reappeared near the lower bank in broken sections through alder.
From where I sat, I could see only slices of the bridge beyond. Rail, one support, a strip of plank, the suggestion of space beneath. And then I saw the second sign. Fresh mud had been disturbed under the bridge, not in some theatrical, obvious mound, just enough. A dark patch where the bank under the lower rail had been recently broken and pressed, wetter beneath the surface than the rest of the surrounding dirt. Tracks, maybe, if you were close enough. From the road, it read only as a wrongness in the ground, the way turned soil always does to somebody who has taught themselves to notice it. I leaned forward over the wheel. There, on one of the lower planks near the bank side, was a pale, fresh scuff, too new against the weathered wood to belong naturally, a dragged mark or scraped sole. Something had used that bridge recently enough to leave brightness where old wood should have stayed dark. The excuses inside me thinned. Maybe old, maybe gone, maybe I'm projecting. Then, farther back in the trees beyond the bridge where the undergrowth thickened, I caught the pale hanging shape. It was not large, not obvious, just one little suspended thing a few feet off the ground, turning once in the filtered light. Bone white or bleached wood or a strip of plastic, it hardly mattered, because the placement mattered more than the material. Set back where it would not draw the eye from the road, only from below or from inside the site. And beneath that, lower still, almost at the level of the brush itself, was a shape too still to trust. Not a person in the clear, not enough for a face, only a density in the green, crouched or low or seated in a way that no stump should be and no branch pile could quite manage. It did not move while I looked. That was what made it real to me. If it had shifted, I might have granted myself some last cowardly doubt.
Instead, it remained exactly where it was, as if it had all the patience in the world and did not need me to understand it fully for the scene to proceed. That should have removed doubt. It did, and still I did not move. I wish I could tell you there was one final reason, some practical obstacle, some genuine uncertainty so persuasive it kept me still despite myself. There wasn't. What held me in place was simpler and uglier. I knew what warning them would cost me, not physically, at least not at first. I mean the social cost, the psychic cost, the humiliating cost of becoming the person who steps out of a car on a bright afternoon and tells strangers their good day is rotten because years ago something bad happened to her somewhere similar. The cost of seeing disbelief form politely in real time. The cost of possibly being right and not believed.
The cost of possibly being wrong and exposing the deepest part of my fear to people who would carry it only as a story about the strange woman by the road. And beneath all of that was a colder truth. Some part of me had already been trained by the whole system to do exactly what everyone else had done. Avoid. Do not name. Do not stay. That was the final corruption. Not that I was still afraid, that I had learned how silence works, The man by the SUV shut the hatch and finally started down the path, carrying a smaller bag in one hand. A child ran back up 2 yards to meet him, all sun-browned legs and bright plastic arm floaties, then darted past again toward the water. The retriever followed with the easy confidence of a dog who trusts the happiness around it. I could still have shouted then, could have rolled down the window and called out anything. Doesn't have to be coherent. Don't go down there. Leave. Please, just leave. Even a bad warning is still a warning if it breaks the rhythm hard enough. I did not. Instead, I put my car in drive. That small movement felt unreal, as if my body had performed it while the rest of me sat several inches back watching. The engine note shifted. Gravel ticked under the tires as I eased away from the shoulder. No one looked up immediately. If they heard my car at all, it was only one more ordinary road sound folding into the afternoon. The disgust came fast. Not gradual guilt, not later moral reflection. Immediate self-knowledge so clean, it felt almost like nausea. I knew exactly what I had done before I reached the next bend. And still, I did not stop. That is another detail I cannot forgive in myself. There was a stretch of road just past the access where I could have pulled over, reversed, gone back. My whole body felt wrong. My hands shook once on the wheel. Heat climbed into my face and then drained out of it so quickly I felt chilled despite the day. Every mile marker of conscience lit at once. Turn around. Go back. Warn them anyway. You can still do it. But shame and fear are close cousins, and together they make excellent jailers. The farther I went, the worse it would look to turn back. The worse it looked, the less likely I was to do it. Within a minute, I had built a whole miserable private argument to keep moving. Maybe the signs meant nothing this time. Maybe I would only frighten children. Maybe the family had been there before and knew the place. Maybe the shape in the brush was wood and shadow and old damage in me. Maybe. All of it filth. I checked the rearview mirror. At first, I could still see the access in fragments through the trees. The parked SUV, one bright floaty color, a glint from the cooler lid, the pale vertical line of the bridge rail lower down. Then the road bent and the whole scene collapsed into distance. The SUV became only a shape between trunks. The people disappeared entirely. The place shrank, became smaller, flatter, more ordinary. Exactly the way dangerous places always do the second you are no longer inside them. I kept watching it in the mirror until the bend took it for good. For one last second, just before the trees closed over the view, I thought I saw something pale move low near the brush line by the bridge. Then the family, the dog, the cloth, and the water all vanished behind the trees at once. Chapter 7. The Thing I Did Not Do. I drove until the sky started going flat. Not dark yet, not even close, just that late day thinning where summer light loses warmth before it loses strength, and every gas station canopy and chain hotel sign begins preparing itself to look uglier under artificial bulbs. I did not drive fast. That would have implied urgency, and by then the worst thing about what I had done was how little urgency I had allowed myself. I drove at the speed of everyone else on the road. I stopped at a red light behind the landscaping truck. I let a minivan merge. I answered nothing.
I did not call my sister. I did not call Caleb. I did not call the sheriff in the county where the access road sat because what would I have said? I saw the signs again and left. There is no respectable way to report that. So I did what the whole system had trained me to do. I kept moving. I checked into a chain hotel outside a medium-sized town just off the highway, the kind of place built for business travelers, youth sports families, and people who want their nights to be forgettable. Beige exterior, automatic front doors, lemon water in a glass dispenser near the desk, a little market by the lobby with microwave popcorn and aspirin and frozen sandwiches turning slowly in a glass cooler. The clerk was young and painfully polite and asked whether I wanted points on my membership number. I gave it to her from memory. My voice sounded normal. That may be the detail I hate most.
I took my keycard, parked under one of the lot lights, and made myself go through all the motions of an ordinary evening. Bag from the passenger seat, phone from the console, quick scan of the lot without turning it into a scene, door locked behind me, latch checked once, then again. I took the ice bucket down the hall because hotel ice machines have become, for me, one of the few cleanly American sounds that still mean what they seem to mean. Mechanical hum, a chute dropping cubes into plastic, nothing hidden, nothing symbolic. I filled the bucket and listened to a family somewhere around the corner arguing cheerfully over takeout. A child ran down the hallway and got shushed by an adult. Somebody laughed in a room nearby. The ordinary sounds should have anchored me. Instead, they made the quiet inside me feel more deliberate. Back in the room, I set the ice bucket in the sink, checked my messages, and found exactly the sort of world I had once thought was proof of safety. 2 work emails, a grocery reminder from an app,
My sister asking how the drive had gone, a weather alert about possible rain by morning. I replied to none of them right away. I locked the door once more, even though I knew it was already locked. Then I sat on the bed with the television on low and the curtains still open to the lot. That was another compromise I have learned to make with myself. I don't like hotel curtains open after dark. I don't like hotel curtains closed before dark either. Open feels like visibility. Closed feels like surrendering sightlines. So I sat there, in the muddy hour between those two discomforts, while the television cycled through some cable show I never actually watched, throwing blue-white light over the room in pulses. The access road replayed itself whether I wanted it to or not. The SUV, the cooler, the dog, the faded strip of cloth tied too low, the fresh mud under the bridge, the pale thing hanging back in the trees,
and worst of all, the clean, practical certainty with which I had recognized the sight in still chosen silence. For a while, I tried to build smaller explanations around the scene. Maybe the cloth really had meant nothing. Maybe the disturbed mud came from ordinary foot traffic. Maybe the pale shape had been old trash or a root or some private history the family already knew better than I did. Maybe my leaving had spared everybody my damaged mind and my impossible warning. Maybe. But those thoughts had lost their force by then. They no longer functioned as belief. They functioned only as cover. What I knew, sitting in that hotel room with the TV muttering softly to itself, was worse and simpler. I had become exactly the kind of person that system produces. Watchful,
mobile, quiet. That was the real design all along, I think. Not just the possibility of direct violence, though that was always there and always enough.
The deeper mechanism was what happened to the ones who got away.
The ones who learned where not to stop. The ones who stopped naming roads out loud. The ones who recognized cloth at branch height, cords on mirrors, bridges below scenic turnouts, and then kept driving because survival had already taught them what sounding insane costs. The local waitress, the laundromat woman, the grocery owner, the old man in the church lot, even the deputy in his own way. All of them had been carrying some version of the same training. Avoid. Do not name. Do not stay. And now I did too. I finally texted my sister a short lie. Long day. At a hotel. Fine. Talk tomorrow. Then I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth because routine is another thing people use when they don't want to think too clearly. The mirror above the sink caught part of the room behind me. The bedspread, the TV glow, a slice of curtain, the dark rectangle of the window reflecting more room than night.
I kept my eyes on myself and not on the reflection beyond myself. That had become another rule. Don't give reflective surfaces too much invitation after midnight. I brushed my teeth, washed my face, checked the door lock again on the way back past it. The evening proceeded in fragments after that. Ice melting in the sink, a local news anchor talking silently beneath the low television volume, my shoes left by the door, aligned for a quick step in the morning. The sort of room every highway town in America can reproduce in 30 minutes from a blueprint. At some point, the lot outside went fully dark. I got up to close the curtains. I only meant to draw them and shut the room into the manageable, contained discomfort of hotel night. But when I put my hand on the curtain edge, I glanced down automatically at the parking lot below. And there it was. Not under the wiper this time, not on the mirror stem, on the driver's side door handle. A strip of pink fabric tied with brown cord. It was small.
God, that was part of why it hit so hard. Not some theatrical banner, not anything anyone across the lot would notice if they weren't looking for precisely that wrongness. Just a narrow little strip looped once around the handle and fastened with a dark knot tight to the metal. Pink, not bright enough to read as decorative, not clean enough to read as ribbon. The cloth hung maybe 2 inches, 3 at most. Enough to move in the weak lot breeze if there had been any. There wasn't. I did not move for several seconds. The whole room seemed to empty itself of sound. Even the television became only a light source. My body did not go immediately to panic this time. That, more than anything, may be the bleakest part of the ending. Earlier in the story, the sight of that marker would have sent my heart into chaos, my thoughts scattering into pure reaction. Here, at the end, it produced something colder. Recognition. That was all.
A final clean click somewhere in the machinery of understanding. I stared at the cloth and the cord tied to my car handle, and understood that whether someone had followed me from the access road, known the vehicle already, seen me enter the hotel lot, or simply existed near enough to my movement patterns for the timing to work, the point no longer depended on which version was true. No footprints on the pavement below that I could see from the window. No raised voices in the lot. No shadow moving away between parked cars. No motel camera visible from my angle giving any promise that there might be footage of a figure crossing under the lights. No sound. Just enough. I did not scream. I did not call the front desk. I did not grab my phone and start documenting the lot with shaking hands, the way I might once have done, convinced evidence could still outrun the shape of what was happening. I simply stood there, with one hand on the curtain, and looked at it.
Because by then, I knew the strip itself was not the whole message. The message was that the system did not need spectacular contact. It did not need a body at the foot of the bed, or a face in the glass, or someone pounding on the car hood while I fumbled the keys. Those were only the crude forms of the same lesson. The refined form was smaller, portable, quiet enough to pass through normal life without ever forcing itself into a shape anyone else had to believe. A strip of fabric, a cord, a handle, a reminder placed precisely where only the altered person would understand the full meaning. I thought then of the family by the water, how I had watched them become small in the mirror and vanish behind the trees. I thought of the woman at the laundromat saying some places weren't worth curiosity. The old man saying the woods keep what the county won't chase. The grocery owner telling me not to say the road name out loud.
The deputy telling me to go home and let the county handle it. Every one of them had seemed at the time like a separate compromise. Different people in different rooms shrinking danger into manageable language for their own reasons. Now, standing in that chain hotel room with the TV painting my face blue in the window reflection, I saw the colder truth. Those compromises were not side effects. They were the survival system. He did not need to catch me at the river. He only needed me changed. Needed me to learn how quickly shame silences warning. Needed me to understand the cost of naming a thing without proof, and the equal cost of proof that never quite survives intact. Needed me to drive away from a marked place because I knew how insane I would sound if I tried to stop someone else. Needed me to stand above a car with pink cloth tied to the handle and do what I did next. Nothing. I kept the curtain open another full minute. Then I closed it. Not fast, not trembling,
just drew the fabric shut until the lot and the car and the cloth were gone from sight, and the room returned to its neutral hotel ugliness. After that, I checked the door one more time, turned the deadbolt, and sat on the edge of the bed with my keys in my hand until the shape of them pressed into my palm. I did not go downstairs. I did not ask the desk clerk whether anyone had been seen near the vehicle. I did not call law. I did not even remove the cloth that night. I left it there until morning because some hard, practical part of me had already calculated that if I stepped into the lot in the dark, I would only be stepping further into the exact kind of encounter I had spent years learning to route around. That is the ending. Not that he came back. Worse than that, he never fully left. Because the thing that survives him, whether him singular or plural or merely as a role that certain places allow people to inhabit, is what he trains in the ones who get away. When morning came, I looked through the slit in the curtain before I opened the door. The strip of pink fabric was still tied to the handle, small, patient, meaning exactly what it had meant all along. And by then I understood with absolute clarity
that the worst thing he ever made of me was not someone who was still afraid. It was someone who knew the sign, knew the risk, and had already learned how to carry the silence forward.